majestic flight path. Dan Dickerson delivers.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't been just getting over the fence home runs. He's had some bombs.
Russian. Spencer Torkelson leads the Tigers in. You name the category. It's him. He's the biggest surprise. We've said besides Torque, what is your biggest surprise from the first place, red hot Detroit Tigers? And invoking the catcher, not Jake Rogers, Dylan Dingler was your answer, John.
Yeah.
It's a great answer. Texter points out Kerry Carpenter against lefties.
Yeah, a couple of home runs against lefties.
You look at their team right now. Only, Torque, Sweeney, weirdly, and McKinstry are hitting better than Carp versus lefties on the team right now. He's got an OPS over 900 against lefties for a guy who rakes against righties. It's a huge part of this. I mean, McKinstry is ridiculous. He's hitting .540 against left-handed pitching right now. McKinstry is a guy who could he hit his weight, and he's just here for his defense. He's been one of the best bats on this team. The point is, these are fringe guys. Your backup catcher, your platoon player who can suddenly play against everybody. McKinstry's the 26th man. Javi Baez, we wrote this guy off. Everybody has stepped up for this baseball team, and it's got me saying, I can't complain. There's nothing to complain about with this team, and I love that there's nothing to complain about with this baseball team. We can bask in how successful they've been. Ticket Texter did chide me a little bit and says, hey, careful, Captain Hot Take. We're still early in the season. Slow down on winning the Central. We're not even halfway through April. I was careful. I said driver's seat for the division.
Words matter.
They're in the driver's seat to win the division. We got a long way to go, John, but this is the dream start. This is the dream start for the Tigers.
This is better than anybody thought. It really is. And it's not just because they're winning. It's because they're fun to watch. And we had this question, okay, would you rather watch, and we don't have to worry about it on Saturday because the Pistons are going to play late, the Tigers are going to be early, so we don't have to make that decision. But part of why my decision was I'm just a bigger baseball fan than I am a basketball fan. Yeah, I would rather watch the Tigers than the playoff game for the Pistons.
I'm happy Stoney got on you for it, though.
And he rightfully so. And I understand everybody's take on that. But what did we talk about even at the end of last year? While it was exciting that they were starting to win, and it was exciting that they did make the postseason, it still wasn't an exciting brand of baseball. It was pitching chaos. They were dominating on the mound, but at the plate, it was a snooze fest, an absolute snooze fest. Now they're scoring more. They are in a positive. I think they're plus 14 in run differential. And there's not a lot of teams that are positive in the run differential, but they are fun to watch. It's Carpenter. It's Torque with the home runs. It's Javier Baez when he gets up to the plate. It's Dylan Dingler. It's just they are playing a more exciting brand to watch.
Joe in Bloomfield, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, so can you hear me all right? I'm on the speaker in the car here. All right, good. Morning, guys. So I think the big takeaway for me is last year, how well they played, and this year now. And it comes down to managing and coaching. Think about the injuries, what they've had to do, and now bringing players up, not bringing them up. And I think Torkelson, they knew Torkelson was going to come around again. Everyone else kind of gave up on him. I feel like Hinch and his coaching staff, the pitching coaches, I just feel really good about all that.
Yeah, I the only pushback I'll have on you is the Tigers did not. No one believed. They didn't believe because they put Cole Keith at first base. They weren't planning on Torque doing anything.
Right. Yeah, but don't you feel better about the way they're managing the overall team?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure. I think A.J. Hinch is a superstar.
Well, that wasn't a shot at management. I think they saw what everybody else saw with Torkelson, which was his career was on life support.
Yeah. It was
and they had to act accordingly. If they had just said, oh, Torque will be fine.
It felt like one of those moments where you're like, oh, they finally see what we're seeing.
Yeah. But it does make it even more dramatic what Torque's doing then. Because even his own team was like, hey, we got to have other plans at first base. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Gosh, I'm going to start with a pretty sad story, and the more you start reading and the more details that emerge, the more sad the story becomes. Former LSU wide receiver Kyron Lacey has died at the age of 24 by an apparent suicide. Now, his death has kind of sent shockwaves across the football world. Several NFL players, other athletes expressing their condolences. And if you didn't know his story, his death came amid some serious legal challenges that he was facing stemming from a car accident that resulted in the death of a 78-year-old man.
And he left the scene.
Yes, and his death came the day before a grand jury was set to start hearing evidence on accusations related to this crash. So he was facing negligent homicide, felony hit and run, reckless driving, leaving the scene of a crash. He was facing a lot of different charges. His father posted a really emotional statement urging parents, specifically young parents, to start talking to your kids at an early age to make sure that they're confident and comfortable confiding in you. And he just talked about saying, like, hey, if you ask your kid how they're doing and they say, I'm all right, and you know they're not all right,
yes,
push further than that. Like that, don't let that be enough if you know something isn't quite right. And then he went on to say that mental health is a real thing and don't ignore the signs, even if you think they're really insignificant.
Yeah. And that's the hard thing is, what's the follow-up question? And I do this with my kids all the time, like, are you okay? Is everything okay? And they say, yeah. Like, most kids will say, like, Dad, please just stop talking to me.
Yeah.
It's the follow-up questions. And nobody knows what the right thing to ask is, but you just ask questions. Even if they're the wrong questions, ask them, and you'll eventually drill down.
And just let them know that, hey, I am here. Yeah. You can tell me anything you want, and I am going to be the person that will support you. Like, let them know that that's an option, right? And I think that's something else he was saying. But man, the details of this are just really heartbreaking.
They are. And just in reading more, the Harris County authorities say the police responded to a call from a female family member who said Lacey had discharged a firearm into the ground during a verbal argument Saturday night. When they arrived on the scene, they learned that he had fled in a vehicle.
Yes.
He obviously later took his life.
In that vehicle during that police pursuit, he crashed the vehicle. When police went to pull him out, that's when they discovered that he had died from suicide. It's very, very sad. Yes. Western Michigan's head hockey coach is about to see a big bonus after his team won their first national championship.
Oh,
which
happy
is
for
pretty
him.
Cool. So he's going to receive nearly $200,000 in bonuses from Western's historic season, including $25,000 for making the program's first Frozen Four, another $25,000 for making the national championship, and $50,000 for winning the program's first national championship. So good for him. Apparently, he's already collected at least $187,000 in bonuses so far. That's on top of the base salary of $320,000 he already makes per year. And he did sign a long-term extension with Western, and he's going to be making even more next season, $420,000.
Oh, good for him.
Good for him. Great, right? Right, Jim?
Right?
Yes.
Can't be happy for an individial?
Yeah, it's exciting.
I will say this. His hockey team was the best team at the Frozen Four. They deserved it.
They definitely were. Ferndale police have arrested 3 people in connection to a murder of a DoorDash driver. Back in early March, a 26-year-old man from Detroit died after being shot in the chest. And police say that this man was working as a DoorDash driver at the time. Say that 3 times fast. And had picked up an order from White Castle, and he was shot in this, basically a road rage incident is what took place. And now, roughly 3 months later, 3 people have been taken into custody. One suspect, this 39-year-old from Oak Park, was charged with second-degree murder. The other 2 have been released pending further investigation. Finally, the 2025 Masters is in the books, right? Rory McIlroy walked away with his first green jacket and also a lot of prize money as well. So this year, the Masters was offering its largest purse yet, $21 million. So, of course, the winner takes home the top prize. We all get that. But every player does manage to take home some money. McIlroy got $4.2 million. Last year, just for reference, Scottie Scheffler earned $3.6 million, and the purse was $20 million last year. So up from there. Second place winner, Justin Rose, $2.26 million. Patrick Reed in third place, $1.4 million. And on and on and on. Everyone walked away with a big prize.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next. John, did Tennessee handle this right? The Nico Iamaleava situation and the ramifications for everybody in college football, including Michigan and Michigan State. It's 97.1.
If you're unhappy with how you look, how you feel, how you're fitting into your clothes, especially now that you're making the wardrobe change from winter to summer, and you especially don't like being in those pictures, I want to talk directly to you. You got to give Ideal You a shout right now. You could be 40 pounds lighter in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures again. That's right. I said it. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. I know the program works, and I know it works fast because I lost 50 pounds in 40 days with Ideal U. If you book today, Ideal U is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value, absolutely free. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. Ideal U is different than other weight loss companies. It works, and it works fast, and it's a program that you can stay with. I'm over 3 years into it now, and every time I get off track, which we all do, I go back to the principles that I learned from Ideal U, and I'm right back to where I want to be. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy taking those pictures yet again. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. That's $150 value, absolutely free.
Tigers take another series over the weekend. That's 4 straight. They're in first place, and everybody contributes, including maybe the biggest non-Torque surprise is that he's actually found himself again. He's got a role on this baseball team. Everybody has stepped into a spot. We'll knock out some phone calls and ticket texts on the Tigers, and we'll get to Nico Iamaleava, the Tennessee situation. Did they handle it right? The ramifications for everybody in the sport. David in Clinton Township, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas. So my biggest surprise is Foley not making the team out of spring training. Your best relief pitcher doesn't make the team coming out of spring training. And I agree with you, too, by the way. Nobody saw Torkelson coming. A.J. Hinch Forrest Gumped his way into that guy playing good.
Yeah. The only reason he was even here at the beginning of the season was because of injuries, or else he would have been doing this in Toledo, and we would have all asked the question: Is it legit?
Is it real? Do we need to call up? How long does he need down there? And instead, he's doing it and doing damage at the major league level. Yeah, they kind of fell into it in that way. They weren't wrong to doubt and come up with other plans, right? Torres and then bump Keith over to first. We got to have someone at first that can hit. Got to have some right-handed power, and the biggest boost of all is that Torkelson found himself again. The point about Foley's pitched well in AAA. I don't fully understand why he was sent down, but I'm sure they'll need him at some point this season.
Yeah, I mean you're gonna need a lot of pitchers throughout the course of a year.
Tigers with a dream start. We've been talking surprises, and I made the bold statement that I have nothing to complain about, which may surprise people, but I truly don't have anything to complain about with this team. They are exceeding all expectations in a dream start. A lot to complain about with the sport of college football, John.
Well, it's a dumpster fire.
So just lay it out there. Like, how did you react to all of this?
So Nico Iamaleava, starting quarterback for Tennessee, and he's had a rough go, and all self-inflicted. From the time he was recruited, committed to Florida, promises were made, they weren't kept. He sued a collective there. He got out of his commitment and ended up going to Tennessee. So already there's a lot of drama surrounding Nico. And then on Friday, he decides, because they played their spring game on Saturday, he's going to sit out practice because he wants to renegotiate his NIL deal. Now, the NIL deal was set to pay him how much?
A couple $2 million.
$2.2 million as a college athlete. And I'm all for it. Don't make this about college athletes getting paid. I'm all for them getting paid. But he waits until the day before the spring game, thinks that Tennessee, this is how I read it, and I'm sure we'll hear more details as this all unfolds, that he's going to hold out and Tennessee is going to pay him. He was seeking $4 million for a quarterback that was not, I wouldn't say a top 5 quarterback last year, top 10 quarterback last year.
John, he was not very good last year.
I know he wasn't consistent, that's for sure.
I know they made the college football playoff, but just so people understand what we're talking about here. This isn't a guy who went out and had a Heisman Trophy caliber season and is demanding a pay raise. This is a quarterback who failed to throw for 200 yards against Oklahoma, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, and their playoff game against Ohio State, where he threw for 104 yards, completed 45% of his passes, did not throw a touchdown. And now you're going to try to extort me for more money. So what did Josh Heupel in Tennessee do, John? They said, get to stepping.
Yeah, get out. And I have respect for Josh Heupel as a coach in how he operates his program, the offenses that he runs for the college level, all of those different things. I think he's a terrific coach. He jumped way up in my book. And I don't know if it was him, if it was the athletic director, or if it was the program as a whole that said, we're not going to be held hostage by one guy. We're not going to be held hostage by a guy that couldn't win us enough last year. And like you said, if he had won a national championship, they probably would have entered negotiations with him earlier.
Yeah.
And even if he had done this at the beginning of, right after the season's over, hey, I'm going to renegotiate my deal. He waits until the day before the spring game and thinks that, hey, Tennessee got nowhere to go but me. They need to pay me. It's all about me. And they said, you know what? It's still a team game. It's not about you.
They sent that message, and they basically said those words literally when speaking about this. Josh Heupel in Tennessee, I think they did the right thing. It's a lousy situation. It's a lose-lose for both parties. Tennessee now has to figure out their quarterback situation on the fly post-spring game, but the alternative was to be held hostage by one mediocre quarterback.
Well, and so now he's limited where he can go. Because I did hear this, and I don't know if this is an SEC rule.
Yeah, he can't go to an SEC school.
If he does, he has to sit out a year.
Yeah, I read the same thing. I didn't realize that until this whole saga. So look, you can Google a list. There's 9-10 schools that make a lot of sense for Nico. He'll land somewhere, but this offense was seen as a QB-friendly offense.
Yeah.
Hey, it's got pace. It's got sets. We're going to get you moving. We're going to get you with tempo, slinging the ball around.
They play defense. They'll get you the ball back.
Yeah, look, they made the playoff last year. It would have been in both sides' best interests for him to stay there. But when you come out making demands, I need twice my salary, and I don't even have a very good season, and the only explanation is I've got you over a barrel, Tennessee said, get rid of the barrel, get rid of you, get out of here, get the hell out of here. We don't need you.
I think it's awesome. Does anybody see it different? Like, should Tennessee have said, you know what, okay, let's renegotiate? Because and here's the risk that Tennessee is running. Here's the risk that Josh Heupel is running. I don't know who their backup quarterback is. I know it's a redshirt freshman, but they're going into a season now without their number one quarterback. What if they miss the college football playoffs? What if they finish 6-6 in the regular season and they clearly didn't have what it took at the quarterback position? Is he going to have support from the AD? Hey, this is a program decision. We made this together. I understand that you might not be as good, but if they're not, is he at risk? Is his job at risk?
You want to make sure you're on the same page.
Yeah.
Because, again, in the short term, they got to figure this out too. But I think long term, they did what they had to do for their program's overall health.
I'm so glad because this all broke after we were on the air, and I heard Doug and Gator talking about it. I heard Mike and Rico talking about it, and I had to do the event on Saturday with Rico, the dance event over at Planet Fitness.
Oh, I saw that, yeah.
It was a lot of fun. And when I saw Rico, I'm like, man, I cannot believe this. And we talked briefly during the festivities about the step and the moment that might be a watershed moment for college football that Tennessee said, you know what, enough is enough. We're not going to be held hostage by you, by a player.
I think it's fascinating if you're a college football fan to weigh in. Like, is this the moment it changes? Where this player empowerment gets reined in just a little. No one's against them getting paid. But we got to have parameters. You can't be up and negotiating whenever you want.
Up until this moment, the players have exercised leverage, and they held all the cards. Tennessee is now taking one of those cards back. Don't know if it means wins for Tennessee or what it means for them moving forward, but they drew a line in the sand.
I want you to think about this because we gotta be timely. Michigan and Michigan State's role in all of this. Michigan went out and got a high-profile quarterback this last year, Bryce Underwood, and they got him primarily because money talks. If Bryce Underwood tried to pull this stunt, if Aiden Childs tries to pull this stunt, do you want your school to have the same level of conviction?
Or if you're Michigan State, do we say it all the time? Do you make the call?
Do you want Nico? Oh, boy. They got Aiden, John. 248-539-9797. Big picture and local picture. It's 97.1.
Hey, Natural Lawn and Tree Service. We know Greg talked to us before. He said he mowed his lawn for the first time this year. I'm going to be mowing mine in just probably sometime this week. It's starting to green up. Along with that, crabgrass can come. Natural Lawn and Tree Service is the company that you want on the job. They're going to take care of your yard just like it was their own. They're going to use fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices, custom tailoring a solution specifically for your yard and your home, and it's been locally owned and operated for over 35 years. Love those companies that understand what we're dealing with here in Michigan. Also, the fact that it is local, so keep your money local. They're going to give you 100% satisfaction guaranteed. If you purchase a full lawn program right now, you're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 ticket. How do you get a hold of them, you ask? Give them a call. 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. Or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Is this the key moment that swings things in the balance of college football's name, image, and likeness? A lot of you are frustrated with the players and the portal and the money and all of it. Nico Iamaleava says, I want to get paid. I'm sitting out practice. Pay me, pay me, pay me. Tennessee says, get out. Goodbye. You were a stiff in all the big games anyway. I'm adding this in. You're not worth the money. Pack your bags. Get your Rudy Poo candy ass out of our program. A team stuck up for themselves, stood up to one of these players, and said, leave. You're not going to extort us. You're not going to blackmail us. You're not going to sit out right before the spring game and threaten to put our program in an upheaval if we don't funnel more cash into your bank account. Goodbye. You're not that good anyway. John, if you take out Vandy, UTEP, and Chattanooga, the man threw 8 touchdowns. 8 touchdowns last season.
Yeah.
In 10 games. He threw for 183 yards per game. Our offense is built for anybody. Goodbye.
Part of it is the timeline of it as well. We already talked about the, committing to Florida, suing the collective, going to Tennessee, and now it's the end of spring ball. Wednesday they had practice. Nico Iamaleava.
We got Stoney over here?
Yeah.
Iamaleava. As people have pointed out, it phonetically looks like I'm leaving.
Yeah.
I'm leaving.
But he was at practice on Wednesday. And Josh Heupel kind of laid it out. Thursday was the players' day off. They weren't in the building. He said, hey, I'll give you the day off. We got practice Friday. We got the game on Saturday. Rest up. Take care of what you got to take care of. And then on Friday morning, he's a no-show. You come off the field. This is a direct quote from Josh Heupel. Friday morning, when he's a no-show, you come off the field and there's no communication. Didn't talk to the coaching staff. Didn't tell him he wasn't going to be there. Didn't handle his business as quote-unquote professional because he is making a lot of money. He is a professional. And then all of a sudden they find out, well, he's renegotiating. Thanks, but no thanks.
So, guys, I'm with you in terms of I applaud Tennessee for taking the stand. But he's going to get what he wants from somewhere else or close to it. And the SEC thing doesn't matter because I think for him, he's realizing he's probably not much of a pro quarterback. But if he goes to some trashy Big 12 team and junks up some stats, maybe he changes the narrative.
Well, because all of a sudden he's 6'6", he throws a pretty ball. Look at the video game numbers he put up.
Exactly. He could go do a Jamarcus Russell somewhere where they don't play defense, and then all of a sudden, hey, I'm getting a higher draft pick. I mean, do you think the rest of the programs in the country, top Power 5, are going to say,
someone will bite. Someone will bite. But I think the other layer of this, too, is if he had played better, does he get away with it? I'll bring up Bryce Underwood at Michigan. Everybody's excited about him. He famously went for the highest bidder in the last recruiting cycle. If he performed well and tried to pull this, you going to let him walk? Like if Nico had balled out, if he had thrown for twice as many touchdowns and he had won that playoff game and he was in the Heisman Trophy consideration, I do think he could have powdered his way to more money at Tennessee. So we got to be careful how big of a victory lap this is for right and wrong.
Well, it depends on John, where he lands and how much he's going to get paid.
But you know this in sports. If you're good enough, you can get away with more. He wasn't good enough to get away with this, I think is what it came down to. I don't know that Tennessee would have had the mental fortitude to kick him off the team if he was a better player. Fair?
They would have been willing to talk about negotiations. And I think about the timeline. To me, this is, I hope that he has a say in what he's doing. Nico Iamaleava, whatever the hell his name is. Nico. I hope that he is voicing a say in this, and this is not just his agent or his handlers or whoever it is, his confidants that he is relying on to make these decisions for him. Because if he wanted to handle this as a pro, he would have handled this as soon as the season was over and said, hey, going into this year, I want to renegotiate my deal. There's no contracts or timelines or dates on these contracts. That's part of the issue. And it's not the player's fault. But if you're going to handle it as a pro, I want more as I hit before we even get to spring ball. And then when it does happen, you get to spring ball, there's not another contract. you don't just have a lack of communication with your coaching staff, with the athletic department, because right now they're still negotiating with collectives.
Yeah, this is just bad for the sport that it came to this. Maybe it's a necessary correction, but the real correction has to be guidelines, contracts, spelled out terms, windows to negotiate. Because otherwise, I mean, from some level of, I'm not trying to take the side of Nico, he looked at it and said, you know what, there are no rules. I can make up my rules. You don't have a quarterback. This is the equivalent of holding out in training camp of an NFL season, which happens for professionals. So I'm just doing what the pros are doing.
There's no one that loves college football game day. There's a lot of people that love it as much as I do, but nobody loves it more. I love college game day.
So the fix might be to make sure the guy's happy before it gets to this. Like maybe that's where Tennessee made the mistake. Hey, are we cool?
You're paying him $2.2 million. You think you're kind of cool.
John, but I'm with you. You know I am. But this is doing due diligence with your high paid guys. As you go to them, you say, "Hey, are we cool? You know, is everything all right here?" It's sad that you have to do that.
You do have to re-recruit your own roster. Now, I don't know if you should be walking around with bags of money, throwing it out willy nilly. I mean, it's tough.
But this is the world we're in with college sports. I mentioned my love for college football, and 12 times a year college football game days. I love it. Monday or Sunday through Friday, I'm really losing a lot of my love for college athletics because there are no guardrails. This is an absolutely Wild West free-for-all, and we have no idea what rules anyone is playing by.
Bill in Birmingham, you've been waiting patiently. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning. I just want to say, let's not kid ourselves. The NCAA and their conferences are a professional minor league. These are free agents. It's absolutely disgusting what's happened to college sports, and they've opened up Pandora's box. Like you say, there's no guardrails on this. You've got wealthy alumni putting their money into buying players when they could be building libraries at universities. You've got small schools that can't keep up competitively because they don't have the money. They don't have the wealthy alumni to pay these players. And like we saw in the March Madness, are we going to see a Cinderella team ever again come through? I mean, it's just, and they just cherry pick these smaller schools and the better athletes from these smaller schools, and they take them to the bigger ones. And it's just so sad what's happened to the landscape of college sports. I mean, it's just a total turnoff. And I don't know what to say, but I think you guys are kind of, indicating the same feelings.
Yeah.
I'm just so disgusted by the whole thing. And this won't be the first college player that's going to be a holdout. And I think you're going to see more schools. They're going to just keep pumping the money to the person rather than lose them. I applaud, Tennessee for doing this, but I think more often than not, you're going to see these players get away with this. And
teams will cave.
We can't lose this guy.
Yeah. Teams will cave. They'll go, we can't replace him. He's too good. We've already invested in him. But Tennessee took a stand. And I think because the ingredients were perfect for this. You had an underachieving player who had pushed too far, and Tennessee's a good enough school, a good enough situation that they can rally and move on. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. Your reaction to this Nico Iamaleava situation. Did Tennessee do the right thing? What are the ramifications for the sport? 8 o'clock hour. Get into the Masters a little bit. How about that moment for Rory? Couldn't look away.
It was fun. It was a fun weekend.
It was an emotional weekend, including a trip that I took to sports hell. That's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Tigers are hunting for a fifth straight series win as they begin a series with the 500 Brewers tonight. Scooble getting the start with your pregame beginning at 7:15 right here on 97.1 The Tickets. Over on WWJ, they'll be carrying the Wings' final home game of the year starting at 6:45. Detroit hosting the Dallas Stars with no playoff implications. For the ninth straight year, Detroit will not be participating in postseason hockey. However, for the first time since 2019, the Pistons will participate in postseason basketball. Their series with the Knicks begins on Saturday. Yesterday, Rory McIlroy, he gets his first career Grand Slam by winning his first Masters tournament in a sudden death playoff hole. And finally, LSU wide receiver and NFL draft prospect Kyren Lacy, he passed away Saturday after an apparent suicide during a police chase. He was facing charges due to a fatal accident that occurred back in December. Lacy was 24 years old. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay right here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also head to 971theticket.com.
We'll keep talking about Nico in Tennessee. Decision to stand up, say enough's enough. Not going to meet his demands, kick him off the team. Do we see more of this? John, the weekend was a long weekend for me.
Traveling with the Outlaws?
The in-laws?
Was that the issue?
No, they were great. But they were all rooting for Western, which only piled on the fact that basically the entire city of St. Louis was rooting for Western Michigan.
They did that in front of you?
Listen, one of them went there.
Didn't they know? Don't they care about you?
I knew what I was walking into, and I knew there was a chance I would leave the weekend experiencing sports hell.
So, one question about this trip.
Yeah, you ask away.
Your in-laws were rooting for Western.
Yes.
What was your wife's stand?
I looked over at one point. I said, "Who are you rooting for?" And she said, "Don't put me in the middle of this."
She didn't have your back?
She didn't. But she also didn't feel comfortable rooting for Western. I said, "It's okay. You can root for Western. You didn't go to Central. You're not in the rivalry in the trenches with me. You don't have to bear this cross."
Doesn't she love you?
Yes, John.
She doesn't love every bit of where you came from and who you are?
John, that's not what's on trial right now. I had a lot of people surprised that I wasn't rooting for Western Michigan.
The little guy?
Yeah, it's a little guy. It's fellow Mac school. Come on now.
I fully support you're not rooting for your rival.
And I didn't understand where that came from. Like, if you're a state fan, you wouldn't be rooting for Michigan to win a national title or vice versa. That's a rivalry. You don't root for your rival. You don't want to see them win. I went into the Frozen Four not knowing who'd be there. This is a tradition that Kelsey's family, her dad, goes every year with a friend. And they'll bring kids and have a good time. And they've seen all these different cities and all these. It's a cool event, John. It is. It's a celebration of college hockey.
Oh, sure.
People are wearing jerseys from teams that aren't even playing. They're telling stories of years past. I know. I raised an eyebrow, too.
Yeah.
But it is.
This is breaking so many of your fan rules.
But it's like this celebration of college hockey. So you go every year and you see what stories emerge. And the story this year was this school from Kalamazoo that found a way. They won all these one-goal games, these OT games. They beat the reigning champs in double OT to get to the final. I went in thinking I got a 75% chance of leaving happy. If Penn State gets it done, great story. They just resurrected their program about a decade ago. If it's Denver, it's this dynasty, and you get to take in a piece of history, 3 or 4 years. If it's BU, they had a pretty decent drought going. They had all these NHL players. You get to see some skill. You get to see some fun. John, it was anything but fun. I'm sitting there at the very end of the game. Everybody in that arena was standing, cheering, celebrating. They call them the lunatics, the Western Michigan fans.
They
lived up to the expectation. They were, and I hate saying this, they brought it. They were phenomenal. Their team brought it. They won it. But it's pure misery, distilled misery for me to sit there and watch my rival win a championship.
Except for the fact that you got to boo kids. I mean, Heather, you were on that text.
Yes. You were right there amongst like fellow booers.
So they would show Boston fans, the few that were there for the title game. And every time a Boston fan was on the screen, the crowd would boo them.
Even if it was like a 5-year-old kid.
Even if there was one point, it was a little kid with little earmuffs on, and he was wearing a Boston shirt. Aww. And these fans, these lunatics.
Well, he couldn't hear him.
They rained boos down on him. I texted you guys because you give me a hard time about booing children. It's what you do. You boo the other team. I was an honorary Terrier for the day, and I was let down by my team.
Did you wear a Terrier jersey?
No, but I found the mascot before the game.
I saw that.
Got a photo with the mascot. It was sports hell. Now, Doug found this hilarious. Carson Anderson found this hilarious. They had me on Friday to rib me about it. Oh, Jim, this is so funny, hysterical. You end up in the belly of the beast.
It is funny. It would be more appropriate if your school had a hockey program, but like there's no rivalry in hockey for you because you don't have a hockey program.
But it's a university rivalry. You wouldn't root for Michigan State darts. Come on. I mean, you wouldn't root for them in anything, right? You wouldn't root for Ohio State tennis. It doesn't matter if Michigan's good at it or not or has a program or not. You don't root for your rival.
Very good at tennis.
Of course. My point is you don't root for your rival in anything. That's part of the rivalry. And I do wish Central had a hockey team. That was the other big takeaway. Every team in the state of Michigan that has a hockey team has made the Frozen Four. Mm-hmm. We got great hockey talent here.
Yeah. It's been pointed out on Twitch a couple of times that you may be the only person in the state of Michigan who rooted against Western Michigan. How about any of your other, CMU comrades?
Oh, I was texting them. They didn't want to see Western win.
Oh. Yeah. They just weren't they didn't have the platform you had.
I'm feeling the judgment from Heather over here.
I mean, I get not rooting for them, while you're there, cheering them on and yelling for them. I totally get that. But out of all the teams there, they're from Michigan. Don't you feel happy?
They're the underdog.
It's kind of a cool thing. I get they're a rival, but like John said, you don't even have West Central doesn't even have a hockey team. It is still cool to see Western win.
The little guy, yeah.
I get not rooting for him and cheering for him. Yeah, I totally understand that. But
so what would you have had me do? Just appreciate the moment?
Yeah, and of all the teams there,
just nod in approval from the stands?
Sure, instead of sit there disgustedly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know.
Chalk one up for the little guy.
I feel like Jim's getting a little disrespected here in terms of where you went to school. You're not the rivalry is not being respected. This is because it's because he went to a directional school.
Oh yeah, people act like we're not allowed to have a rival.
Right.
Michigan and Michigan State can have rivalries, but not little old CMU or Western. We can't have rivalries.
Right.
Just suck it up and root for them.
I'm not sure what I'd do in this situation, but I kind of admire your hardened stance and loyalty to your school. The best part of the video that you sent us was the fact that you were still sitting.
I'm not going to stand and applaud them.
You don't have to applaud, but you couldn't see what was going on. Yeah. You sat there.
I don't want to see what's going on. I would have walked
grumpy curmudgeon at 30.
How fun! What a fun thing to do.
Oh, it's very fun when the other
and your wife are sitting there cheering on the underdog. Yeah,
you could have just done the little
I don't do the state of Michigan. Look, it's one thing if it had been one of the other schools. But your big rival, you don't suspend the rivalry to give it up for them.
He was sitting in misery.
Yes.
So it was genuine. That's what I love about it. You're not putting on any act or charade here. You are hard lining against your rival.
I'm going to sit here and not cheer. I'm going to silent protest. It's a sit-in.
248-539-9797. Western Michigan wins the Frozen Four, wins the national championship.
I'm surprised you didn't come here today lighting them up like State or like Michigan fans do when Michigan State burns couches. Because Western set a bunch of couches on fire.
Did you post that video?
I did post it.
Okay, so anybody can go see it. Of everyone around him is up and cheering for little old Western Michigan and the Broncos. And there is Jim Costa, only took his arms from being crossed to uncrossed so that he could take a video of the moment, of his sorrow.
248-539-9797. I can't even believe I have to explain rivalries to people. You don't root for your rival. You're not happy when your rival wins a national title.
I'm not saying you had to root for him. I'm not saying you got to sit there and cheer him on and say, go Broncos. Those words should never come out of your mouth.
Right.
But to be the curmudgeon, I think that's the perfect term for you.
I think that's how Spartan fans would react if they were there and Michigan won it. I really do. You think Spartan fans, how would they have acted? Or vice versa. Flip it around. Michigan fans. MSU's got a good hockey team right now.
Yeah, but we have a hockey team. So, I mean, we can have a rivalry. You don't even have a hockey team.
But it's bigger than, it's not about one sport.
Oh, it's bigger than that.
Well, it is. You don't like Ohio State and anything they do, whether you have a sport in it or not. True?
Yeah, but it really only is for Ohio State. When Michigan State made the college football playoffs, I wasn't sitting there going, I hope they lose.
Why not?
Oh, because they were playing Alabama, and I didn't want Alabama to win. It was kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It was like watching Ohio State and Notre Dame for the national championship game. It's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place.
I think part of it, too, is, we've talked about this, the concept of hate watching.
Yeah.
You like to have a rooting interest in a game, and it's preferred that it's your team. But if it's not, it gives you some kind of juice to know you can root against somebody. And I had a team. Gave me something to root for.
Yeah, I guess I've never really been in that position. So
your teams always win.
No, we have teams that we can actually have the rivalry with. It's like Michigan has a hockey
program. You've never hate watched anybody. Never rooted against somebody in sports.
No, I've hate watched before.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I would talk about in football. I hate watched the Cowboys.
Sure, that's what I'm saying. So to have that, it gave me something to tap into. Otherwise, I'm just watching as a non-fan.
Yeah, but you were there as a non-fan.
Yeah, but you rally around something or someone.
There were 4 teams there that were not Central Michigan.
Yeah.
And I understand. Trust me, I get picking a favorite. And if it gets knocked out in the first round, you pick a second favorite. And your second favorite was the Boston Terriers.
248-539-9797. We got phone calls. We got ticket text. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank, and I think you should as well, with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to take the time to get to know you, ask you a bunch of questions, and then they're going to take your answers and build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. And they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
I don't like you, Greg. And I don't like
Well
Western
done.
Michigan. 97-1. We'll get the phone calls. You guys are waiting patiently. Western wins a national title. I witnessed it. It was my own
Hats off to the Broncos.
personal sports hell. Heather, you said you must have been miserable.
Yeah, it sounds like a really awful time for you.
They trailed for 0 minutes. They were the best team. They deserved to win, and I had to stomach all of it. I knew it was a possibility going in. I went because I like hockey. College hockey's cool. I got invited by the in-laws. Let's go. St. Louis, see the Arch, watch a Cardinals game, and watch college hockey. Why not? Cool event. Would love it to come back to Detroit. But I had to watch Western Michigan win it all. And I can't even believe I have to defend myself on this. People are like, dude, just root for the state, root for the little guy, root for the MAC, throw the rivalry away. Hold on. You know who wouldn't be rooting for Michigan? Gator. You know who wouldn't be rooting for Michigan? Valenti. You think Rico would?
That's your standard?
You think Rico would have stepped up and said, I'm going to root for the Wolverines here to win the national title? No, fans don't root for their rivals, period.
No, I wouldn't be rooting for Ohio State. And so my sports hell would have been Michigan loses to TCU and Ohio State is lining up for a field goal to beat Georgia to send themselves to a national championship. Now they ended up missing it, and I was elated. It saved part of the day.
I just got to ask you, Jim, did you ever have a thought, like, why is this happening to me? Like, seriously, like, I don't take sports matters to God, but, seriously, like, what did you do to deserve Western Michigan? You just happen to be going to this. You married into a college hockey family.
Yeah.
You go on a big trip, it's all good, and all of a sudden your rival's there, Western Michigan, and they've never made it, and then they win it.
Well, not only that, it's not like, they limped in, and like their fans took over the city. So everybody I saw on the street is wearing Western gear. You can't escape it. You're reminded constantly. They've got this "Let's Go Broncos" chant that's really catchy, and I'm sitting there going,
Did it kind of go with the same cadence as the Jared Goff chant?
No.
Let's go Broncos. Let's go Broncos.
No, it's more drawn out. It's like, I'm not going to finish this. Go fill in the blank. And it drones on and on and on, and they're winning and they're cheering and they're standing and they're winning and they win it all.
You sound like you might be a suspect for putting the wrong logo on the ice down there for Western. Did you hear about that?
It did happen.
You didn't do that, did you?
No, and how about this? They celebrate. Where do they skate when they win? Where do they go to celebrate? If you see the video I post?
That's your end.
They skate right to our end. Yes, why is this happening to me did cross my mind.
And everyone else is up cheering, and Jim Costa is as far back in his seat as he could possibly go. Arms crossed. I'm not going to smile.
Texter says, fire up chips, stick to your guns. It is a rivalry, whether others want to accept it or not. That's Dominic in a car. I'm with Jim, all for the rivalry. I'll never root for a Bronco to win anything. I hope they get food poisoning after celebrating their title. Josh in Hamtramck. Texter says, Jim, I'm an MSU grad. I'm 100% with you. I would have walked out before seeing Michigan celebrate a national title.
I guess we got to give it to you for sticking around.
Let's get to Joe.
Although the wife probably wouldn't let him leave.
Go wait out in the parking lot.
You're going to sit here and like it.
Joe, you're next up. What's up? You're on 97.1.
Fight, Broncos, fight. Fight with all your might. Western win this game. Oh, what a weekend, boys.
Where'd you watch the game at?
Are you one of those lunatics?
No. So I'm a 2015 grad. So, got a wife and kid at home now. So at home on the couch, fridge full of cold beer. But, man, it was a lot sweeter watching your videos online because we're here for all the Central tiers any day of the week.
You fed into it.
Oh my gosh! But I am with you though. Like, if roles were reversed and Central was in it, I would be hating like no other.
As I would expect
away from
you
that,
to.
You got to get a hockey team first.
Yeah, we're about a few decades behind. Anyway, Craig in Fowlerville. Good morning.
Let's go Broncos!
This guy.
Let's go Broncos! Costa, that was the best sports weekend of my life. And just to hear your misery this morning, which I love you, and Heather, I love you guys, but oh my gosh, this is just This is just a cherry on top. Love you, John. This is just a cherry on top of the most perfect weekend because this is a hockey team that was favored. Everyone's saying, "Oh, the little guy won. The little guy won." They did not. They were favored in every game.
They were a
except
1
the
seed.
Denver game on the betting line.
Yeah.
They were a 1 seed. They had beaten Denver 2 out of 3 times, make it 3 out of 4. And we just took out the belt to booty and had a great weekend. It was awesome. And hearing your misery is from a Chippewa, I mean, thank you for this gift, Costa. This is fantastic.
Craig, I don't like you very much. I don't like you very much.
So you got to play it off like it doesn't bother you. It's all right. Yeah. Hey, congratulations.
I can't do that. I told you guys off air. Leading up to it, I saw this as a possibility, and I did bet Western to win it all. It didn't matter. It didn't matter that I won a couple bucks on it. It softened the blow 0%.
Oh, you tried the reverse jinx. Is what you tried.
I got them 4-1 odds. Like, oh, this will help. I'll pad the wall. It did nothing for me. Didn't make a difference. Because I saw this coming like a train down the tracks. To his point, they were a very good team all season. They had beaten Denver 2 out of 3 before making the Frozen Four. They were a 30-win team. They didn't trail a single minute. Let's get to Casey in Birmingham. Casey, you're on 97.1.
Hey, Jim, I'm on your side. I mean, you never root for a rival. And to Jansen's point earlier, like, this is like showing up to a wedding and an ex that you didn't even know knew the people is at the wedding. And like, say you're a State fan and she shows up with Tom Brady on her arm. Like, this, like, you had no idea this was coming. And then it just, I could only imagine once they've made the Frozen Four, and you're dreading the trip from the very beginning, and then it just keeps getting worse every time they win. And yeah, you had to sit through all of it. But I mean, yeah, more power. You can't cheer for that. You can't.
No, and
I'm here for it.
And the way they win too, like, they gave me a little bit of hope because the first game they nearly blew it. They're up 2-0. They give up 2. We're going to double OT. I got Denver. I got the reigning champs. We can put an end to this now. But Western wins. And now I got to do the psychology. Oh, it just sets them up for a bigger heartbreak. All it's going to do is sucker all these Western fans.
I'm going to put some money. I'm going to hedge my bet. I'm going to put some money on the Broncos.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that against your fandom to begin with, to actually bet on your rival?
I'm doing everything I could, John. Everything I could to not see that happen. Joel in Harrison Township, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing?
What's up?
So I'm a Western Michigan Bronco fan. I graduated in 2018, and I really just wanted to call and express my support for this team. It's a great season to watch, and what a great game on Saturday night. I was with some fellow Broncos myself, and, we just had a good time. Regarding rooting for your rival, I'd say it's okay in some situations if Michigan team is one of the only teams in the tournament. But that's just me personally, and go Broncos.
So you raise an interesting question. You won't root for your rival, but you'll bet on your rival?
I don't think it's kosher. It's not something I would recommend. I was a desperate man, John. I was at a low point.
So in desperation, you throw all loyalties out and say, I'm only loyal to me. I'm going to bet on this team.
I'm definitely trying to reverse jinx, soften the blow.
Or you just knew they were going to win and you wanted to make a few bucks.
I did not know. Well, I did not know they were going to win. I was trying to soften the blow.
Won't root, but you'll bet.
So there's different types of fans. And Heather, we were talking about this when the mics were off. You would consider yourself a more casual sports fan.
For sure.
And
yeah, I think I would. I think everyone else would also say that about me.
So you're more in the root for the state of Michigan.
Well, yeah, okay, it's different because Central doesn't have a hockey team. It does change things a little bit. But let's say it was a game between Michigan State and Michigan. I'm not going to root for Michigan.
Right.
I'm not ever going to stand up and cheer them on. But at the end of the day,
head to head.
Yeah, but if State is not playing in a game and Michigan is, at the end of the day, I'll be like, you know what? Good for Michigan. But I'm not going to stand up and cheer them on and hope they win. But if they win, then I would probably say,
do you have a friend? And or an acquaintance, or let's just say a friend who went to Western Michigan.
I don't think so. I know people who...
See, I think that's part of the difference is, for Heather and I, she's obviously cheering for Michigan State. I'm cheering for Michigan. But I can be happy for Heather. I can be happy for Gator, even though I know it's not reciprocal. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
But if I'm not in the game,
right.
then I can be happy for some friends. I have Spartan
that's
friends.
Where it's different.
Not
Like,
many.
yeah.
I just think it's the
Keep
difference.
your enemies close.
Uh-oh. Look out.
Yeah.
I just think the hardened sports fan, and I'm not saying anyone's better or worse than anybody, but I think the hardened sports fan has a harder time rooting for their rival. It's why I cited like big Spartan fans on the station. I don't think they would do at least an in-state team won it. I don't think they would feel that way. You know, whether it's a Gator or a Rico or a Valeni, I don't think they would. And John, as a Michigan fan, I don't think you'd root or even feel even a little okay if the state of Michigan won and it was green and white.
No, but there are times where I would be happy to see my friends happy.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I bumped into some Western fans. I did radio on the other side of the state who had been still listen to this show and have listened even going back to then. And they came up and hey, what's going on? They're giving me a hard time. And I said, I'd wish you good luck, but I'd be lying to you. I can't do it.
I mean, I understand the rivalries. Trust me, I understand it.
Anyway, we got a lot still to do today. We got Masters. You bet on them. Are you hung up on that? Does that?
I think it just changed the equation a little bit.
Okay. You think
it does for me because I'm not an avid bettor, and so I don't know that I would ever, if push came to shove and they said, "Hey, you're going to have to, bet on Michigan State to win or Ohio State to win." I don't think I could ever do that. But you bet on the Broncos to win.
I would ask if you think less of me, but I don't want the answer. And I think I know the answer. We'll get to the Masters coverage. Rory, gripping television. Were you rooting for the guy? Are you happy for the guy? I know a lot of you don't like Rory, and now he sheds that choker label. We'll talk about the Tigers. A big weekend for them. They continue this dream start. It's 97-1. You hate going to the dentist almost as much as I hate watching Western Michigan win a national championship. But it doesn't have to be that way. Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. Whether it's been a while or even if you have a couple cavities, life gets in the way. You haven't been to the dentist. It doesn't have to be stressful getting back to the office. Brightside Dental, $35 new patient special. It covers exams and x-rays. 9 Metro Detroit locations means one's right around the corner from you. So make an appointment. Get back in a routine. Trust me, a root canal couldn't be any worse than watching what I watched over the weekend. 1-800-PAINLESS, brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. I'll get to the Masters, get to the Tigers, get to the news with Heather. What's going on?
Well, we've been talking a lot about Western's big national title, and while you, Jim, weren't rooting them on, Western and Michigan, yes. And while Jim wasn't rooting for them or celebrating, obviously, a lot of students on campus were, so they made up for it, right? There was loud music, there was firecrackers, there was cheers, and of course, there were couch fires as well.
I don't understand this. Now, I understand
the couch fires
in college towns, like there's a whole lot of couches that should just be burned.
Oh, yes. Lots of them.
To disinfect them for nothing else.
This the form of celebration? I don't get it.
Yeah, not my thing, but I've definitely witnessed them. I mean, I've seen them at
Michigan
State when I went there.
Yeah, we've had them in Ann Arbor. I don't understand the concept of, hey, we won. Let's go set the couch on fire.
To some, though, it sounds awesome. Get the guys. Let's bring it to the curb. Let's bring it out by the frat house. Woohoo!
I guess it's their way of firing up.
Fire!
I don't
Flames! Know. Yeah, just alcohol. Woo! It's all good. It's all fun.
Wonder if you can jump over it.
Oh, well, that's just
Evil Knievel.
Yeah.
Let's go.
The coach, obviously, very excited, celebrating in his own way, probably not with couch fires, but we'll be celebrating with some bonuses, right? So he's going to receive $200,000 in bonuses after this great season, including $25,000 for making the program's first Frozen Four, another $25,000 for making the national championship, and another $50,000 for winning the program's first national championship. So he's collected a ton of money already. He's making a lot. This year he made $320,000 per year. That was his base salary. He signed an extension, and next year he's going to be making $420,000. So good for him, right?
He earned it.
Right, Jim?
He earned it.
Good for him.
Not going to go that far. He earned it.
All right. Sad story here. Former LSU wide receiver Kyron Lacey has died at the age of 24 by suicide, right? So his death... here, I didn't know the guy. I don't know much about him, but reading his story, it's very shocking. It's very, very sad all around. So he was facing some really challenging legal issues stemming from a fatal car accident that he was involved in. An accident that caused the death of a 78-year-old man. He was facing a lot of different charges, right? Negligent homicide, felony hit and run, reckless operation of a vehicle, leaving the scene of a crime without notifying officers. And the day he took his life the day before this grand jury was set to start hearing evidence about this car crash. It's just really, really sad, right? And a great football player too, right? Weeks before the draft, and
a lot of promise.
Right.
At one point, he was ranked as a top 5 or 6 receiver in this upcoming draft, and I know he dropped off of some draft boards because
of the crash, right? Yeah.
But every detail of the story is worse the more you read.
Oh my gosh.
It spirals because you see young man takes his life, but then you read like
the details of it,
all of it, and it's hard to put yourself in his shoes. Did he think his whole life was coming to an end, and he felt like he had no other choice? I mean, those are people you need to.
Yeah, and his dad posted a really, really emotional post about that as well, just to try for young parents as soon as you can, let your kids know that you can talk to me. I am safe. This is a comfortable place. I hope that you can open up. Because he said, he'd ask how his son was doing and don't take the I'm all right as an answer. Like if you know something's wrong, try to dig a little deeper. Really, really sad. An Astros fan was relocated to a different seat after ripping a baseball out of Mike Trout's glove on a foul ball that went into the first row of the right field seats. So this was during the second inning of the Angels' win over the Astros, right? And Trout raced, he leapt, he extended his arm to try to grab this ball into the stands, and basically it was like simultaneously, right? Like it's like he made the catch, and at the same time this fan was there to grab the ball right out of his glove. The fan was immediately basically escorted from his seat, and his young son was there, left with the team security in the seats. The fan, who seemed shocked by the aftermath, said he didn't really realize that he didn't really know what was going on. They didn't realize the ball was still in play, and he says he was just trying to protect his son. Like the ball was coming right towards his son's face, and he said
I haven't seen the video. Do you buy that? Was he going for the ball?
I kind of do buy it. Trout even said that this guy was very apologetic, and after the game, met with this guy and his son, signed the baseball, gave the son a bat, took a photo.
When you see it replayed and in slow motion, like you can almost see him want to give the ball back to Trout in the moment. It's like kind of like, oh my gosh, I can't believe what I just did.
It does look like maybe he didn't quite He definitely didn't understand the like what he was,
it was like
the gravity of the
instinctively.
issue. Yeah,
Okay.
It was just kind of what he did. But anyway, he's
my initial thought was
going viral.
that he would be kicked out of the game, but he wasn't kicked out of the game. So
No, he's just relocated. Just moved to a different seat. Yeah. This sounds like a nightmare. Hundreds of Delta passengers were forced to spend the night on a tarmac after their planes were diverted to an airport in Alabama with no customs to process them. So there was about 300 passengers on 2 different flights from Mexico. One was from Mexico City, the other was from Cabo, and they were flying home trying to go to Atlanta. But there was a big storm, caused the airport in Atlanta to kind of shut down. So they had to they flew around for a while in the air, and then, you know what, we're going to land in Alabama. Well, they landed there, no customs or border protection, so they couldn't process any of the passengers. And then I guess the pilots and crew had reached their maximum allowed hours for the night, and these passengers had to wait it out on the tarmac. I don't get exactly why there. So what was supposed to be about a 3.5-hour flight ended up being almost 20 hours.
Oh,
wow.
What if you had a little kid? I keep thinking of the time I was delayed with Emily when she was a baby and how awful that was to be stuck on it. We couldn't get off the plane, and Emily was under 2. She was we had her as a lap seat. I can't imagine being stuck on that plane with a little one.
Yeah.
Oh, what a nightmare.
Terrible. All right, Heather with the news. News over the weekend.
He has no idea.
No, he does not.
Enlighten me. We had the Masters over the weekend. John, you're not a big golf guy. And I'm not judging you because I'm not a big golf guy. But you and me and just about everybody else found themselves on the couch on Sunday watching Rory, for better or worse, a roller coaster round. Watching the emotions on his face. You could feel them through the TV screen as Rory is simultaneously experiencing triumph and tragedy on a shot-by-shot basis. Not a hole-by-hole basis. Shot by shot. Oh, he's in the sand. Now he's on the green. Now it's an easy putt. Oh, he whiffed the putt. John, as you watched Rory, were you rooting for him? Because I know he has a complicated perception with golf fans. Because some think, well, he took the stand against Liv, but he's also been kind of snooty, and he also wouldn't do media when he loses, and he's kind of seen as this whiner, choker. Did you want to see him win? Were you rooting for Rory through all of it?
So I don't carry all that baggage because I don't follow golf as nearly as close as anybody else. And my son, Jack, got a new set of clubs. He's into golf. He's been out 3 or 4 times already. And so I'm watching it somewhat with him, but also because of the story that is Rory, the story that is Bryson DeChambeau, and everybody else that was in it on the final round. I was excited for him because of the rareness of the feat that he was about trying to accomplish. One, the Masters, right? Sure. And just it was a perfect weather weekend for the Masters. And anytime you saw the aerial photos, any of the images or the videos, or you watched it, it was unbelievable how pristine that course is. And then on top of that, it was Rory McIlroy. It was the one that he hadn't been able to win. He had a 4-shot lead prior and lost it in the final round. All of these different storylines. So, yeah, I was happy for him. It's kind of more happy that it actually came down to a playoff hole. And because Justin Rose finished, about 25 to 30 minutes before.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Bryson DeChambeau and Rory McIlroy got to 18. And then they showed video of him staying loose on the driving range, or whatever they call that. I forget what I was supposed to say there.
The practice facility.
The practice facility, yes. The tournament practice.
With the patrons standing by, yeah.
And so I was really just hoping for some drama at the end. And boy, did Rory provide some drama, because second shot on 18 goes into the bunker, and then he hits a great shot out of the bunker, and all he has to do is make a putt, and he pulls it.
But it was the whole round, right? So he starts, and it's him versus Bryson.
Yeah.
Versus, this talk about a guy who's rehabbed his image, this likable golfer in Bryson DeChambeau. So I imagine a lot of people were rooting for that, and Rory's going to choke. And you got your story 2 holes in. Rory had already lost the lead 2 shots into the final round. But Bryson is the one that faded. And Rory rallied, only to then get set back again on the second 9 at the Masters. And it's Justin Rose who forces him to win it. It's not like he could win by default. Rory still had to win it. He had chances to sink putts and he whiffed and he waffled but then he had one more chance. And John, his playoff hole was near perfection, right?
Yeah.
That was near perfection from him, and it got to happen. I thought he was going to lose. When you go to a playoff and you have that reputation and you had your chance on 18 and you had your chances all day and you had your chances all weekend, we're going to see yet another Rory choke. But he was nearly perfect on the playoff hole, and he takes down that narrative. If you're a sports fan and you don't have anything personally against Rory, I think you find yourself rooting for that, for a guy to get monkey off his back, for him to have his moment of triumph, to see a career grand slam. We haven't seen that, but 6 times ever? And in our lifetime, John, it's Jack Tiger and now Rory.
Yeah. And going into it, I was rooting for Scottie Scheffler. I wanted to see him get back-to-back, and especially after, I heard what his Champions Dinner was going to be. I mean, he hit it out of the park on that one. But I just something about Scottie Scheffler that I like. And then even in the final round, Bryson DeChambeau. I know a lot of people, talk about his demeanor early in his career and his perception, but when Stoney and I had a chance to talk to him, he couldn't have been nicer and more of a normal guy.
He's, I think, rehabbed his image. It's a lot of the stuff he's done to be transparent, YouTube channel, likable, relatable, have a beer with, golf guy. And he was paired up with Rory for the final day. And Rory's a known choker. But he sheds that label. So it's a couple questions. It's for golf guys out there. What did that mean? Were you rooting for Rory? And even if you're not a golf guy, because John, you and I aren't huge golf guys, it does beg the question, who's next? Rory got the monkey off his back. Who's next in sports? The guy who's so good, but his reputation is he just can't finish. It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all these great moments that we're talking about is at Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games and moments at a viewing experience built for us, the sports fan. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Jim Nantz, CBS, the Masters. Golf claps all around. The triumph of Rory McIlroy. The story, one of the great finishes in Masters history. And you don't have to be a golf fan to get swept up in yesterday. John, you and I are not golf guys. Casual at best. But Sunday at the Masters, with Rory going through the full range of emotions, the anguish on his face, is he going to blow it again? Is he going to finally get it done? It takes a playoff, and it takes one of his best performances on that playoff hole to cement a career Grand Slam. We asked the question, were you rooting for it? And there's a lot of people that don't like Rory on the ticket text. John, we don't have that baggage because we're not big golf guys, I guess. Like, we just like the cool sports story.
Well, and everybody that I talked to leading up to the Masters, even through a couple of rounds, who you rooting for? And so many people said Rory McIlroy. And I just, take my cues from a lot of people around me. And obviously my son wanted to see Rory win it, and he wanted to see all the drama at the end, but he was invested in it. And so I know a lot of it goes back to Liv and whether, his comments about the guys that took the money, about staying with the PGA, all those things. I don't care. To me, that was a non-issue. I could understand both sides, and I didn't really care about either side.
So is it that he came out like elitist, or he came out looking like sanctimonious?
Yeah, taking the high road, and it's his right to take the high road. I don't care.
I didn't know that everybody loved to live golfers. I thought it was kind of a mixed bag, but Rory has become the face of the sanctimonious golfer, maybe. A texter says, I'm not happy for him. He hit some incredibly clutch shots, but he's an unlikable whiner. From the live bitching to not shaking other players' hands when he loses, ripping a phone out of a kid's hand and getting a kid kicked out of a tournament a couple weeks ago, he's just not a likable guy. Texter says he didn't shed the label. If anything, it made me see how much of a choker he really is. If he wasn't a choker, he would have won by at least 5 strokes. Signed Chad.
Whoa. That's the dumbest text I've ever heard. He won. He didn't choke. He won.
Forever a champion. He blew a couple of chances to win it earlier, but he still won.
If you can't see for what happened yesterday, in real time, we were watching him battle his choke.
Yeah.
The demons.
Yes, it was back and forth. And the emotion after the 7-8 minutes of walking off the course, they finally had to shoo him in to get the scorecard and get the Butler cabin thing rolling because he was just raw emotion about what it meant for him.
I couldn't help but root for the guy. And I've, mocked him for being a choker because, we fly in and parachute in for the majors and the guys come up short so many times at the Masters. It's he's been an easy punching bag. But you're not a human being if you don't watch this guy go through that. The raw, real emotions and not be like, I'm happy for that guy. I'm happy this is no longer going to be, hanging over his head.
We were kind of in the midst of seeing his legacy being tarnished.
Again,
in terms of, a lot of people think he's the best golfer since Tiger. I think there's some debates to be had there, but I think yesterday getting that Grand Slam kind of cemented it. And now that he got this is certainly burdening him, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now that that's gone,
does it free him up?
He's only 35 still.
Could he get stack a couple more majors and
second win?
Yeah, make a go with this. The other question we asked you was, who's the guy that's got to get over the hump in sports now? Rory did it. John?
Well, I think the clear one is Lamar Jackson.
Oh yeah,
I mean, double MVP. Only been to the AFC Championship game one time. Only scored a touchdown when he got there.
Playoff choker.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to be able to win the big ones when it matters. And he's looked great.
Why him over Josh Allen? I agree with you, but I'm curious why you went this way.
Well, it's probably just two MVP. Do I think Josh Allen's a better quarterback now? Sure.
Yeah.
Throughout the course of his career, I'd probably have to give the edge still to Lamar Jackson. I mean, he's got the 2 MVPs.
Lamar's the only quarterback. We looked this up earlier. If I missed someone, apologies. Lamar is the only quarterback with 2 MVPs and no Super Bowl. Yeah, everybody else who's won multiple Super Bowls has won at least 1 Super Bowl. So, yeah, he's the obvious guy to cement his legacy.
Multiple MVPs. You said multiple Super Bowls, has only won a Super Bowl.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
yes.
No, yeah. I think we all know.
Yes, you got what I'm saying. So Lamar, maybe to another lesser degree, Josh Allen, maybe he enters that conversation here moving forward if he continues to be snake-bitten and can't get it done.
I think Joe Burrow's got to be in that conversation a little bit, even though he's still on the younger side of that, but he went to a Super Bowl, didn't win it, and hasn't been able to get back to another Super Bowl. And I would throw one of the Detroit Lions on there. Jared Goff.
Okay.
The knock on him is that he can't win the big one. Like he's good, but he can't win the big one. He was there with the Rams.
That's what Jeremiah in Highland says. He says Goff has the biggest monkey on his back. He was traded to Detroit because the lack of confidence that he could be the guy to win it all.
Mm-hmm. And then the quarterback that they traded for, who happened to be here, wins a Super Bowl with him.
What was his name again?
I don't remember.
Who knows? In hockey, Connor McDavid. I mean, he'll go down as one of the 10 best players of all time. All the other guys in the top 10 won a Stanley Cup. He's a 3-time MVP. I think Connor McDavid's probably on the short list here.
Yeah.
In hockey, he's the obvious one. In basketball?
Well, I mean, guys that aren't playing anymore.
No, but like active could still get over the hump, need to get over the hump.
Chris Paul is probably the oldest one,
run out
but
of
nobody
time.
really cares.
Tatum just got it done.
Mm-hmm.
Luka
would be on that. I mean, now especially now that he's with the Lakers.
Yeah, the pressure's going to mount there. He's good enough where his legacy's going to get defined by can he get it done in that big spot. Baseball, Trout.
Yeah, I would say.
But kind of like CP3 in the sense that like the window's, it's over.
I don't know if the window's over. I mean,
unless he gets traded somewhere else and gets one last hurrah, the Angels aren't.
Okay, if we're going to celebrate the Tigers being in first place, so are the Angels.
Apologies to all of our Anaheim listeners. I don't think they're going to make a run this year, John. Do you?
I'm not saying that they're not.
Okay.
I don't think that they will.
What about Judge? Judge, another one of these guys, couple MVPs,
Certainly.
big-time slugger, Bronx Bomber.
It feels a little bit different in baseball because you need so many more components.
Yeah.
You rely on so many things.
You go 4 for 4, your team loses.
Yeah.
What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
Hit 4 home runs?
Yeah, well, it would help if he did.
Right. 248-539-9797. If you want to talk Rory, if you were rooting for him, against him, and other athletes that need to get over the hump. Mention the Tigers, John. Our first place Detroit Tigers.
Say that again?
Our first place Detroit Tigers. John, it's a dream start. We'll get to it next. 97.1. How about these Tigers, John?
How about them?
2 or 3 over the weekend, 4 straight series wins. They sit in first place. This is a dream start.
It's remarkable.
This is about as good as it could have gone. I mean, you could win every game, but understanding you're going to drop a game here or there, 4 straight series wins, and it's not just Torkelson. He's the biggest surprise. Hit another 2 home runs over the weekend.
You want to know what the biggest surprise is?
What's the biggest surprise?
The biggest surprise is if I had told you before the season that the leader for the OPS, batting average, home runs, RBI, on-base percentage, hits, WAR, would be Spencer Torkelson, If I told you that before the season, you would have, along with everyone else, would have laughed me out of the building.
You fall out of your chair. There's no way. He is the obvious headline biggest surprise for this baseball team. He has hit 5 home runs in like 15 games. He didn't hit 5 home runs until August 22nd last year. He's mashing middle fastballs. He's getting his pitches, and he's doing damage with it. He looks like a completely different person. He's their biggest surprise. You get jolts from him and Mize, a couple number 1 overall picks. But, John, it's everybody contributing. Mm-hmm. It's Dingler, who is a backup catcher when the season begins. He's mashing. It's Kerry Carpenter against lefties and righties. How about that? It's your 26-man Zach McKinstry, who the question was, could he hit his weight? I get it. He can play a bunch of positions, but can he help this team? Emphatically, yes. Yeah. He's been one of their best bats this season as a fringe roster guy. Job, that's a rookie pitcher. You're not supposed to get this out of a rookie pitcher. They're getting contributions up and down the lineup. Malloy wasn't on the team to start the season. He's contributing. Javier Baez left for dead.
Mm-hmm.
John, everybody's pitching in for this team. It's a dream start.
And this is in the middle of no Parker Meadows and no Matt Vierling. We started the season and no one, Scott Harris even mentioned, I've never seen one position get this hit hard with injuries.
Yeah.
And they've even lost a couple of games because you couldn't make plays in the outfield that needed to be made. You couldn't make plays at second base that needed to be made, and they have found a way to overcome.
The biggest surprise that's not Torque, what is it?
Well, you've already mentioned it. For me, it's Dylan Dingler. The fact that we knew Jake Rogers, and we've already seen him pick off a couple of guys, and we know that he was the catcher for Tarek Skubal all last year. He's the experienced signal caller catching these pitchers. And now that he's on the 10-day DL, and even before that, when Dylan Dingler would step in, he would play well. And now he's getting more time. And when Jake comes back, it's not like Jake's going to be sent away or done anything. Like, he's still very valuable. But when it's not Tarek Skubal and it's one of the other 4, who is going to be the catcher for a majority of those? Not all of them, but for a majority of those. If Dylan Dingler continues to hit the way he's hitting, he's got to be in the lineup.
It worked out because people were saying they need more of him. Rogers goes down. You're going to see a lot of him. And he stepped into a huge role on this team, not just at the plate, but managing this staff, this bullpen that's one of the best in baseball. Dingler's been a pleasant surprise. And the team's chock full of them. So let us know. 248-539-9797. If we say the biggest surprise, you're all going to say Torkelson. So let's exclude Torque. The biggest non-Torque surprise for this baseball team. 248-539-9797. My biggest surprise is that I don't have anything to complain about. And you know me, John. I'm a bit of a complainer.
Now you're going to complain about not being able to complain?
No, I'm happy I don't have anything to complain about. And I'd fight someone who wants to complain about this baseball team today. If you call in and want to tell me that you're concerned about Riley Green, I'm not. Guy was an all-star. He's going to be just fine. You want to tell me Colt Keith hasn't been doing it for you? Well, it's a good thing Gleyber Torres is healthy. They don't ask him to play second base every day. Well, he's got to hit. He's drawing walks, and if he doesn't hit, Justin Henry Malloy can DH. We've seen that. This team does not have something to complain about. Oh, Ken Amaye. Everybody needs a janitor, the cleanup crew, someone at the end of a game where you're already losing. I'm not going to lose sleep over that. John, I'm most surprised that a team with all these questions and injuries and concerns and in a wide-open division, there's nothing to complain about. It's awesome. They are in, words matter, the driver's seat to win this division. Long way to go, but they're in the driver's seat to win this division. There is nothing to complain about with the Tigers. Embrace that.
And here's the other thing. You talk about position versatility. We saw chaos from the pitching staff last year, and A.J. Hinch mixing, matching, trying to get the most out that he could, and he certainly did. But now when you have Javier Baez playing not just short but third, and then going to center field, and you've got other guys that are stepping in to perform at positions that they don't normally position, or against pitchers that they aren't asked to hit against, To me, that's the biggest story.
Yeah, how am I supposed to complain if Javier's competing like this? Nobody saw this coming from him. If he's going to give him something, there's nothing to complain about with this baseball team.
And even if it's just enough to get through until Vierling comes back.
Great.
Or just enough to get through until Vierling and Meadows are back. Or then all of a sudden, maybe he is consistent this year. Torque is consistent. Riley Green gets back on the horse. Now all of a sudden, you're looking at a lineup that could be a formidable lineup for any other pitching staff to have to face.
Which is not the way they were winning last year. They were scratching and scrapping.
So last year, even when they were in the midst of that great postseason run, doing something that was historic, it was all about the pitching matchups and minimizing hits, runs from other teams. This is a little bit different. They're doing that from the pitching staff, but it's also a fun team to watch because you have some power. They're tied for 7th right now in home runs. You have some power. You have some offense. You're not looking at a bunch of 2-1 games or 1-0 wins or losses. Like, it's a fun team to watch. And you better watch all the way to the end because the 9th inning, they're not going to quit.
No, comeback wins.
And near comeback wins.
And near comeback wins, too. Most surprising part of this start, besides Torkelson, and we can continue to hype up Torque because it is such a great story, but it's one of many on this baseball team. 248-539-9797.
When we have AJ on next.
This week or next, whatever it is.
I really want to ask him about, we'll have to use his real name because he may not know who we're talking about. But what's different for this version now known as Javier Baez? What is different? And I don't know. I mean, is it the surgery? Did he get glasses that he hasn't talked to anybody about?
Some kind of LASIK procedure?
I'm like, why is he being successful now? And how do you keep it going? How do you make him a consistent contributor?
John, I don't know if you had this yourself or you saw it with teammates. Do some guys respond better when the team's winning? Like, they themselves aren't a catalyst. Like, Javi's not going to dig you out of this. But is he someone who plays freer, looser, confident because the team's winning? Like, I hate to call him like a front-running ball player, but are there guys like that in sports?
Oh, there certainly are. And so when Javi came in to pinch hit late in the game, right? Why do you put him in there? Because he's got the confidence like nobody else, even though he's struggled historically here in Detroit. And the first ball that he swings at, you could tell he's swinging for the fences.
Yeah.
And so when you are on a team that is struggling and you have guys that want to be the man, they just can't be. They keep trying to be the man.
You're pressing.
And he's pressing, and he was trying to be that's why I'm not so concerned about Colt Keith is, even though he has struggled at the plate, he's still being very selective in the pitches that he swings at. Like, he's not trying to press and swing outside the zone.
Well, when the collective approach draws more pitches from the pitcher, works taxes the other arms, everybody benefits, and it becomes infectious. And I think Javi's benefiting from that infectious energy around this baseball team. Ticket texters, 248-539-9797. The most surprising player to me is Baez, and I beat him up all last year.
Oh, we've beat him up for a number of years.
You're not alone on that. Without a doubt, the biggest surprise, Casey Mize. And if I'm looking to be negative, it would be Colt Keith. Where are you at with him?
I'm frustrated. But, I mean, he showed last year that he can hit Major League Baseball, Major League pitching. So I think he's going to come around. I just don't want it to take any longer.
It is the entire team. On Friday, top of the lineup went over. The bottom stepped up. On Saturday, the opposite. That's a true next man up, got your back team. Signed, Jeff. I love how Riley Green never gets discussed as an issue, like other players who always get discussed as an issue. Tony Clark went to an All-Star game as well, signed Riley. I'm very hesitant to panic on one of the bright spots for the last several seasons in Riley Green.
He's built up a little more cachet.
Yeah.
And a little more trust.
If he's striking out one of every 2 at-bats into June, yeah, there's going to be a real concern here. I don't think that's going to sustain even throughout this month, right? I mean, you even look at the Seattle series. Like, he was dynamic in the Seattle series. And, I mean, cooled off against Minnesota, but I still see him as a guy that's going to be consistent. 248-539-9797. The Tigers off to a dream start. It's 97-1. Pistons would lose in OT. Didn't really matter. They knew they were playing the Knicks. Team acted accordingly, resting guys. John, we know that game 1 is Saturday night at the Garden. ESPN, 6 o'clock on Saturday.
That's going to be awesome.
You don't have to pick between the Tigers and the Pistons.
Dodge that bullet.
I'm happy Stoney gave you a hard time about that. Come on, it's playoff basketball, John.
Yeah. Okay.
And by the way, an opponent, I like the draw. We had talked about this. Do you want the Knicks? I wanted the Knicks. This is a good matchup for the Pistons.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, we all know it's the Knicks now. I was hoping for Indiana, but maybe down the road.
We've got all week to kind of tee this up. Just give me a second here because I looked up some numbers that have me giddy to play this New York Knicks team. They are ripe for an upset. I know people are going to get nervous. I just want to say nice things about our basketball team.
Okay.
And I want to share why I feel so good. The Knicks are ripe for an upset. 15-23 against teams with winning records. That's the worst of any team with home court in the NBA. The Knicks are 10-20 against top 10 defenses, of which the Pistons are. And the Knicks, if you just look at them against playoff teams with top 10 defenses, not play-in, but playoff teams with top 10 defenses, the New York Knicks went 3-15 this season. They are who you want to play. The Pistons will have the best player in this series. Brunson's not 100%, and I'd rather have Cade. Give me defense. Give me Cade. Give me a Knicks team right for the upset.
It's all right there. I mean, you mapped it out.
It's there.
Everything but a guarantee.
We only know game 1, Saturday night.
Yep.
At the Garden. We'll figure out games as we go. We're new to this, right? The Pistons haven't been in the playoffs in a few years.
Yeah.
Now with the play-in,
I understand it more now. Yes, the play-in tournament.
For TV purposes, what the other matchups are.
Once we get to Saturday, hopefully we'll know what 2, 3, and 4 are. We know where they're going to be, but we'll know actually when they're going to happen.
I actually just confirmed like 5-10 minutes ago that we will not know until after Friday night's playing games when the rest of the schedule is.
That makes sense.
Because in my brain, you do. I know the NBA doesn't like this. You just do Saturday, Sunday in New York, off day. Tom's shaking his head. No, we got to milk this. We got to drag this thing out. I know.
The first round could go as long, I think, as 2 weeks.
So
like a game series. 7 would be like the almost 2 weeks away, Friday or Saturday, something like that.
Wow.
It's painful.
May.
We got a couple ticket texts on the Tigers. Wrap up the convo with this. We asked you guys the biggest surprise not named Spencer Torkelson.
Mm-hmm.
And mine was that I have nothing to complain about. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. You highlighted Dylan Dingler, who's been great. Ticket Texter says Javi Baez, not an all-star, but contributing more than we expected. McKinstry getting some love. Excellent all season. Huge surprise based on minimal expectations. Casey Mize, the biggest surprise. Yes, he was 1-1, but he was completely written off. What is this Javier Baez thing? Is this a you guys thing?
No, that would be Keegan-Michael Keys. And Javi Baez was no good. And you got the drop. I mean, this is...
He did a Tigers lineup.
Yeah.
Where he gave him all the names like the Aaron skit he's famous for.
He's a completely different player. So we're just going to call him by a completely different name. We all know who we're talking about. It's Javier Baez.
Javier Baez. My only complaint is Colt Keith, who hasn't hit a ball hard all year. He and Green can't hit anything. Those two in the heart of the order are killing us. Could be even better.
Could be better, yes. Always could be better.
That game or two that Colt Keith you could point to. They don't have to play him at second base with Torres back. They don't have to DH him if he doesn't hit. They've got bats right now that have stepped up. And I don't think this is going to be a season-long slump for Riley Green. I think he's in the midst of a really ugly slump right now with all the strikeouts, but he's an all-star, and I'm not going to hit the panic button.
Yeah, but just think how, it could be better. But those better days could be in the coming weeks.
Right.
If those guys that are performing now still perform, and you add Riley Green performing better, and you add Veerling to this lineup. I mean, yes, you're 9-6 through 15. You're in the driver's seat of the division, and it could be better.
Yeah, Ticket Texter says they have a mission. Get to 10-15 over 500, cruise in the driver's seat. Wouldn't be surprised if they get 20 games over. Love this team on the Ticket Text. Texter says Dylan Dingler's going to be a star. He's playing great so far. Baez, the biggest surprise. One more ticket text says, would Jim still be happy for Rory if he went to Western Michigan? No. Heather with the news.
Well, right now I'm watching the live stream of Blue Origin's first all-woman flight crew that's about to head into outer space at any single moment.
Oh, wow.
Katy Perry, Gail King, Lauren Sanchez are among the women that are going to fly up, or I guess you could say they're going to go into space. It's about an 11-minute flight. They're going to have several minutes of weightlessness. Other celebrities have done it, like Michael Strahan, William Shatner. Like other people have done this, so they're about to do this too. I guess you could say like the edge of space. But
Who
whatever.
else is in this? Is Oprah in there?
No, but Oprah was just doing an interview, of course. Yes. Oprah's not going up there, though. There's a former NASA scientist, a civil rights activist, a movie producer as well that's going up. Did I say that 11-minute flight?
Yeah, you said 11 minutes.
Yeah.
Which billionaire's fun? This is
Jeff Bezos.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
They all do this.
Yeah, so this is the 11th, I guess, human flight, the Blue Origin flight, so...
How long it's 11 minutes
11
to get
minutes
up? How long
and
do you
down.
stay? Oh, the whole thing's
11 minutes. That's how I'm taking it. The flight will last 11 minutes. You get a couple minutes of weightlessness.
So guys everyone want to know, is that a long time?
William Shatner was in tears. He said it was so profound that it was life-changing, the experience. I'm just...
Set the standard at 11 minutes.
So, yeah. Anyway.
Enough to get up and get down.
Would you do this, you guys, if you had the opportunity?
Hell yeah.
Right now, today, would you do this right now on the 11th Blue Origin flight? No, I'm a big no.
Really?
I don't even like flying in airplanes.
Yeah, but you went skydiving, right?
I did. I jumped out of one. I jumped off a bridge.
This seems a little bit easier than jumping out of an airplane.
Look, I wouldn't want to be in space for 6 months.
It does? So many people have jumped out of an airplane. Not a lot of people have flown in this aircraft.
Cool. Do you think it's
unsafe? It makes it scary to me. Yeah, and also if it were to explode or crash, it's...
Well, yes,
that's a
tough way to go.
It's terminal.
I mean, so would jumping out of a plane and crashing to the ground.
Yes, it seems terminal.
That's no fun either. But this seems worse if I had to choose.
Well, it's probably pretty quick, right?
If it goes,
that's true.
If it goes boom while you're up there, you didn't really know. If your parachute doesn't open,
you got to sit with that.
Anyway, I would say no. Yeah, I would need it to be this be a thing for a long time.
Longer,
I need a lot of people to do this over and over and over.
And a hell of a sponsor.
I just...
She needs a reason, not just a place.
I think it would be amazing, and I would love to experience it and see the world from outer space and experience weightlessness. Yeah. That would be awesome. I'm too chicken.
Okay.
At this point.
To each their own.
That's
nothing wrong with that.
At 11 minutes, I think the woman asked, did we even get in space?
Boy.
Switching gears, guys. So to a sad story. Former LSU wide receiver Kyron Lacey tragically passed away this weekend at the age of just 24 years old. Police say that Lacey died in this apparent suicide. He was in his car while he was actually being pursued by authorities. So they say police responded to a call from one of his family members who said that he fired a gun during an argument. This was late Saturday night, and then he fled the scene. So police were trying to find his vehicle, which they did. They attempted to pull him over, and that's when his vehicle crashed. Police say that he died from what appears to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. While we may never know exactly why, right? We do know that he was facing some criminal charges stemming from a fatal car accident that he was involved in, allegedly caused last year.
Did you see it was Lions cornerback Kamik Robertson, also went to LSU, posted a text conversation with Kyron Lacey, had to be fairly recently, trying to offer encouragement to him.
It wasn't, when I saw this, I was like, oh my gosh, it was right before this happened. It was actually right after his arrest warrant was issued following this
But
this
trying
crash.
to look out for him because, again, no one knows exactly what was going on in Kyron Lacey's mind.
Right.
But one could assume he felt like his world was coming crashing down and he was going to blow it and ruin all of this. So Amik had reached out, tried, and it's a lesson. You just can't.
It's really sad. Yeah, very sad.
You got to do what
story.
you can to help the people in your life.
Yeah. Finally, Amy Lou Wood from The White Lotus. I haven't watched it yet, but I know who she is because I saw SNL and I've seen other memes of her. Well, she thinks that SNL's parody of her and her looks were mean and unfunny. So she kind of called out the show. If you didn't see it, there was Sarah Sherman like parodied her character, and she had those like over pronounced front teeth, right? So anyway,
I didn't see the skit. Was it in poor taste? Because they do this to everybody.
But this is what they do.
Yeah.
Nobody, they that's kind of how I took it. Was like, well, this is kind of what the show
and
does.
She knows she's famous for the teeth. I've heard her talking about it in other media hits, and she's comfortable with them. She thinks it's something she likes.
Yes, but she did say, quote, I did find the SNL thing mean and unfunny.
What's
such
her
a
name
shame because I had such a great time watching it a couple weeks ago. Amy Lou Wood. So anyway, she did say that somebody from SNL did reach out and apologize to her. So
okay. It's Heather with the news. You have thoughts on the teeth?
Oh, they're going into space.
Right now?
Oh.
Yeah. So far, so good.
Okay.
All right.
11 minutes.
Greg?
Clock's ticking. All right. Coming up next, someone finally did it. They stood up to these athletes in college football. Tennessee, did they do it right? It's 97-1. Slam the bat down. Spencer Torkelson with 5 home runs for the Tigers kick off the season. It's 97-1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park. We got Gov and Greg behind the glass. Heather, you're still watching this flight.
I was.
Is it over?
Did they already reach?
It froze.
They did or your screen?
The screen. No, they reached the peak of whatever the 62 feet they were going very quickly within almost 5 minutes, and now they're already on their way back down. But
So it only takes 5 minutes.
the whole thing takes about 11 minutes.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
the whole trip.
Start to finish.
But
the whole foreplay and everything.
Yeah.
Add it all up.
11 minutes.
11 minutes.
Time to move on with the rest of your day. Wonder what they'll do the rest of the day. This is a legitimate question. Like, you go up in a spaceship at 9:30 in the morning, and then you land at 9:41. I don't know. Where do you want to go to lunch?
Have smoke?
Yeah.
Oh, Craig. Got the rest of the day. What are you going to do? Yeah, I was up there earlier. All right. We got Carson Anderson coming up at 10 o'clock. Those guys had a lot of fun with my trip to St. Louis. We'll have some fun with them here in a couple minutes. The Nico Iamaleava story. John, this all happened
relatively quickly.
Yeah, where he comes out and wants more money on Friday.
But he didn't even say that. He just went to practice on Wednesday. Thursday was a scheduled players' day off. No one in the building as they prepared for the spring game on Saturday. He just didn't simply show up on Friday. No communication. No, coach, this is I'm talking to the collective. We're trying to rework the deal. If we get it done, I'll be at practice. We get it done, I'll be at the spring game. No communication, just gone.
And it sent college football fans into a frenzy. What an entitled you-know-what. How dare he do this? He's got Tennessee in a tough spot. He's trying to extort money out of them. And what does Tennessee do about it?
See ya.
Goodbye. Don't let the door hit you. Josh Heupel in Tennessee took a stand to which many in the sport said, good. We needed something like this. A little pushback on this player empowerment that's gone too far. John, how did you see it?
Very happy that somebody took a stand. Hopefully, this pushes the ball forward for rules, for guardrails, guidelines, contracts, and commitments. Like, all of these things need to be a part of the equation. And I'm all for players getting paid. But once you sit there and you get paid, you got to follow through on your contract. It's what happens at the professional level. Well, and yes, you can hold out.
I was going to say, that's what he's going to say is I watched my professional role models. They'll hold out in training camp. This is effectively training camp.
And then Tennessee just decided they were going to be Pittsburgh. You don't have to play here. Thank you, Le'Veon Bell.
It's fascinating because Tennessee is a loser in this too, by the way. They're a team that made the playoffs last year, brought back their quarterback, and now they have to figure it out on the fly. I think they did what they had to do to keep their program from descending into chaos. They don't want to be put in this position. And the other part of this, John, Tennessee's getting a lot of credit and a lot of love for telling Nico, don't let the door hit you. How much of this is that he wasn't that good? Because last season, he was not very good. Their playoff game, he threw for 104 yards, no touchdowns. He had a bunch of games. Georgia, Oklahoma. He didn't throw for 200 yards in any of these games. Alabama didn't throw for 200 yards.
Was he even worth the 2.2 they were set to pay him?
Well, and that's why I wonder how much of this is, are we getting them credit for taking a stand when if he was really good, they would have found a way to get $2 million into his bank account? Like, how much of a stand did they take?
But then it goes to how much, like, this money is not endless. Like, this is not, you're talking about collectives. This is not the revenue share. And he just wants a bigger slice of the pie, taking away from his teammates. But this is, they're going to need to find somebody that's willing to pay him another $2 million. All of those people don't just grow on trees. Like, that's the thing. Like, it just, maybe they wanted to pay him, but they couldn't come up with somebody that says, yeah, here's another $2 million.
John, think about this. Nico Iamaleava. If you take out their games against Chattanooga, UTEP, and Vandy, he threw for 8 touchdowns last season and averaged 183 yards per game.
So by my math, that's not even a touchdown per game?
Correct. That would have been 10 games, 8 touchdown passes.
Mm-hmm.
This is a little different if he comes out and flirts with a Heisman or wins that playoff game or puts up video game numbers, has twice the touchdowns. Then Tennessee, are they taking this stand? I think that's at the crux of this is star players always get their way. They get away with more. Michigan's got an interesting situation to monitor here with Bryce Underwood. They went out and got the number 1 high school quarterback in the country, a 5-star from Belleville, our backyard, and a lot of it came down to money. If Bryce performs this year, what if he does the same thing? Worse, what if he underperforms and does the same thing? It puts all schools are on notice now because there is no there's no standard operating procedure here. It's the wild, wild west. You know, if you're Michigan State, you got to figure out this situation too. Like you're paying Aiden Childs. What if he tries to extort you for more money? And you go, well, hold on, he didn't even have that good of a year last season. Yep. What are we supposed to do? He wants a pay raise. I'm not saying he is asking for one, but this could happen to any team.
It could. And this is where college football, it's the wild, wild west right now. There are no rules. Yeah, everybody's making it up as they go. So there needs to be, when this whole house settlement is done, there needs to be rules. And if it's contracts that you're going to make an 18-year-old or in some cases 17-year-old kid sign, they have to be held to that contract. Or if there's an out, the consequences of whatever that out is.
So you guys think any other Power 4 school will do this? Like,
we'll say no?
No. Yeah, say no or say yes.
Oh, I'm sure somebody's going to say yes.
He's going to play football next year. Yeah.
He's going to play football, but I'm curious as to, one, where it's going to be and who he's going to be throwing the ball to. Is he going to have the talent to be throwing the ball to? But also, is it going to be for the $4 million that he was asking from Tennessee? Or is it going to be less than the 2.2 that he was guaranteed?
I would say he'll end up getting what he wants. That's kind of my prediction here.
I don't know.
Well, look, the non-SEC thing is no big deal in my mind. He can go to a Big 12 where he can light it up against less defenses because the knock on him was he didn't play good against good defenses. So he hurt his NFL draft stock. So he could be doing 2 plays here. Number one, I better get it now because I might not be an NFL guy. Or I could go to a easier conference, put up, stats. I mean, we got a text earlier. I don't know if you read it, but when we talked about the first time, there's a little bit like Bo Nix improved his career by going to Oregon.
Yes.
Some people still thought, well, maybe not, I don't know, and stuff. Always doing it against Pac-12 defenses.
Ended up as a first-round pick.
Yeah. So there's just so many layers in this, and to all of it, I just want to puke because it's just annoying. It's just college sports, and they need to be compensated in some way. But the fact that they decided to do this, basically like when they launched the internet back in the day with no rules, look what that's led to. Same thing here. I mean,
well, in a lot of ways, this was the perfect storm. Like we eventually needed some pushback, some course correction on this. And to get a player who was mediocre a season ago, ask for $2 additional million on top of the $2 million he was already making at a school like Tennessee, who can say, we've got cachet, we've made the playoff, we believe in our coach, we believe in our system, we'll take a stand. Now, it may cost them this season, but do they feel like they're, in the long run, strengthening their program? That's the gamble they're making. If you're a college football fan and you see this, if you're a Michigan State fan, this thing happened over the weekend. It evolved quickly from Friday to Saturday where he wanted the money, then they said goodbye. What are the ramifications for the sport moving forward? It's 97.1.
Hey, during the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. All you have to do is join FanDuel today, and you're going to get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers to steals to assists, FanDuel has so many different ways to bet your favorite player props. Plus, after the game tips off, you can combine those live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win a big deal. Just visit FanDuel.com/971Detroit. That's FanDuel.com/971Detroit to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is one of those nearly unanimous sports opinions. Good for Tennessee. I'm seeing a lot of that social media, a lot of it on our ticket text. John, you and I feel the same way. Good for Tennessee football. They stuck up for themselves. They weren't going to let a quarterback who was mediocre last year extort them. They said, no, hit the portal. If you want to get paid, we're drawing our line in the sand.
Yeah, go somewhere else. See if there's somebody else that'll pay. And there may be somebody else that'll pay him.
Now, at the end of the day, though, this is a lose-lose. I mean, he has to reset. Tennessee has to reset. It's not good for the game, but
so
it was
it's
necessary.
Easier for, I think, the team to reset. Now, they may not be as talented, but they've got somebody that has been in that offense, calling signals. Transfer portal will open up. They could go outside it to begin with, but if it's somebody in-house, they're familiar with the offense.
Yeah, but hold
Nico Alimava,
no,
not even close.
But you're trying, and I appreciate it.
Is going to go to a new system, a new offense, new teammates, going to have to build chemistry. And it'll be interesting to see what type of chemistry he can build with all of this baggage that he's bringing along with him. But it's not a just plug and play scenario.
Tennessee's in the SEC. It's going to be a tough schedule. We all know that. They were a playoff team last year, far from promise this year. This sticking up for their morals could cost them a playoff spot. So be it. They think it's worth that risk. They don't want to compromise their program further by enabling this behavior. Fine. Where does this lead? Because someone is going to enable Nico Iamaleava. In fact, 24/7 Sports, their latest projection for where he's going to land, 100% crystal ball to North Carolina. Bill Belichick's not opposed to paying a quarterback.
Knows the value of a quarterback. When he didn't have a quarterback, he ended up getting fired.
So it's right there on the table. Someone's going to pay him. So it doesn't solve the problem. I don't think you're ever going to see widespread teams denying Nico Iamaleava or teams refusing to take on quarterbacks with upside because it's not the right thing to do. It remains to be seen what the impact is here.
It'll be interesting, yes. And it'll be interesting moving forward. This is a clear sign that there needs to be some rules. Yeah. And whether it's contracts, whether you're coming out of high school, I can't believe I'm saying this, you're coming out of high school and it's no longer a 1-year tender that's renewed every year for your scholarship. It's, hey, I'm going to sign a 1-year contract with this team to play football here. I'm going to sign a 2-year deal, 3 or 4 or 5 if I'm going to come in and redshirt.
Because the team takes a risk bringing you in before you've played.
Or is it a 4-year with a 5th-year option?
I don't know.
A player option and a team option. We could pick up your 5th year.
But something's got to be done. I think we're reaching that point.
It's bizarre. It's bizarro world.
Yeah.
It is. I love college football. I love college athletics. And there is nothing like college football game day. The pomp, the circumstance, the excitement. But when does the labor of all those days throughout the course of the year, throughout the course of the week during the season, where it's painful to be a college football fan and discuss these things, think about these things, when does it start bleeding over into Saturdays? I don't think we're far off from that. And I think there are a lot of people that they've been completely turned off of college athletics, especially college football.
And it's fun when your team's on like Bryce Underwood picks Michigan and you get him from LSU, and it's fun when you're on that side of things. But if it's a never-ending saga where if he performs even decently, you're going to be dealing with this again next offseason and the offseason after and the offseason, it will nauseate people to the point where it turns them away.
There's always a bigger bag.
Exactly. Some ticket text 248-539-9797 says Georgia said no to Carson Beck, at least behind the scenes. We saw him go Georgia to Miami.
Mm-hmm.
What if the NCAA changed NIL to something like a player gets 40% from sales from items using their NIL instead of these millions of dollars contracts to players right out of high school that are unproven, Trish and McComb? Players would never agree to that. They want the most money they can get.
Right.
Maybe when they give all this money to kids, they should sign them, but in the contract say you get it quarterly instead of one chunk. That way, if they play in the games...
Well, there are contracts where it's paid. It's not all in one lump sum up front. Some of it, they're biannual contracts where you get paid biannually.
Yeah.
And there's creativity is not going to limit how contracts are written.
No. Got Doug Karsh in the studio. Doug, what's up?
How we doing?
Good.
How was your weekend?
It was good. We were up north.
Oh, yeah?
To assess the damage.
Yeah.
I don't know if we'll have time to talk about it today, but if you own property up there, you cross your fingers that your property did not get. It's amazing. I was stunned, quite frankly. And we knew that we'd gotten a picture of our place, and we knew that there was a tree that fell on our roof, but there was no damage done. It was a smaller tree. We were very, very, very fortunate. And it's a bit shocking, quite frankly, in some areas. But it depends where you are, right? I mean,
yeah.
Just the drive up, there were areas that looked untouched and other areas that were devastated. So, I don't know if we'll have time for it today, but there was that. And then there were the Tigers and the Masters. And now we got NBA playoffs to get fired up about, moving in on the draft. Things are cooking. Things are cooking in
the
Detroit.
sports weekend.
Yep.
Sad Jim.
I know.
Sad Jim.
I
Yep.
know.
Gator, if you were there, you wouldn't have been rooting for Michigan, right?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Right. Because I got a lot of flack from people who said, "Oh, come on,
but you have a
suck it
hockey
up.
team.
Suck it up and root for the in-state school."
He's got it. It's a weird thing, right?
is
because you
weird.
don't have a hockey team.
But the rivalry is more than one sport. You rivals the whole.
And to prevent anybody, you have a really good hockey team.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, I spent 1 year at Central. It wasn't anywhere near enough to develop any kind of hatred towards Western. The problem is
Left because they had no hockey team.
I had
as one does.
Yes.
I had a lot of my friends that went to Western. A bunch of them transferred to Michigan State after the first or second year. So it's like, just like I ended up doing after 2 years going to Michigan State. So, but I totally get it. I mean, I felt for you. You know, you and I texted a couple times over the weekend. I felt for you in that situation, making the best of it. I mean, at the very least, you're at the final game and you're at the Frozen Four. That's pretty awesome. It was great hockey.
It was.
And the atmosphere had to be incredible, even though you're on the other side. But you're not even a Boston fan. So you turned into a Boston fan to root against Western.
Just to have a hate watch.
Yeah.
We've all done a hate watch in our life. I was a desperate man. I needed something to help me from misery. But it was like a freight train coming, Gator. There were Western fans all over the city. Mm-hmm. So anywhere you turn, I mean, people were wearing their colors, their logo.
Were there more
it.
Western fans or Boston fans at the finals?
Western.
Oh, Western
I'm
was.
just asking.
No, yeah. I mean, 3 to 4 times as many fans of any other team, including Boston.
It was
they
crazy.
were loud. They call them the Lunatics, their student section. They were dialed in from the jump.
Lunatical?
Sure.
No, Bobby Ross said back in the day.
They got this chant, and it drones on, and it's "Let's go." You know,
go ahead and finish it. Go ahead and finish it.
No. And they just it echoes throughout the entire arena, and they brought it, man. The team brought it. The fans brought it. It made for.
Still had a great time, though, right?
Outside of that, yes.
Yeah.
Everybody that he
Outside
went
of the whole
with
event I went for,
was
it great.
cheering for Western, even his lovely bride.
She tried to stay out of it.
The in-laws and his wife all cheering for Western.
Well, the in-laws,
And
didn't you tell
Jim-
me?
Yeah. There's a Western fan in the group. Yeah.
But where'd your wife go to school?
She went to St. Cloud State.
Okay. Hockey.
Hockey school.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hence the Final Four love.
She's got that over Jim. She went to a hockey school.
Terrible.
That's funny.
Just terrible.
She's celebrating her hockey team every year. Hey, Jim, how's yours?
Hey. Oh, we didn't make that.
We got a couple broomsticks in a closet.
club.
We're working on it.
All right. Well, broom hockey's good.
All right. What do you guys got? Full show?
Yeah,
All right.
Champ and Chump every Monday. We'll get to ours at 10:35.
Perfect. Karsh Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello, and welcome to the Karsch and Anderson program. I am Doug Karsch. That is Scott the Gator Anderson. Hope you are doing well on this Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. And away we go in another week. Scott Anderson, how was your weekend?
It was nice. Weather was pretty good.
Yeah.
Went for a nice long walk on Saturday. Dog cooperated, so that was good.
Yeah.
And had dinner Saturday night, and just kind of relaxed a little bit yesterday.
Dog cooperated.
Yeah, well, she was a good girl on the walk, so we went for the full 2.5 mile walk.
You have to make a call at some point earlier in the walk if whether or not she's going to.
That's right. If there's when I come up to this street, do I turn right for the medium walk, or do I keep going straight?
Right, and
she was a good girl.
She was being well behaved, huh?
Yes, I mean there's three levels. If she's just completely unruly out of the gate and bad, it's the first right that I can take, and it's just literally going around the block, and it's a half-mile walk. If she's fine, we're going to chance the second, and then if she becomes unruly, then we make the right, and it's a 1.5 mile walk.
Mm-hmm.
If she's a good girl, then we continue straight, and we take the last right we can take, which makes it a 2.5 mile jaunt.
Yeah.
So that was good, and obviously watched lots of sports this weekend.
Dude, a lot.
There was so much going on. It was pretty great. By the time I got home on Saturday night, I was watching the end of the hockey game with Western, and that was cool. I felt bad for Jim, but outside of that, I
did not feel bad for Jim at all. I think it's hysterical, and the Lawson Lunatics took over. Like it's like one of those deals where I feel like the Western Michigan sports fan, they got this a little bit of this with the Cotton Bowl back in the day when they took on, was it Wisconsin? When PJ Fleck, I think it was Wisconsin in the Cotton Bowl. But it's one of those, I've been waiting all my life for this moment. We collectively, generally, as a sports fan, we don't get to participate in stuff like this. Oh my God, we've crashed the party. Holy crap, we might win the thing. And I mean, that was St. Louis, Missouri, right? I mean, it was totally Western fans. So good for them, and I'm sure they'll get plenty of champ votes for this weekend. But and I mean, I don't have anything specific against Boston University, but it is indeed Boston, and it is a college hockey blue blood. So Broncos were clearly the underdog and a team that everybody could get on board, right? Well, everybody except Jim Costa.
Well, everybody except for Central fans. Yeah, there's a healthy rivalry there. So I would think that would be the case. But yeah, they're easy team to get behind as long as you didn't matriculate from Mount Pleasant. You're fine.
Mm-hmm.
But it was extraordinary. They piled it on in the third period. It was incredible. Like that went through, and it was like BU is struggling, and then their goals weren't pretty.
Dude, their goals were ugly.
And you're like, is that even a goal? Even the announcers like, that shouldn't be a goal. And they should have blown the whistle.
Everything was a scrum, and it was a puck dead, and we got to review it, and nothing, no like tic-tac-toes.
Right. And thankfully, as you and I would both be thankful for this, no controversy in it, because even though they allowed the goal, Western more than held their own, and they ended up winning the whole thing. And I was happy, and then I started getting uncomfortable. Because we've been through this before as well. In 2009, when the Wings lost at home in Game 7 to Pittsburgh, it took forever for the handshake line to get going. And I was like, all right, this is getting uncomfortable now. Would you guys line up and just shake hands and continue your celebration? Because the BU guys were like, they were devastated, as you can see, as they should be. But then it just turns into this uncomfortable, hey, stop being a jerk. Let's go. Shake hands.
Right.
And, to this day, maybe not to this day, I got over it a while back, but the whole Sidney
Pittsburgh
Crosby
thing,
because Sidney Crosby just took forever.
And some of the Wings left the ice. They were like, okay. Yeah. And I don't blame them. There should be agreed upon rules. Have your little dog pile, but get to the handshake line quickly and then go take the picture. One of the great pictures in sports is the hockey with the trophy dog pile, where it just looks like this massive humanity. All you can see, basically you can see like 2 or 3 guys laying down in the front, and then the rest is just heads and the trophy. It's one of the great things that hockey has is the trophy dog pile picture.
Maybe not hand out championship T-shirts and hats until after the handshake line too, because that was awkward as they're skating through and people are holding the cardboard cutout of the Frozen Four,
right,
wearing a championship hat with a big giant smile on their face, with the most just disingenuous handshake you can ever see.
Yeah,
but but look, I don't want to take anything away because it was awesome, great for Western. Congratulations to Bronco Nation with that one.
Yep.
That was great, and obviously everything else over the weekend was pretty fun to watch too.
So Mondays mean champ and chump. Who had the best weekend, and you want to give them the champ vote, and who has a weekend that stunk and you think they deserve to be called out. 248-539-9797. Get your champ and chump votes in, and we will get to yours in a minute. Tigers take 2 of 3 at Minnesota. Rory wins the Masters. That was as much in sports. This term gets used a lot. That was a roller coaster ride. That was up and down. That was moments of brilliance followed by missed opportunity, made up for with another moment of brilliance, and then another missed opportunity. And Justin Rose just kept plugging away. He came from 6 shots back at one point on Sunday. And then he makes a bunch of shots, but then the putt on 18, and then Rory misses hit. It was
like that over the weekend. Going into it, you had Rory at the end of the first round kind of collapsed. Had a couple of brain farts, and same thing happened on Sunday.
One in the water.
Yeah, and
Dunks one in the water Sunday.
And Saturday was a day of just like missed opportunities. He didn't hurt him as much, but it's like, I can't believe you missed that shot. How did you miss that shot? And that putt didn't go in, and this didn't go in, and you start to add those up, and you're like, he should be up by like 8 strokes going into the final round.
Mm-hmm.
And he wasn't, and I'm very glad that he was able to hold on and win it. I was rooting for him, wire to wire rooting for him, and of course the last day you get so many things just set itself up for this being an awesome Masters final. I'm curious to see the ratings because I think they'd be through the roof.
So they were down in the first round, and I think down rather significantly. But Sunday was such good theater.
Yeah, you get Bryson DeChambeau and Rory McIlroy, and after 2 holes, now they're even. And you got the live golfer versus the guy who refused to go to live and was the
kind of MF the live
guy.
guys.
Yeah, right. This was the guy who carried the banner for the PGA Tour against the guys that took the money. This is what you wanted to see. And then, it wasn't long before Bryson found himself completely irrelevant to the whole discussion as he just tanked, and then Rory was up and down like a roller coaster, like you said, and everybody else started playing up, and you felt like if this has another round to it, he's not going to win this because Scotty Scheffler's playing better, and like you mentioned, Justin Rose coming back, and your buddy Patrick Reed starts playing well, and all this, the other players start coming back, but this 4 rounds, man, it's a grind, and Rory finally was able to shake that loose and come away with a win.
Champ and chump, get your votes in. We got a lot to discuss, and we're lined up and ready to go here on a Monday on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you've ever had any issue at all with the garage doors, maybe it's just sticking, or maybe you can't figure out what's going on with it, it's just not working properly, you need some repairs, the only place to call is Precision Garage Door Service. They are absolutely amazing. I've had them at my house a couple of different times. Once for repairs, and they came out right away, able to diagnose the problem, fix the problem. And then years later, when I just flat out needed new garage doors because I was, trying to hang on to them as long as I could, I called them and they came out right away and they picked out the perfect door for my house, and I could not be happier. They're amazing. They offer the industry's leading warranty. It's the Precision Promise, by the way. All calls are answered 24/7, actually by a live person, so that's pretty great. And they also offer worry-free financing. That's available to you. Now, here's how you get in touch with them. You give them a call at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit their webpage at precisiondoormi.com. The best part about that, you can schedule your appointment online at a time that works for you. You're not just beholden to what their schedule is or window of opportunity. They're willing to work with you. Again, give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or go to precisiondoormi.com and schedule that appointment.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We got a Matt. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Matt.
Hey, good morning, guys. So, Champ and Chump.
Yep.
Chump is going to be Nico, however you say his name, for holding the team hostage.
Iamale Avala.
Yeah, and my champ is going to be the Tennessee, either the coach or the athletic department, whoever, who kicked them to the curb. Because I'm hoping more schools do that to players, because I'm sick of players holding teams hostage because they want more money, even though they're mediocre at best.
Well, I would say this, Matt. I mean, let this thing play out and let all the facts come out in the case, because I'd hate to jump to a conclusion and say that's exactly what happened. It may be exactly what happened, but what if it's Tennessee didn't hold up there in the bargain? They had promised something.
At this point, Gator's right. And Matt, I understand your chump vote. In fact, I'm on board with it. Yeah. That's going to be my chump vote, and it's based solely on the information that's available now. I searched far and wide to find out what the Iamaleava camp had to say, and there's not a lot of – I know his dad said something, but is there a belief that he got misled or hosed in a deal? It doesn't sound like it. At this point, the information that's available, it looks like Iamaleava's camp is, and it's really his camp. I'm not sure how much is the kid, but there's an agent and a dad involved that were shopping him around.
Well, and here's the other thing with the other shoe to drop is, where is he going to go?
Yeah.
And if he goes somewhere else, I mean, I would imagine immediately if you're Tennessee, you want to launch an investigation. Oh, did you maybe contact the player ahead of time and promise him something to get him to leverage us?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be very concerned if I were Tennessee about that. But this is the issue we have with one of the many issues. This is what's going to happen now with NIL money, is because the NCAA doesn't have the guidelines. I heard the guys talking about on the morning show, and it echoes what we've said. I think it echoes what the guys have said in the afternoon. You don't have rules in place, real firm rules, and people are just going to run amok.
There's stuff to like and there's stuff not to like about not having rules. What I love about not having rules and guardrails and anything like that is, as soon as you set those up, there are going to be schools that go blasting through those rules, and we're back to a dynamic in which certain schools, wink and a nod, were breaking NCAA rules, which, it was kind of acknowledged. If you set up guidelines and rules, that's going to happen again. And right now, with no guidelines and rules, it feels like suddenly on an even playing field, you can feel a shift in the power dynamic in college athletics, and I don't hate it. But 248-539-9797. John's in Dearborn and next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hi. Hey. For Champ, I got to give it a Rory, even though I'd like to do a second one of Western Michigan hockey.
It's hard to choose.
And I'll go Rory from the historical standpoint. That's rarefied air he's in.
Mm-hmm.
First championship Western's pretty rare.
Yeah, that's true.
It's tough. I get it. You're splitting the vote there. It's tough to do.
Yeah. For Chump, unfortunately, the Wings.
Yeah.
That it's going to be 10 years, and I'm a Stevie Yzerman fan. I wish him well, but I don't know some of the moves, and not signing free agents, and I don't know. The Chump's got to go to the Wings, who's making early tea times.
There's so many little compartments with the Wings story, not signing free agents, or thinking they were going to and missing. I think they really, really thought they had some people locked up last off season and didn't get them. There is hanging on to your own guys, which other teams covet and called about. And Yzerman's like, I'm not parting with this player or that player. That's a whole nother topic, whether or not that was a mistake. Is the patience going to pay off? I mean, they better hit. They better hit with Sandin Pellikka and Danielson and the goalies, et cetera, the coveted players that he refused to part with. There is the coaching choice of Lalonde. There was when to cut ties with Lalonde. Yep. And then there's something, and again, these are all sort of separate. It could be developed as topics that deserve long-form discussion and an evaluation as to why we are where we are. And then there's something that I just can't get past with the Wings. I cannot get past, because when it was said, and we can still debate the merit to this, it'd be unfreaking believable if they make the playoffs next year, and it indeed is 10 years. When Ken Holland said 9 years ago, rebuilds can take 10 years, because Red Wing fans were pushing and wanting to see them launch into a rebuild, and they kept trying to hang on, and Holland was asked about it, and I can't remember if it was on this radio station or a press conference. I think it was on an interview on this station where he said rebuilds can take 10 years. That doesn't mean good rebuilds can't happen faster, because good rebuilds do happen faster. It'd just be wild if it's 10 years.
Yeah, and not in a good way, obviously.
No.
And, lots of people want to jump on and say, well, that's what happens when they get a salary cap world, and the Red Wings were on top of it before when salary cap. And there's some truth to that, but the real truth is Red Wings didn't go out and sign
they did a bad job.
that many
They've done
free
a bad
agents
job.
prior to that. So, it's where the bad job is Ken Holland's drafting. The last few years of his drafting were horrendous. They yielded so little in terms of actual talented players that are still on this team that should be the core of this team. It's sad when you look at some of those drafts. And Yzerman on paper has done a much better job. And even in reality, when you look at, he's hit on Raymond and Sider for sure. And Edvinson looks like he's good, and Casper looks like he's good, that he's hit on these guys. But Yzerman's moves in terms of off-season stuff like free agents and trades have not yielded nearly as much. He's had a couple of hits, but he's got way more misses in that regard than he does in comparison to the draft.
I mean, it's been a bad job. It's just there's no other way to put it. They have failed to even clear the first hurdle, which has become a playoff team. And it's incredibly disappointing. The veterans that they have brought in, and like the Tarasenko signing, not a difference maker. I mean, just isn't. There are guys on the blue line that haven't paid off for them.
Tarasenko is a weird thing, man. It was a weird signing to begin with, and trying to recapture a guy who was a 30-goal scorer. And when you watch him play, he doesn't look like he's burdensome. He doesn't look bad, but then you look at the end of every game and you look at a score sheet and he's not on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's out there on the ice playing meaningful minutes and looks like he's contributing, but there's nothing to show for it. Like, there's no goal, there's no assist to it, but he doesn't look out of place on a line, if that makes any sense at all. In the end, it's not worth it. You have him for another season.
248-539-9797. Champ and Chum votes pouring in. Champ of the weekend, the Western Michigan Broncos for winning the NCAA Men's Hockey Championship. Chump of the week, Jim Costa for being the only person from Michigan not wanting the Broncos to win. That's from John in Dearborn Heights. John, I would contend that Jim isn't the only person in Michigan that didn't want the Broncos to win. Are there other Central fans out there that
I think so?
I mean, look, Jansen's point this morning, and it's very, very valid, is that when you don't have a hockey program, you don't have a history with Western hockey, I could see there being far more of a rivalry if the two played, but they don't play, so it's almost, to me, it would be ambivalent. If you're a hardcore Central fan, you just not care about college hockey because you don't have a team?
You root against Western Michigan, period.
Okay.
That's how it works. That's how rivalry works.
Do you think I'm intrigued from the Central crowd? They're more like Jim Costa, or they're more just ambivalent?
I think there would be some ambivalence.
Yeah.
But I think by and large you'll find. I mean, if you're a diehard Central person, yeah, you're going to despise everything about Western.
Keaton writes in, Champ Rory for claiming his spot as the greatest golfer of his generation. Chump Steve Eisenbeek, because after a great weekend as a Western Michigan fan, I no longer have hockey to care about. Yep. We get it. It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. We'll have our Champ and Chump nominations coming up today at 10:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, during the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. All new customers, a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today, and you get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So go find yourself a prop bet the over on some small number of three-pointers or assists for somebody to hit, and you won't score big on that first $5 bet, but that's not the point. You get the $250 in bonus bets. Then you can do with those what you want. Over-unders, you can bet futures, you can bet on anything. You can bank the money and wait till football season, whatever you want. Bank the bonus bets. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. 248-539-9797. I'm going to read this as it's written, Gator. Scott in Carlton writes in, Champ, Western Michigan. Chump, the Wings. Also, I could care less about Cookie struggling.
What's couldn't care less?
Yeah, I know. It's one of his. Why? That's you and I both have that same pet peeve. But because if you couldn't care less, it means you care the least amount you could possibly care. So Scott in Carlton does not care at all. I think the point he's trying to make is he could not possibly care less about the topic of Jim Costa struggling. But, I mean, look, it's pretty funny, Scott, that of all the Frozen Fours for him to choose to go to,
I know.
He randomly had decided ahead of time, I'm going to go check this event out. And it turns out that his rival was playing for Nets. Oh,
good sport. Good sport. And who knows? Maybe Jim will be excited to go to future Frozen Fours.
Tricia McComb says, Champ, Western Michigan hockey, Chump, the Wings. Way to string together a meaningless win streak. Yeah, I mean, look, the Wings are – this is a – it just seems you go back to the heyday and you wonder how this could possibly happen. And it's happened. It's happened. They are –
I don't know if I'd call it a win streak just yet either. I mean, they've won a couple games here, but it doesn't matter.
Champ Job for fantastic outing. Chump, Green, and Colt. I think Toledo stint is in their near future.
No, I don't think that's certainly not with Riley Green. Is that a possibility with Colt Keith? I don't think yet. I mean, Colt Keith is still hitting light years better than Parker Meadows did last year when they sent Parker Meadows down. And right now we'll see how this adjusts because you've got Colt Keith, who's now relegated to being perhaps the DH because Gleyber Torres is back and because Spencer Torkelson is hitting the cover off the ball for the first 15 games of the season. So I don't think that's the case. Although Riley Green is 1 for his last 24 with 14 strikeouts in 7 games. And Colt Keith is 7 for his last 35 in his last 10 starts and only has 2 extra base hits on the season. Both not good, but Colt Keith technically is better over his last 10 games than he was the first 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about it is it's not that they expect Colt Keith to keep doing what he's doing. They expect Colt Keith to return to form.
Just like I would expect Riley Green to return to form.
Yep.
But I am noticing it.
Yeah.
I certainly noticed it over the weekend that Riley Green continues to struggle, and it's the strikeouts. 14 strikeouts in the last 7 games.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
It was funny because I remember watching last year, and sort of the cornerstone pieces of what we thought the Tigers were going to be building around were 2 highly regarded, highly drafted position players in Riley Green and Spencer Torkelson. They were kind of the marquee guys that they got at the top or near the top of the drafts. And there were other guys, obviously Colt Keith being one of them that was mixed in, but there were other young prospects coming up, Parker Meadows, et cetera, et cetera. But it felt like the most draft resource that was put into position players were those 2 players. And I remember watching last year going, man, it's got to be tough for Torque watching obviously his own struggles, but then the guy that he was kind of partnered with to be hit 3 and 4 for the next 10 years. The other guy was killing it, and he was struggling.
Good buddy.
Yeah. So I'm like, man, how is Torque dealing with this while he's got his own struggles and Green is crushing it? And then this year it's inverted. Torque is crushing it, and Green is struggling, and I'm like, God, last year, did they talk? Like, did Green say, hey, keep your chin up? And a year later, is it inverted and Torque is telling Green to keep his chin up? But a part of this is baseball, too, man. There's just
streaky.
Baseball is such a mental game, and there are times where you can't see the ball and you don't hit the ball and you don't.
They're all out of whack.
Yeah. And then there are times where you get fooled, throw the barrel on it, and loop a little single into right field to go 3 for 3. And when you hit the ball hard, you can't. It's just wild. It's just wild.
Like Colt Keith had a hit like that the other day where he just barely made contact. It dribbles down towards third base, hugs the line, stays inside, and it ends up being a base hit. And I'm like, is that going to get him going? Well, he had 3 hits in the series, but it's not nowhere near saying, oh, he's back.
It's one of those deals where it's a product of it's like the shooter that needs to see the ball go through the hoop. You swing the bat, hit the ball, and get a base hit, no matter how ugly it is. As you said, does a little dribbler down to third get you going? You hope that it some ways helps. But
hey, if it hits iron, goes on either side of the hoop, bounces straight up in the air, and eventually rolls in, it's a basket.
Yep. All right, time for our Champ and Chump nominations. Get yours in at 248-539-9797. My champ is Western Michigan University and the hockey program and the fan base. I don't have the experience to know whether or not this is the case. I feel like the Lawson Lunatics and the Western Michigan fan base took over a Frozen Four. I wonder when the last time, and I don't know the answer to this question, but I wonder, and I've watched the Frozen Four for years. I've been to Frozen Fours, but it's been a minute. But I also don't remember one fan base taking over a Frozen Four. It was amazing to watch, and congratulations to everybody involved.
My champ's Rory McIlroy finally getting the monkey off his back and winning the Masters in his 17th try. It's no longer his storyline at Augusta. That's pretty great. And I wonder how many more majors he's going to win from here on out now that he can breathe that giant sigh of relief and just go play golf.
My chump of the weekend is, until there's more information available right now, it's Nico Iamaleava and his camp. The information that's available now sounds like they tried to leverage him against Tennessee and it failed miserably. And it's one thing, no issue with players getting paid, no issue with getting what they want, but that is a contract and a commitment that they tried to break for the best personal interest of him, and I have an issue with that. And I think he let down his team and let down the people he committed to in an effort to try and squeeze more money out of Tennessee. And I think it's a bad look.
You know, Doug, in a week where we saw Alex Ovechkin celebrate and all that at the end of last week with the goal, now the NHL has another first, and this is not good. The U.S. Original Six hockey teams all missed the Stanley Cup playoffs for the first time in NHL history. That's right. No Chicago, no New York Rangers, no Boston Bruins, and obviously no Detroit Red Wings in the playoffs. This is the first time since the Original Six started the NHL that all of the teams have missed it.
Wow. 248-539-9797.
All the U.S. Original Six teams, yeah.
Get your Champ and Chump votes in. Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. We tally them up and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as the Champ and Chump of the weekend. All right, feedback coming in. Champ, the small sports nobody cares about in college hockey and golf. Chump, Tennessee, and Nico. Both. Interesting, both of them. I think that Tennessee is getting a lot of praise for moving beyond and just saying, no, we're not going to do this. We're not going to cave to your demands. Champ, both, but this is with the information available. And I swear, I feel like there's more to this story. You know how you get that feeling that there's going to be another side that comes out?
Well, has there even been a negotiation attempt? Like, was there?
You mean ever before or in this case?
I was listening to Jansen talking this morning about it, and he was saying that I think Malieva was at practice earlier this week. Thursday was a player's day off or something like that. And then Friday, word gets out that he's holding out. And then Saturday, they have their spring game, and that's when Tennessee says, yeah, we're done with him. Did he even go to Tennessee and say, I want this, or this? Has that been reported?
The way I was reading an account of it, the only way Tennessee got wind of this was other coaches started calling saying, hey, this guy's practicing for you, but we got calls about him being in the portal. Is that true? And that's how Tennessee got wind of it.
Which is strange. This whole thing is weird.
That's why it feels to me like it falls on E.I. Maliava's camp, because they were shopping him while he was still at Tennessee. And Champ, Western Michigan Bronco hockey team, national champs, Chump, Detroit Red Wings, no playoffs again, 9 straight years.
Sucks.
Yeah, it does. Champ, whoever's responsible for the reclamation of Spencer Torkelson, Chump, Riley's 0 for weekend, hopefully just a mini slump. That's from Jonesy. So the Torkelson story is incredible, and I do want to get into the Tigers. I mean, back-to-back home runs on Saturday and Sunday, and what they're getting out of Spencer Torkelson, Casey Mize, Javi Baez. That's why I'm kind of buying into what the Tigers are doing, not because those guys are either overachieving or just white hot to start the season and they're going to revert to form. Is if you talk about reverts to form, there's ones that can go back the other way too. Mm-hmm. Green and Colt being the prime examples.
What Torkelson did over the weekend is pretty impressive. On Friday night, he hit 2 balls that missed being home runs by a combined 10 feet. I mean, just jacked them to left field, and they just went left of the foul pole. The first one, I thought, no, that's a home run. No,
I
it
thought
wasn't.
So too, and then
it was foul. And the second one, he pulled the same spot a little bit further left, but it's like just a matter of time. He's got this timed out, and he's hitting for extra bases. And then Saturday and Sunday comes, he has the home runs, the little bit bat flip yesterday, and little inspiration as he's leaving the home plate and swearing at himself and like LFG or whatever he said. And it was great to see him back and producing like the player that we saw a couple years ago when he hit 31 home runs. I'm not going to be surprised at all if he goes for 30 plus this year.
So we'll get more into the Tigers today at 11:05. More Masters talk straight ahead. More Champ and Chump votes. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builder's First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value. That's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
So, Gator, you told us last week you were doing something that was sort of uncharacteristic, although I guess I've seen it from you. And that is you were rooting against Bryson DeChambeau, and you were rooting against the live guys.
Oh, yeah.
What did Bryson shoot yesterday? 75, 76, whatever
it was? Yeah, 75, 3 over for the day.
Yeah. He struggled.
Oh, did he?
And I just want to ask you, how much did you enjoy that?
I enjoyed it a lot, but I was more focused. The funny thing is that once he starts to tank and he's out of it, they stop showing his shots.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate disrespect. You're in the lead group. You're in the last group, the final pairing, and all they're showing is Rory. And I'm like, that's great. So Bryson's not doing much of anything. Who cares? That's fantastic. But yeah, absolutely, I was rooting against the Live guys. And then I had to I would need to double check. Hey, is Justin Rose a Live guy? Is this guy a Live guy?
Dude, what's funny is I couldn't remember if Rose was or he wasn't, and he's not.
Right.
But I thought
maybe he was too. Yeah.
Yeah. But it sort of changed when I realized he wasn't, because I wanted Rory. Rory was outspoken against Live Golf, and look, for people who wonder what we have against Live Golf, it's just
everything.
It's made golf there. I mean, there's some questions about certainly the funding, and they're valid, but there's also, hey, I'm a sports fan, and I don't think the sport is as much fun to watch with the addition of Live Golf. And I have never once, ever, in the real world, heard anybody mention Live Golf. Now, I don't hang out with guys that are, professional golfers. I don't hang out with guys that belong to country clubs, other than Stoney. But it never comes up. Like, the topic of Live Golf never comes up in normal conversation. And, I think it probably does for the hardcore golf fan. So we're not seeing as many of the big names on a week-to-week basis in the PGA Tour. It makes the PGA Tour less fun to watch. And nobody's talking about whatever the hell is they're doing when they're playing in their Live events that get terrible ratings. And so, I mean, why do I care about what, they can have every right to do or not do? I just know as a sports fan, they've made the game worse.
Yeah, I think they have. I mean, the split is there's a lot of acrimony in that split, and okay. I mean, if it just means I got to root for the PGA guys, I don't have to. I'm my own person,
right?
But I choose to.
Yep.
And
I do too.
I was very happy that Rory was able to pull it out yesterday. And yeah, I took great glee in knowing that Bryson did not. Here we are in the final group, and things are, they'd flipped because of the early issue that McIlroy had in the first hole. And okay,
well, and what you're hoping, and he's doing this, he's not just doing it out of spite. Gator's hoping that the Live guys lose their edge and realize that playing in these events that nobody's watching and nobody cares about, it's hurting their game.
Well, they're trying to make a deal, and it looks like that they have some deal, but they haven't finalized it yet between the PGA and Live, and to get the players to come back over here, and where they would compete in the Live Tour, but they could also compete in a bunch of PGA events, and but they would have to get them to commit to a certain number, I guess, to get them here, and that's the sticking point, or one of the sticking points, and they want to accumulate enough points to make sure they're part of the whole thing at the end of it, the FedEx Cup. But whatever, I don't at this point. Way to go, Rory!
Yeah, let's get to Rory, because I wonder. There was rooting against Bryson, but Bryson fell out of it. How heavily were you rooting for Rory at the end of this?
It's interesting because as it was shaping up, and then it was Justin Rose was coming up. Justin Rose is making hit. Justin Rose is in the clubhouse at 11 under. I'm like, okay, well, I want Rory to win this. And then when he put the shot on 18, his approach shot, he put it in the trap, and he's like 125 yards out, whatever it was. I'm like, how did you not put it on the green? All you have to do is put it in the center of the green, 2-putt, and you win. And he didn't. He put it in the trap. Hits a shot out of the trap. It's a good shot, not a great shot, and then misses that putt. And I was, can't believe this. So I was rooting pretty hard for him.
I think watching Rory, and for people who didn't watch this, understand that down the stretch at Augusta, he would follow up brilliance with averageness to badness. We can sit here and debate how tough those putts were he messed. The eagle putt on, I think it was 15, where he shaped the ball around a tree over the water and rolled it up to 4 feet.
Incredible.
And now he's got an eagle putt for 4 feet to go 2 shots up, and he misses the eagle putt. And you're like, that looked like a very makeable putt.
Mm-hmm.
But everything at Augusta, is difficult. Nothing is easy.
100%.
And then the same thing. You said, all he has to do,
just put it on the green.
I mean, there was one, all you got to do is not hit it in the creek. He hits it in the creek. All he has to do is put it on the green, and he puts it in the bunker. But then to get out of the bunker, it was a great shot. I thought it was a very good shot out of the bunker. Gave him a very makeable putt to win on the 72nd hole, just par this hole, and he misses that. and then he hits a brilliant shot, on the playoff hole.
Yeah.
And he followed it up with he made the putt. Now, that putt, it's funny because that putt was, as Jimmy said, it's slippery off the air, our boss. But I guess my question is, and for you at 248-539-9797, what's the most you've ever rooted for an athlete, not a team, just an athlete to accomplish something? Because I think there were a lot of people. He's a very likable guy. I don't know that there's anything not to like about Rory, but then again, I'm not hardcore.
And it's a great moment. And you have that, it bookends. That to start the tournament, and then him collapsing on the green after winning the playoff hole and winning the tournament. It was awesome.
Raw emotion, man.
Totally. It was, you could see how pent up it was, and it was just, spilling out of him. It was great.
248-539-9797. We will answer that question. What's the most you've ever rooted for just an athlete to accomplish something? And was it Rory this weekend? We go to Eric next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Eric.
Hey, guys. Champ and Chump. I'm lucky enough to be able to volunteer at the Masters, so I was there all week.
Wow.
I'm a gallery guard on the 14th hole, and Champ, obviously Rory, what a tournament. I was about 100 yards from Rory when he hit that shot on 13, and all the patrons were just, why did he aim at the hole? Why didn't you hit it up there? But to be on 18 and watch him collapse was just fantastic, and the crowd is just amazing. And then my chump is Jordan Spieth. He complaining about mud balls, and as a Masters champion saying, I'm not supposed to talk about this. Well, then don't, So
I missed it. What did he say?
After his round on Saturday, they interviewed him right after the round, and he basically said, I got a couple mud balls here. It's always a problem here. We're not supposed to talk about it, and it's really a problem. And like literally, that was probably the best. I've been doing this for 13 years. That's probably the best weather I've ever seen at Augusta besides Monday, for 6 days in a row, like mid 70s, light winds, and crystal blue skies. It's just amazing. And he's complaining about mud balls. So anyway, he's my chump.
Well, everybody has to play in the same conditions.
Right? This is true, Doug. Yep.
Rory's back nine yesterday. He had more.
Sorry, the second nine, Doug.
I don't work for the network. I'll call it whatever I want.
There you go.
He had more birdies and more bogeys than pars. He had 3 birdies, 3 bogeys, 2 pars, 1 double bogey. It was such a roller coaster ride. Brilliance, averageness, below averageness, brilliance.
Yeah, and then brilliance
within the same hole.
A birdie to win it all.
Within the same hole.
Yeah.
He'll hit one of the most amazing shots you have ever seen. And then follow it up with how do you miss that putt? But what's the athlete you've rooted for more than any other? 248-539-9797. Not a team, but just you were rooting for an athlete to accomplish something. We go to John. You're next. Hi, John.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
It's a great topic. So this is not related to golf, baseball, or whatever. It's someone who I knew, 1980 Winter Olympics, speed skating, Eric Heiden. He won 5 gold medals that hadn't been done and won't be done again for an all-around like that. I knew him personally. He raced with my younger brother. But 5 gold medals, it was amazing. And I know that was the year of, the hockey team and everything. And
right.
And that caught the big attention. But for speed skaters, Eric Heiden, it was gold.
Okay, so
5 gold.
John, what kind of guy was he? What did your brother say about him?
I used to talk with him too, and we used to run together and stuff. He's just a laid-back fellow.
Really?
Eric was always a laid-back fellow. He never really went for the marketing of an Olympics.
He was a doctor, right? Didn't he end up being a doctor?
Yes, he is. He's a physician, yes, surgeon, orthopedics. And he works with the speed skating team and all these years and stuff. And just a hell of a guy. And Sorry about that. And his younger sister, Beth, she was also an Olympic champion, but not as 5 gold as Eric did. So
that's cool.
That was an amazing time. We used to, root for him at that Olympics so much. It was crazy.
Thank you for the phone call, John, and thanks for the story. 248-539-9797. Scott is next on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, person or athlete I rooted for most ever when Chris Weidman, when he fought Anderson Silva the first time and he knocked him out with that one punch. It was a combination of Weidman fighting, but it was also wanting Anderson Silva to lose.
You didn't like the Spider, huh?
Not as a great fighter. I just didn't like his antics.
All right.
The arrogance, putting his chin out, he did that against Weidman, and guess what happened?
And then he got knocked the F out.
Yeah. And it was just that one hit, and the second he hit him, I knew it was over, and it was almost like I couldn't believe it. 'Cause honestly, Chris Weidman, I really didn't know much about him before the fight. I looked at him, and I was like, this guy looks like an insurance broker, and he goes in there and just destroys him. And I had never. Seriously, that was one of the biggest victories I'd ever seen in sports.
Rory, very popular figure, comes through and wins the Masters. What's the most you've ever rooted for just an athlete, not a team? You wanted that guy to have success. Who was it and why? 248-539-9797. Get to some more Tiger stuff next hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, here on 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. We got a topic here. Rory, that's a popular win. And there might be people out there that don't like Rory, although he seems to be immensely likable. And so our question today is, what's the athlete that you rooted for more than any other just to accomplish whatever it was that it was? We'll get to ours coming up shortly. But this is a great moment for Rory McIlroy winning the Masters in dramatic up and down roller coaster fashion. I saw somebody post to us that he choked and was clutch at the same time. It really was. Let's go to Pete. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Pete.
Hey, morning, guys.
What's up?
I'll tell you what, until yesterday, if you asked me Saturday, it would have been Muhammad Ali in both his Frazier Thriller Manila fight and his fight against Foreman. But yesterday was just unbelievable theater. I mean, the whole thing. And if you recall, Rory stated in the post-round interview that his double on number one actually calmed his nerves in a strange way. And I just thought it was compelling golf all day, the raw emotion. And that's going to be a number one that's going to be hard to beat for me going forward.
Yeah, no, I understand. It was a great moment. And that's funny. I didn't hear him say that a double bogey to open up the round calmed his nerves. It feels like it'd be just the opposite. One would think. Yeah. Now, this is the difference between a highly tuned athlete that's, and competitive and mentally strong, and a guy like me. If I double bogey one, I will finish the round, but there's really no point. I will suck the rest of the day. I'll be disappointed, and I'll let it carry over.
I might actually walk off the course and go into the 19th hole.
Yeah, not if I'm playing in the Masters. I'll finish the round. But if I'm thinking that's unlikely. But if I'm playing my own, I'm up north playing a round of golf, and I double bogey one, I'm like, oh, damn it. This is not the way to open.
Oh, you got 17 holes to make up for it.
I'll be thinking about it when I'm standing on the second tee box. There's a few things that separate me from being a highly tuned athlete.
Just a few?
That's one of them, yeah.
Okay.
Mike is next. Hello, Mike.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Mike?
Yeah, so even though he planted the flag in the Blacko down in Columbus, and I hated the Browns drafting him, he grew on me. I think he's a gamer, but he got hosed by the Browns. I think Baker, I love Baker. I think he's a good dude, and I've liked him since the Browns, sent him down the road.
So you're obviously a Browns fan.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. What is it about Baker you like?
Just, I mean, he wears his heart on his sleeve. I think he's always pumping up guys. I mean, he's a gamer.
Okay. Gotcha. There we go. Baker Mayfield. 248-539-9797. Who is the athlete that you rooted for more than any other? Who is it for you?
It was Steve Eisman to win that first Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
I was, for years, obviously we grew up watching hockey and grew up watching Steve Eisman play from day one. And, that third or fourth year when he was in the league and got the Red Wings into the conference finals against Edmonton in back-to-back years. And one year he was hurt, but he was able to come back and play. It was, and then there was this long break of Red Wings were good, but they were actually very good in the regular season, but just couldn't get over the hump in the playoffs. And then they finally punched through in 95. And, he's got that amazing goal against St. Louis, and we're all excited about it. And then they get swept. And then the next year is the Draper situation against Colorado. And they're not going to realize this? And then they make the moves, and then he's able to lead that team to the first Stanley Cup in 1997. That was, I could not have been happier.
Is there a non-local that qualifies? Or
I didn't realize I didn't think you said non-local.
No, I didn't, but I'm just thinking, and that obviously was the team as well.
Yeah, I mean, there were other, I really was, circumstances were kind of crappy on it, but I was rooting very hard for Ray Bourque to win a Stanley Cup because he was top of the game for 18 years or whatever he was playing at that point in the league and never got a chance to win a Stanley Cup. with Boston all those years, and then Boston makes the move. All right, we're going to send it to Colorado. Unfortunately, it's with Colorado where he wins it.
Right.
But I was very happy for Ray Bourque to be able to hoist the Stanley Cup trophy.
Mine's predictable, but back in 1994, in the middle of August, Tony Gwynn was hitting .394. And I'm a big Tony Gwynn San Diego Padre fan, and he was like my favorite hitter as a kid. And as time goes on, I respect what he accomplished more and more. It seems like once a year, somebody puts something out on Twitter like, Tony Gwynn swung and missed at 7 pitches from 1986 to 1990. And
Right.
you're like, wait, what? But anyway, nobody's hit 400 since Ted Williams. And when my team stinks, I have nothing to root for. I rooted for stuff like that. He flirted with hitting 400 and then the baseball work stoppage. God, I was bitter about that. But that was when I was rooting for an athlete more than any other time. 248-539-9797. What about you? What's the time you've been rooting for an athlete more than any other? Brian in Livonia says, I seriously rooted for Mike Tyson to beat Jake Paul. I still can't believe he didn't show up for that fight.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
Unnamed texter, I don't want to make this a debate, but I truly rooted for Stafford to win the Super Bowl more than I really ever rooted for any individual athlete ever before. After he got his ring and we became good, I stopped rooting for him because now he's a rival. I once thought I'd never root harder for anyone watching Tiger win his first Masters until yesterday. Rory is everything right with golf. 248-539-9797. What is it for you? Gator, we got some Tiger stuff to get to. We got a Piston team. Game 1 Saturday night in Madison Square Gardens. We will discuss them and this is their first legitimate playoff appearance in like 18 years because the previous teams that made it, we knew what they were. They were first round fodder. It was going to be, can they win a game? This team can win a series. That's a whole different feel. We'll get to that coming up this hour as well here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's Doug Karsh. Check out the spring savings at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Lease a new 2025 Chevy Equinox LT for just $289 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. $289. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH, saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM employee discount and lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your calls on an exciting Monday with a lot going on in Detroit. D is in Detroit, and he's on 97.1. Hello, D. D. It sounds like he's off doing something. We'll circle back to D. Joe is in Sterling Heights and next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Joe.
Hi, good morning, men.
What's up?
I was just listening to your topic about who you were pulling for, and you guys are going to kill me for this one. But in 2004, the Pistons are in the finals, and my friend Ryan and I were the biggest Kobe Bryant fans. So in Game 2, at the end of Game 2, when they were down by 3 and Kobe hits that three-pointer to send him in overtime, I swear to God, my friend and I jumped up. We almost hit our heads on the ceiling, and we're hugging each other, dancing around his living room. Now, as a grown adult, 20 years later or so, I regret that. I totally regret rooting against the Pistons. I just was a huge Laker fan, a Kobe fan growing up, Kobe courtside, all that.
So you didn't even get to enjoy it.
No, bro. I was bummed when the Lakers lost.
Wow. So a couple things. Joe, how old were you then?
I was 18.
Okay. All right, kids. All right. And you're a Detroit native?
He's a grown-ass man at 18.
What's that?
I was a grown-ass man, Gator. I don't, honestly, looking back at it now, I was walking around wearing a Kobe jersey in Detroit. I lived in Detroit, and I was walking around wearing a Kobe jersey. I was like, dude, what was I thinking? It was our first title in forever, and I didn't even get on board.
Well, I'm glad that you've matured, and hopefully you can enjoy another title soon.
Yes, sir. I'll be going to Game 3 whenever Game 3 is. Whenever they decide to throw that out there, I'm going to take my daughter. But it was just something as a kid. I grew up playing Kobe all the time on the video games. You know,
do you still have?
Growing up,
do you still have the jersey?
No, I do not have the
jersey. Do you have a Pistons jersey, a current Pistons jersey?
No, I don't have a current Pistons jersey, but I do have an old school Rip Hamilton. Believe it or not, I got one from the
You don't deserve to wear that one.
Oh, come on.
No. Hang on.
This is a redemption story.
Just hang on. Joe, you don't deserve to wear Rip Hamilton. But if you're going to adopt I know. So what I'm saying is start new, get a K jersey or something like that, get something for your daughter, and wear it proudly. But really, you have no ownership of the going to work Pistons. But this team, you can't.
But hey, listen though, real quick. If this can be any sort of redemption, the next few years I was in the military and I was rooting for the Pistons. No, not the military part, but I was overseas rooting for the Pistons. It was just that 1 year against the Lakers, bros. The 1 year against the Lakers, I did fumble the bag on that one. I can't say that.
Yeah, your service to the country is more than redemption. Thank you.
What a interesting story. But you know what? I think when you're a kid, when you're young, you latch on to the weirdest things, and you look back and you're like, huh? What was that all about? But D is in Detroit and on 97.1. Hello, D.
Man, that was a hell of a story, fellas.
Weird.
That was a good one. Hey, DK Gator, Kang, what's going on, homie? Before I get to them great Pistons story, man, I just want to say thank you, Detroit Red Wings. Thank you for ruining the state and city hopes. The Tigers started it all. We followed it up with the Lions, even though it was short-lived, but they still, had the city hyped up. And now the Pistons are following the Lions up. So thank you, Detroit Red Wings, for letting the state and the city down.
Wow.
And you ought to refund some of the money to some of them hard-working fans that have been supporting you for the last 9 years. Refund some of that money, man.
This is dripping with sarcasm.
Man, no, I'm serious, DK. They've been supporting this team all these years, bro, and you can't get it right yet. And like I said, this state is on the roll. All our pro teams making playoff noise.
Well, we are on a roll.
Check it. My second point, Jace Richardson. I don't know who giving this kid advice about he's an NBA lottery pick. Negative. Jace, you need to go back to MSU 1 more year under Coach Tom and get some more conditioning, some more, skills, get a little bit stronger. Bro, you remember Kobe Buffkin? You remember Juwan Howard Jr.? They got the same advice, DK. Oh, these are NBA players. They're NBA-ready players. And look at them now. 3 years in the league, and neither one of them are doing nothing. You getting NIL money? Stay in college until you're getting ready to go to the pros, bro.
I guess I would say that I think Jace is better than those players were at this stage when he made the decision. He can still come back into Michigan State. But if he's got GMs from around the league that they've been polling and talking to, and they're saying, yeah, you should go pro because you'll be taken in the top 15 picks, then go do it. But I wouldn't be surprised if in the end he ends up coming back to Michigan State.
In everybody's case, I would like to know who have they talked to and what they're being told. And you really have to be very judicious in who you listen to when you make these decisions. And if they are credible people that can give you guarantees, the problem is with deciding that you're going to jump to the league and become a fringe player is that next year there's 60 to 100 guys after your job. And if you don't make an impact, next thing you know, you're playing in La Crosse, Wisconsin in the G League. And it's just, it is what it is.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Hey, one more point before I go. I love the show. Hey, DK, you said it a minute ago about this team. These Detroit Pistons can not only win a game, not 2 games, but they can win a series.
They can win the
you
series.
Still got people out here that don't want to believe it. But I'm telling you right now, it's 2 players we have to keep under check to make this happen. Mikal Bridges and my man, who's the other kid out of Villanova? Josh Hart. No, we can deal with Brunson in town. I'm not worried about them 2, DK, but it's the other 2. Mikal Bridges and Josh Hart are both excellent 2-way players. They play with a lot of tenacity, heart. They both are physical. DK, it's up to Amir Thompson and my man Ron Holland. We're going to have these 2 guys get in the mix, get physical, and go stride with stride. If we keep them 2 under control, DK, we got a hell of a chance. Love the show. Let's go Pistons. And one more thing. I love George Blaha, bro. 49 years and still doing it strong.
It's crazy. Yeah, he's a legend. So, look, the one thing, when I look at this matchup and I look at this series and I look how it played itself out this year and how dominant Cade was, and Cade was dominant. But the last game, there was a guy that didn't play for the Knicks, and I wonder if OJ Anunoby is going to be the guy that's guarding Cade and how much of a difference that will make. And regular season game versus playoff game. Regular season game versus playoff game. What happens when veterans, when guys who've been there and done that, get to the postseason? Do they take it to the next level? Because clearly, if the regular season is any indication, this series is a toss-up. I mean, the Pistons did win the season series, but I'll call it a toss-up. If there is more to give, and my instinct, and I think veterans will tell you that there's more to give, the Knicks are favored for valid reason. But I'm really interested to see, because this is a different kind of test for this young Piston team. And there's no telling how they respond to this. There's reason to believe that they got a toughness and they've got a will to win and they got to do whatever it takes kind of attitude. But playoffs are a different deal, man. Playoffs are a different deal.
I'm looking forward to the playoffs as everybody else is, first time in a while. And I think this is a team that really has a chance to advance. You're going against a New York team that you beat in the season series 3-1. Yes, it's a different game when it goes to the playoffs, but the Pistons play a playoff brand of basketball. And it's going to be key that Cade Cunningham doesn't turn the ball over. But with the last 2 games against the Knicks, he, I think, had 36 points in each game. He's doing just fine. And seeing that the Pistons can throw what they can throw at defensively is going to be fun. It's not just Isaiah Stewart, it's Asar Thompson, Ron Holland, all these guys at Jalen Duren. These guys are going to be hounding Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson, and we'll see how they respond to it and how the Pistons respond to it. It's one of these that you just sit back and enjoy it.
Jason is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jason?
How we doing, guys?
Great.
So you got me there, Doug, when you mentioned, just players or teams that you latched onto as a kid.
Yeah.
I have zero reason why, but playing college football games, growing up,
yeah,
I got attached to Bowling Green. I have no idea why. I think it was the colors, the logo. I think it's kind of underrated, but even there was one player it's not Antoine Fuqua. I know he directed training day, but the wide receiver's last name was Fuqua, and that was my guy. And, always seeing those dudes. And every time I seen Bowling Green, I was always hyped up. And even driving through that area one time at an exit, I was like, oh, we got to go see Bowling Green. We got to go see the stadium, and drove through it. But that's one I have there's no reason why I latched onto them, but I just
That's
did.
hysterical. That is absolutely hysterical. And you said there was a receiver from Bowling Green.
If he wasn't auto-generated, his last name was Fuqua.
Okay, so it might have been made up for the college game.
But it could have been made up just because back then, they didn't, have everything going on there. But the orange and brown, I guess.
You never know what gets people going. We're asking you, with Rory winning, and I'm not quite sure how that is relative to that conversation, but with Rory winning the Masters, is there an athlete out there, real or generated on a computer game, that you became a massive fan of and just rooted for him to win? Well, you weren't rooting for the team. You're rooting for an individual to come through. And we've had some interesting answers and some more coming in, and we understand why when we see them all. We will get to that today at 11:32. And then so much more than we could have asked for. It's so much more than we could have asked for. That at 11:37 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, it looks like this weather is finally taking a turn for the better, at least with the temperatures are concerned. But we're still going to get a bunch of rain, which means that the grass is going to start turning greener. I want it to be as green and lush as all Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, where you get green and stay green with the natural way. Call them today. 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com. For a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control. But you got to mention me, Gator, in the station 97.1 The Ticket. You want to save some green? Here's how you do it. You get green and stay green and save some green when you prepay. Get on a schedule, call by the end of the month to get the early bird discount. It's awesome. You don't want to see crabgrass, right? You don't want to see dandelions. Dandelions are weed. Crabgrass is awful. It chokes out your yard. And if you see it in the middle of the summertime, you obviously didn't pay attention to it, and it's too late to treat for it. Treat for it right now. Make sure you have that beautiful lawn that is the envy of all the neighborhood. Natural Way is great. They use certified applicators and arborists that custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and your home. They're a locally owned company for over 35 years. It's a company I've trusted for almost a dozen years. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
going better than we ever could have asked for. We'll get to that today at 11:37. It's Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Rory wins the Masters, dramatic fashion, up and down, roller coaster ride, a really, really entertaining watch. And, God, what a raw moment afterwards, too. You could see his emotion, and I was amazed. I wonder how long Jim Nantz went between. Like, he was quiet for like 5 minutes.
It was like a full 5 minutes.
Yeah,
it was
wild.
fantastic.
In the meantime, who's the athlete that you just rooted for? Not the team, but an athlete that you were rooting for to accomplish something. Here's some of the feedback we've gotten from Luke. Ovechkin winning his cup. Ovechkin's a very likable guy.
Yep.
People like the way he plays. Michael Phelps Olympics when he was going for all those medals. Sure. Larry Fitzgerald in the Super Bowl with the Cardinals. I wanted him to win a ring so bad. That's from Petey in Brighton.
Very likable guy.
John in Lake Orion says it had to be Tiger's first Masters. Beyond the athletic accomplishment, it was super significant cultural and civil rights milestone.
It was, very much so.
Years ago when Tiger won the Masters again when many thought he couldn't. From an unnamed texter, and yeah, that was a bit of a surprise. Champ and chump votes. Champ Western Michigan hockey. Hate to do it, but the Red Wings are the chump for the playoff miss. Yeah, they're getting a lot of votes. Champ Rory McIlroy, amazing scene yesterday, and visibly saw the weight of the world lift off that man. Chump the Red Wings. That's from Frank in Royal Oak. But yeah, you could. I mean, that was obviously a ton of pressure on him, lifted. And it was great competition. It was great drama. It was funny because I think that's the first time my 17-year-old really got into a golf tournament, and all he wanted was it to keep going. He wanted Rory to miss that putt so bad because he wanted a playoff, but he wanted Rory to win.
Yeah, I hear you. You don't want it to end. Just let's see more golf.
Yep. Let's see. What do we got here? From an unnamed texter, Champ, as thrilled as I am about the Tigers so far, my champ vote has to be Western Michigan for winning the Frozen Four championship. Chump the Red Wings, 9 straight seasons without a playoff appearance. They're getting into SOL territory. I wouldn't go that far, but I would say that it is amazing that it's been that long for this organization.
It's embarrassing.
Yep. Champ Rory McIlroy, chump Nico. That's from Jody in the D. Nico Iamaleava, who is the holdout player from Tennessee, the quarterback who has been told he's no longer welcome on the team. With the information that's available, I understand it and I champed it. I'm hesitant to do it because I feel like there's another side to this story, but we'll see. We shall see. 248-539-9797. All right, Scott, Tigers take 2 of 3 at Minnesota. First place in the Central, game up on Cleveland. A lot of baseball to go. Continue to like what I'm seeing out of this team. There's a lot to like. But there's an amazing story. There's a few amazing stories. Going into this season, Scott, we get a sense for what fans are thinking in these jobs. We get a sense for what creates buzz and what doesn't. We get a sense for what people are excited about, what they're talking about, and we get a sense for when a story is dead. Okay? When it no longer, you know what was not a story 3 months ago? Casey Mize really wasn't a story.
Nope.
Spencer Torkelson wasn't a story.
Nope. Well, I mean, the story was that Torque was out of a job at first base.
Javi Baez was not a story.
Mm-hmm.
Realistically, the only way that they came up was in topics about salvaging something. What could they salvage out of these 3? That was the realistic goal. Salvaging projects, which was like, can Torque be a little bit of a right-handed power bat and, hit 250 and maybe walk a bunch and get into double digits with home runs, if he even came up. But I think most people had started to move on. Casey Mize, who wasn't great this weekend, but Casey Mize, who the guy can't even stay healthy. Can he maybe lock down the 5th starter job and get us double-digit wins? That was the salvage story with him. Javi Baez, I don't know that there was a salvage story. Not only have all three of them, it's not that they're salvaging anything anymore. Those three have contributed to wins. And, the eternal question for all of them, and what everybody's asking is, how long does this last? And to me, the response isn't how long. I'm more focused on those guys are helping them win games now. And in the end, right? In the end, when the season is over, your win total gets you into the playoffs. And when you miss the playoffs, you think about things like blown opportunities during the year. You think about, if they'd only won that game back in April, or they didn't blow that big lead they had in June when you miss the playoffs by 2 games. That you start looking back, and those guys are right now helping them find wins early in the year, which for a team with legitimate playoff aspirations, to me, it's just fine. I'm not even focused on when it's going to change and thinking about that. They're helping them win games now. They've moved beyond salvaging. They are assets. They're good. And if it doesn't last, it's not going to last. But you know what else probably won't last? Riley Green striking out all the time and Colt Keith hitting $170, right? Those things aren't going to keep happening. As likely as it is that some of these guys revert to the norm, it's also likely that others pick it up and that the team's still going to be good.
Yeah, I'm not terribly concerned about Riley Green, but what is alarming about Riley Green is he's got 25 strikeouts and just 60 at-bats. And that he's, struck out 14 times in the last 7 games. That's a ton.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, I feel like he's done enough in his career to this point where you feel like, all right, there's a correction coming. Colt Keith, I'm not sure about yet. I feel like there should be. I have confidence that he will, but at the same time, there's no proven track record with him at the major league level. He was a rookie last year.
Yeah.
But he's at $188 right now, and maybe some signs of warming up that he's going to start to hit a little bit better here. But yeah, I hope that there is that correction with those guys. I hope there's not the correction the other way with the other 3 that you mentioned, though. The 3 guys that weren't counted on a few months ago.
No.
Necessarily by fans or listeners, but I think the organization was counting on like a moment for perhaps all 3 of these guys. Let's turn around. We've seen you be very good in the past. It's time to turn it back on. And when you look at Casey Mize, you're healthy. Knock on wood, you're healthy. And remember what you were your first year in the league when you had an ERA of 3.7. Okay, you were learning and you were good. And then injuries piled up and sidetracked and the point where everybody was kind of gave up on you. Is he even going to make the rotation? Whatever. But proving through the first 3 starts, even the one yesterday, yeah, that's a starting guy. I know he got roughed up a little bit, gave up a couple home runs.
Right?
But he gave up 4 runs in 5 2/3 innings and looked really strong. Couple mistakes, and the walks are low. Torkelson, he was 31 home runs 2 years ago. A big second half of that season, and then it just didn't carry into last year. But it's a great start this year. We've talked about the differences in his stance at the plate, and he looks more athletic and all that, and it's paying off for him. Still strikes out a lot. 20 strikeouts in 15 games is not what you want to see, but he's providing that power. He's got 5 home runs. I think he's second in the American League in extra base hits to Aaron Judge. His OPS is well over 1,000. Here's when you know that Torkelson is turned that corner, is when you see teams start to pitch around him.
Mm-hmm.
When you start seeing the on-base percentage creep up even more. Now, it's already 100 points better than his average. He's got 8 walks in the 15 games. You start seeing that walk total change dramatically, that's when the league has shown respect towards Spencer Torkelson. It remains to be seen. Javi Baez, yeah, this would be the biggest reclamation project of all, because since he's been here, he hasn't been very productive at all. And to this point this year, he's come up with some timely hits for sure, but he hasn't shown that real extra base ability yet. He's got a couple of doubles that he did crush a couple doubles, but he hasn't hit it over the fence yet. OPS is still below 700 right now. Just we'll wait and see on Javi, but hitting at the bottom of the lineup now, and like we said, a couple of timely hits is paid a lot of dividends, and he looks competent at third base.
And there's something that I have now a lot of grace for that happened this year that I've really changed the way I digest some of sports. And I'll give you an example of something that was a big deal, but it was really nothing. We'll get to that today at 11:50. More of your phone calls, Champ and Chump. Let's get him in. The athlete you rooted for. The way people got on board and rooted for Rory yesterday to win the Masters. Who did you root when you didn't root for a team as much as you were rooting for an athlete to get his, whatever it was? 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Look, they specialize in auto law. Because of that, they've recovered more million-dollar auto accident results than any other lawyer or law firm in Michigan. They also have white glove customer service, something they pride themselves on. They take on fewer cases, fewer than any other law firm, and they do it on purpose. That means they have time for your case, and that formula leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. The white glove customer service will call you back within 24 hours. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Champ of Chump, get your votes in on a Monday, 248-539-9797. Look, Gator, it was, I think, in some people's sphere, a very big story when Spencer Torkelson said he wasn't going to watch film. And, we mentioned it, but I said, let's just wait and see what happens. Because I think out of frustration, sometimes guys say things, but I also understand that everybody's process is their own process. And whatever's going to work for him, whatever he had been doing, hadn't been working. And, he said he was going to do something different. I thought it was a big nothing taco when he said it, and I wasn't that concerned about it. And I guess this is the reason why. I mean, what you say is so irrelevant compared to what you do. And he is so doing it.
Well, this is true.
And I got the old saying that everybody wants their athletes to wake up bright and early and eat the healthiest of breakfast, work out, watch film all day, eat nothing but health food, and work out, watch film, and go to sleep. Because we want them to do everything they possibly can to be at their best at all times for our entertainment. But who are we? Whatever process is working for Spencer is all that matters. And if it's not watching film, great. If that works for you.
Well, and I was glad that A.J. Hinch cleared it up a couple days later and said, no, he's going to be watching film. It's just a different kind of process he's going through. And you can clearly see a difference in what he is doing. It's his approach, literally and physically, at the plate. He's different.
Yeah.
It's not just a result. It's his stance is different. There's a lot that's different about it.
248-539-9797. Tom, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Tom.
Tom.
Go ahead, Tom.
Goodbye.
Tom?
Tom?
I think he told us goodbye, but didn't really hang up.
He did, but he didn't hang up. Tom, hello.
Oh.
This is
I think
classic.
he just figured his phone is still in the car.
I want to know what Tom's doing. We'll circle back for Tom. In the meantime, feedback coming in from Milo. My champ is the NBA for giving the Pistons a Saturday evening playoff game. My chump, Red Bull Racing and their slow car. I assume Red Bull had a bad weekend.
Let's get it together.
Yeah. Come on, Red Bull. Pick it up.
Is it Long Beach? Is that where it was?
No, it was not. It was somewhere else in the world is where they were. You know how I am with Formula One? I don't pay attention until Drive to Survive comes out.
You know how I am. I don't even wait for Drive to Survive. I just don't pay attention.
Where were they?
Or did I?
Bahrain. They were in Bahrain.
Yeah, that's definitely not in Long Beach.
Champ Western, Chump Costa. That's from Tony in Grosse Pointe. I will tell you, while Costa is making a run, he's not likely to win Chump because there's a lot of other strong Chump candidates this weekend. Champ Torque, Chump Riley Green. He has more Ks than the Tiger pitching staff. It's from Bubba in Memphis, Michigan. More Ks than the Tiger pitching staff.
Who does? Torkelson?
Yeah. No, Riley Green.
Riley Green has 25 strikeouts.
Yeah.
The Tigers pitching staff has 117.
I mean, is he this is sarcasm or trying to
hyperbole?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Champ Western Michigan hockey, Chump NCAA football. The NIL and free agency is ruining the game. Can't wait to see the high price guys fail. It's from Chris in Livonia. So I'm really committed to not letting change be a reason that I stop liking something that I've always loved. They're making it harder and harder because it and I don't want this ever to be misinterpreted. And I don't know that fans are doing this. I think this is about getting to know and fall in love with your guys. This is about, I shouldn't speak for this person. My frustrations aren't about the players making money. And my frustrations aren't about really the new rules. My frustrations are that we're losing something that I used to like, okay? On a very base level, I used to like recruiting guys, that would commit. Sometimes they commit like their junior years. They come in as freshmen. You see the talent. They develop as sophomores. By the time they're playing as juniors, and not everybody, some people play as sophomores. Hell, some play as freshmen. But you're developing a relationship, I put in quotes, with that player. You're getting to know them. You're getting to root for them. You get to see them develop. It was a fun process. That was a fun process. And the longer you have a relationship with somebody, the deeper the roots grow and the more you care. Those relationships are being shortened dramatically to the point where they become just snapshots in time, and the relationship, we're not allowed to grow the roots. Okay? Now, maybe not everybody cared about that stuff. I did. I felt like, as a fan of a team, when that player's around longer, you get to know them more, and that becomes your guy. This is the college and the pros.
Well, there's an investment.
Yeah, you invest time in them, and you're developing that relationship. Sports. Being a sports fan is not logical, right? I mean, they're not. You're really not in a relationship, but you feel like you are with your guys, and that part of the collegiate game is going away, and that's hard to accept. Now, the NIL and the ability to make money, I guess more power to them. If I were to put I've always talked about the stupidity of the calendar, that off seasons start before the previous season's even done, and that's absurd. That has to change. Transfer portal windows and all that, they need to get in line and align these things better so that nobody can do anything until the season is done. Players were leaving teams that were trying to win national championships because they didn't want to lose their chair in the college roster, musical chairs. But I probably would look the contract thing. The players and coaches would have to sign that are enforceable. Makes sense. But the year after year after year after year after year, transfer. I mean, that's cutting back on those relationships. And that's a hard thing for some people to understand. So Chris on Livonia chumps NCAA football. I see why you're doing it. I still enjoy the Saturdays, but it is getting tougher.
No, I mean, yeah, once the game comes along, you kind of put behind you what disgusts you about what's happened, and I get it. And that's why the NCAA probably doesn't care, because people show up in record numbers, people watch in record numbers, people are betting in record numbers, and it's just a big giant money making machine. But yeah, I share that. I'm not thrilled with how things are. I'm really not happy at all with how it's changed so dramatically. Want to pay players? That's fine. Find a way that makes it make it make sense. And right now, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense because there's no guardrails on this thing. I hate the idea of having to re-recruit players every year or every 6 months even to make sure that they stay within the program. That to me is it's frustrating, but it's got to be frustrating for a player as well to commit to a program and then you see a coach leave and here comes somebody else and now you're not happy and you're always chasing that moment where you feel comfortable or you feel respected or you feel wanted. And if it's not going to be there for a couple of years, that's tough. And that's where we're at in college football.
And college athletics.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. All right, coming up next hour, we'll get a little bit more into what's being said about where our Tigers rank in Major League Baseball. And Gator, there's something that you and I didn't put together, but a national writer did as it pertains to the Tigers. I'm disappointed in us, and it's something I think we can develop a little bit. So we'll get to some more Tiger stuff coming up today at 12:05. Champ and Chump, get those votes in. Rory wins the Masters, 97-1 the ticket. This hour brought to you by ABC123pros.com. It's Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Monday, everybody. Hope you had a great weekend. Tigers take 2 of 3 from the Minnesota Twins, which is good, and they're getting way more than we could have ever expected out of Torkelson, Mize, and Javi Baez, who the only talk about those three were about trying to salvage something, and now not only have they far exceeded that, they're helping them win games. And in the end, you tally them all up and hope that you have enough to be in the postseason dance, and these wins matter early in the year. Certainly it'd be great if there's sustainability for 1, 2, or all 3 of them. But if there isn't, I feel like there's still guys on this team that have more to give. I mean, as Mize was out of the gate pitching great, Tarek Skubal wasn't bad, but they didn't win his first 2 starts, which is, you gotta get wins when he's pitching. And Torkelson, can he keep it up? Well, whether he can or he can't, Riley Green has more to give. Baez and Keith are sort of the yin and the yang there. Keith can give more if Baez starts to give less. So I do think there's sustainability as a team to have success moving forward. But boy, what a story these 3 are, because we're just hoping to get something. And now not only are we're getting way more than just something, we're getting wins because of these guys. They're playing great.
Yeah, they are. And it'd be nice to see even more contributions from other players offensively. McKinstry's been a big part this year so far to start the year. That's unexpected. So you like to see that. Dylan Dingler's off to a pretty good start. Like to see that. And now with Jake Rogers out indefinitely, he's going to get plenty of opportunity here. But pitching is going to carry the day for the Tigers. We knew this. The rotation, now that it's together, it's a good rotation. Reese Olson's off to a little bit of a rocky start, but beyond him, the other 4 starting pitchers have ERAs below 4, and Skubal's is the highest at 3.78 of those 4 pitchers, and he's coming off of pitching shutout baseball recently too. So maybe he's back on track to being the Skubal we saw last year, which was your Cy Young winner. But Casey Mize and Jackson Jobe, nice starts, and Jackson Jobe coming off a brilliant performance on Saturday with 6 shutout innings of baseball.
I want to talk about that a little bit more. I just have this to say about Jackson Jobe. If anyone out there is the parent of a teenage boy, Jackson Jobe looks like the kind of guy that could walk through the door with one of my sons and they'd say, "That's my buddy Jackson. He goes to Macomb, Dakota," or somewhere, I don't know. He just looks like an average high school kid. And he's obviously older than that. But he's got the hair that all kids have, and he's got the look and the demeanor.
Well, I'll tell you what I liked about it on Saturday. Well, besides everything. But
I was about to say, what was there not to like?
It looked like an outing where he was pitching. Mm-hmm. He wasn't just trying to strike everybody out. I think he ended up with just 2 strikeouts in the game. But he was learning how to pitch, commanding the strike zones. One thing, filling the strike zone with strikes is great, but if they're going to start hitting those pitches, you become predictable. He was commanding it and placing the pitches where he wanted to and not walking anybody and striking out only 2. That tells you he's making progress. And a short sample size here, 3 starts on the year, and his ERA is 3.0 with a 1.13 whip. That's good stuff. Keep going, Jackson Jobe.
Yeah.
Stay healthy.
And there's the whole idea of when people say they're young, they're young, they're young. And this is exactly what it looks like. You can see the talent, and yet you can see him throwing a pitch that's, giving up way too much of the center of the plate, center cut right down the middle. And, it was funny because Dan Dickerson was talking about one of his starts the other day, and he says, boy, he can race out the 2 strikes. And then a bat can labor on and on and on when he, is it in part because he's trying to strike the guy out, or just needs him to hit his pitch in the zone? Like, it's okay to get a ground out to keep it a bat short, as opposed to just nibbling and trying to get a strikeout. So there's all kinds of that's going on with Jackson Jobe. But man, 6 innings. I think it was 2 hits and how many walks?
I don't think there were any walks. There were 2 strikeouts.
There was 1 walk. Yep. 6 innings, 2 hits, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, 87 pitches. Man, he looked good. He looked really, really good. Okay, so I said I can't believe we didn't develop this, and I'm disappointed in us. Gator and I are big fans of the TV show Yellowstone. I think a lot of people out there are. In fact, I would describe it in some ways as we do here. It's kind of your show. You brought it to our attention, and we by we, I mean people here at the station, kind of fell in love with the show Yellowstone, which it's a great show.
Yeah.
So I was reading a story on ESPN.com about the watchability of every Tiger team, or every MLB team, I should say. Right. And of the Tigers, Dave Schoenfeld wrote Colt Keith, Spencer Torkelson, and Dylan Dingler, all character names in Taylor Sheridan's next TV project.
Yeah.
Taylor Sheridan is the guy that created Yellowstone. Colt Keith, Spencer Torkelson, and Dylan Dingler sound like they should be working the ranch at Yellowstone.
Dylan, Colt, and Spencer, without a doubt.
I'm disappointed in us that we didn't develop this thought earlier. As fans of the TV show Yellowstone, are we late to the party? Did everybody hear this and think this? These guys are straight out of the script of Yellowstone. Colt, Spencer, Dylan.
Well, they literally have Casey.
Right? There is a Casey in the show.
Tyler.
I mean, come on. Is there any Yellowstone marketing that can be done with this Tiger team that we can tie it all in? Because he's so right. I think there's something worth developing here. The marketing, my marketing mind is now.
Oh, and your marketing mind is a strong marketing mind.
It's spinning. It's thinking that the hard drive is spinning right now, and I'm trying to think of something.
You've given away many $1 million idea.
You think?
Many.
I've given away many an idea.
That too.
I don't know if I've given away $1 million idea, but I've given away many an idea. I don't know. I feel like we can work with something here. Like there's some movie poster with them dressed up as characters in Yellowstone with the barn in the bank and the background with the Y. I mean, we need to bring in Rip Wheeler. You should have Cole Hauser, the actor Cole Hauser, do an appearance, throw out the first pitch, and make the Tigers the Yellowstone of Major League Baseball with Dylan and Colt and Spencer. Right? There's something there.
No, there's something there.
There's something there. I don't know quite what it is. There's something there. As far as the national response, early season MLB power rankings, Gator. The Tigers are 7th in the majors in CBS, 8th in USA Today. I haven't seen ESPN's come out, but they usually come out Monday or Tuesday every week. This is it's an encouraging start, and in the eyes of the nation, the national media, that tells me it's a credible start.
Well, I saw a headline mentioning something about the power rankings, and it said that the top 6 are all from the same league. So I'm assuming the top 6 are from the National League in one of these. Which, what does that say about the American League? Well, at this point, to that writer, I guess it kind of dismisses the American League, but it's way early in the season. I think the Tigers are a very good baseball team. Maybe not very good. I think they're a good baseball team. Yeah. We'll see if the pitching shows up to be very good. If Skubal and Flaherty continue doing what we expect them to do, that's a great start. And if Jackson Jobe is having this rookie season, this is great. And Casey Mize doing what we've said, that's great too. Then maybe it does become a very good baseball team based on their pitching, and their bullpen's done a nice job here as well. But ultimately, whether or not it feels like ultimately it's going to come down to how many guys are going to hit. When are they going to get Parker Meadows back? I guess they got good news on him over the weekend. We'll see. He's still not eligible to come off the injured list until May 24th. So it's a long time to go without him, and they could use a player like him. Tigers got off to a hot start hitting home runs, and now they have, I think, 18 home runs in 15 games. That's not a ton. They need to have some of that extra base punch. They lacked it yesterday. One game. Right? They win the series. All you care about is winning the series. That's what they did. They beat the Yankees. They beat the Twins. They had won 7 of 8 going into yesterday's game. I like where they're at, and I think that they're going to stay on top of the American League Central.
Okay, so what you saw was the CBS Sports Power Rankings. Here's your top 7. Number 1, the Padres. Number 2, the Mets. Number 3, the Cubs. Number 4, the Giants. Number 5, the Phillies. Number 6, the Dodgers.
Yeah, well, the Dodgers were 6, but okay.
Number 7, the Tigers. Best team in the American League.
Well,
highest ranked team.
If anybody says the Yankees, they did face each other, and the Tigers won 2 out of 3.
Mm-hmm. Now, you want to be there at the end, not the beginning, but this is a great again, I say it's credible, and what I meant by that is it's one thing for us here to rave about it, and we're seeing this team, we're rooting for this team, we're all in, and that's what we are. But when people that aren't vested the way we are, and maybe a fan of a team, right? When they're saying no, your team's good, it's a good place to be.
It's a great place to be. They got 3 games starting tonight in Milwaukee. Milwaukee's a 500 baseball team. And then it's a 10-game homestand, 4 against Kansas City starting on Thursday. And then your Padres come into town next week. So there's another real test early in the season because San Diego's obviously very good to start the year.
Yeah, I'm not sure those might be data points we have to throw out because the Padres are so good right now. Look, the Padres are in the Dodgers division. I'm not delusional here.
Oh, the Padres have a ton of talent.
They do.
And then they've got Baltimore after that.
They race out of the gate a lot.
Oh, boy. Been there, done that, Doug?
Yeah, I have. All right, feedback coming in regarding Champ and Chump. We do it every Monday. Eddie at work says, Champ the Pistons. Chump Western Michigan hockey, fire up. Oh, I get it now.
Oh.
He chumped them because
he's a Chippewa.
Yeah. Yeah,
Fire
you're
up chips.
You're picking a bad day to chump Western Michigan hockey, Eddie. It's not a strong case.
Do you understand rivalries, though, Doug? There's never a bad day to chump them.
Okay.
If you're a Chip fan.
You can. But
is there a bad day to chump Ohio State?
No.
But there's a day to be quiet.
Yeah, there's a day just
like
to,
when Ohio State won the national championship this year. If we did this,
I think Michigan fans still didn't care. By the way,
they may not. Yeah. They may not, but they also probably shouldn't say anything.
Yeah, I let a couple weeks go by before I got back in taking shots. But Champ Western Michigan not having one player with NIL money. Chump Riley Green's bat. Champ 127 North. Chump Milwaukee Bridge. It's closed. Is that currently?
I thought they were doing some work on this Milwaukee Bridge just to make you happier.
I drove over it yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah. Well, we went up and back. Quick trip up to assess the damage. And again, at some point, we'll talk a little bit more about that ice storm.
You went over the bridge?
Yeah. I mean, I go over the bridge. I don't like it. But every time I'm on it, I'm like, this cannot be structurally sound. But apparently it's passed all inspections. It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Let's get to the Pistons a little bit. And straight ahead, however, 12:20, 2 mock drafts over the weekend, both with the same player coming to Detroit. Is it a recent development? Is there somebody trending to the Lions at 28? We'll get to that today at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, a great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out, and that's where True Green comes in. They are the local experts in Detroit and the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour. So they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part about the whole thing. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. You're not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to truegreen.com today and let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results. If you're just joining us, lots of talk about Western Michigan winning the national championship right out of the gate. You can use the Odyssey app and go back and listen to that if you so choose. The rewind feature where you can, everything's archived up to 24 hours. You can listen to this show and all the shows streaming through the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Also talked a lot about Rory winning the Masters in a roller coaster ride on Sunday in a wild day, where Justin Rose chipped away, got hot late. I think it was 6 shots back after 5 holes. Made it up. Rory went back and forth, vacillating between brilliant and bad. He managed to win the Masters in what has been a very, very popular win. And Scott, we asked people, when did you root for an athlete where you just wanted the athlete to get theirs? Not a team necessarily, but you were really pulling for an athlete. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Who should be singled out for having the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Champ and Chump of the weekend, get them in. And Gator, we talk some Tigers. What a start to this season. They take 2 of 3 from Minnesota. Look pretty good doing it. Torkelson, Mize, Baez, all keeping up with various degrees. Maybe there's some settle-in going on with Casey Mize after... it wasn't a bad outing. It was just the 2 home run balls that really kind of sunk the performance. But, hey, it's going to happen. Baez productive at bats and Torkelson back-to-back games with home runs. Things we've been kicking around. And, as I mentioned, we got 2 mock drafts over the weekend with the same result at 28. And I haven't seen a lot of this. It's a player we've talked about quite a bit. But both CBS Sports and USA Today, and we'll get into the CBS Sports mock draft in a little bit more detail. At 28, the pick is in, and with the 28th pick in both of these mock drafts, the Detroit Lions select Tyler Booker, guard, Alabama. Scott, I don't know if this is insightful to a recent trend or it just so happens to be 2 guys project Booker to Detroit. How would you feel about this pick, and do you think this is insightful of anything at all?
Well, it really depends on who they pass up on. I think he sounds like a very good offensive lineman. Could be a stalwart for years to come. I like him as a player, but is he at that level a bigger need than somebody else? Like, are there edge rushers that they passed up on? Is there a defensive tackle they're passing up on? Those are the other 2 positions I really like in this draft at 28. So it really would depend on what's after.
Well, in the case of the CBS mock draft, okay, here's your picks at 28, 29, 30, 31, and 32. So I mentioned Tyler Booker, guard from Alabama, goes to Detroit at 28. At 29, the Washington Commanders select Donovan Ezeraku, edge rusher, Boston College.
Yeah.
At 30, the Buffalo Bills take Nick Emanwari, safety out of South Carolina. At 31, the Kansas City Chiefs select Derek Harmon, defensive tackle, Oregon. And at 32, the Philadelphia Eagles select James Pierce Jr. out of Tennessee. Wow. All 5 of those players could be Detroit Lions for a variety of different reasons.
Did Kenneth Grant go before, or was he also available?
Let me scroll up here. It looks like Kenneth Grant was available.
Wow. So this is what I'm talking about.
Please, somebody early in the second round covet the Lions pick at 28 because you just have to have Jalen Milroe or somebody.
This is where you get to the point where how much do you trust Brad Holmes in the evaluation? If this is what the pick is and that's who they're passing on, I do feel comfortable with what Brad Holmes does in the draft, particularly in the first round of the draft. And that would tell you a lot about what they think is going to happen in the future, about both the offensive and defensive line. Now, that second round pick is going to be awfully important too at 60.
Yep.
What players are available at 60? Because do you want to get the best player you can get, or do you want to get the best 2 players that you could get? Does it mean you're compromising on one because you really want to hit the position in the second round?
Yeah, I don't think Brad Holmes, and I'm not answering the question as Doug, I'm answering this, but I don't think he would compromise on anything.
I don't think he would either. By that I'm saying, okay, if you look at, you need offensive and defensive line, and they're both deep positions, but maybe you're going to pass up on this great defensive lineman because you can find a really good defensive lineman in the second round, but you've got a really good offensive lineman, and maybe there's not really good offensive lineman available to you in the second round.
Dude, it's
if you're going to pass up on the better defensive player, that would be drafting for need or whatever, right? I mean, that's just. It's interesting. It's an interesting exercise to look at.
That CBS mock with all of those players available, given their problems last year, I think the shrewd Detroit Lions observer looks at a pick of Tyler Booker and say, this is the pick that does make sense. I also think that same observer can say, oh my God, how can they pass on that defensive talent? Because as much sense as Tyler Booker would make, if you have Ezaraku, Pierce, Harmon, and Emanwari, and Kenneth Grant all on the board at 28, and you go offense, and then sit back and wait till 60 to address defense, when they had a Super Bowl caliber offense by almost every measurement last year. I mean, their offense was a strong case for the best in the league.
Yeah.
And they make a pick of a guy that they might not even need this year. I think Detroit collectively would lose its mind. And I don't even think it's a bad pick. And maybe that's great theater for us. I don't really particularly root for that just to root for it. I just think the fallout from a Tyler Booker pick, if Kenneth Grant, Derek Harmon, Ezaraku, James Pierce, and Emanwari are all on the board, 5 pretty damn good defensive talents. Now, to be fair, I'm sure they don't evaluate those 5 and just say, they're all the same, they're all going to be good.
No, of course not.
They probably laugh at some of those that they don't believe in.
This is put yourself as a fly on the wall in the draft room and see what their board really shows. It'd be incredible. But, if you end up doing this, let's say it is Booker, and then in the second round you take Oladejo, the edge rusher from UCLA.
Well,
okay, interesting. Or would you rather go, say, Ezaraku, the defensive end, and then you take Tony Belton, the offensive lineman?
I think what Detroit would say is if you could take Oluwadejo Olufemi out of UCLA in the second round, you take Ezaraku in the first round and Olufemi in the second round. Like you go defense. I think Detroit wants a huge influx of defensive talent. Would you not agree?
I think Detroit definitely. I think the fans definitely want to have defense, maybe even defense.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Is when you're talking about what the fans want. But there's something to be said for just what they've done in the draft. They've got a lot of credibility, and so if Tyler Booker is the pick, and in these back-to-back mock drafts released over the weekend. Now, the other part of this is, do you think this is insightful? Do you think there's a trend? Do you think there's an intel out there that leads people to believe the Lions are actually after Tyler Booker and that's what they're hoping to get?
Well, this is strange because of the guys who are there, but this is a strange mock draft to begin with. If you look at some of the earlier picks, you're like, well, it seems like that might be a reach, or this is strange. And maybe that's just the case. But because I just have a hard time believing that pool of players is available immediately after they were to take this guy. But do I think it's that the Booker is a name that resonates with the Lions? Yeah. And even in this mock draft, it explains it's a Dan Campbell kind of guy, which is what we've talked about a while ago. For weeks we've been talking about how, and you've said it before, you think this is the most Lion-y pick ever because of the intangibles, if you will.
Kang, your thoughts on this?
Well, the intangibles you can't measure, right? But one thing you can measure is, combine and athleticism scores. His RAS score is terrible. Like he's one of the worst RAS scores of offensive linemen and guards. If that matters to you at all, that's what they've measured out as. So I don't know if that's something the Lions, we all think they like a high RAS score. They've drafted guys with high RAS scores. So I'd be hesitant on maybe Booker being the pick because of the RAS score, even though he's kind of rated the number one guard by most people. But I also know everyone's draft board is completely different. And if you look at the Lions' past drafts, they've had a different board than most quote-unquote experts have had out there. I think they like Jahmyr Gibbs more than Bijan Robinson. I think they like Terrion Arnold more than Quinyon Mitchell. This is pre-draft stuff. I think they like Hutch more than Trayvon Walker. I think they like Laporta more than Michael Mayer. Those are just some examples of where other guys were rated higher than the guy they took, and they say they like that guy that they drafted more. So Booker's the number one rated guard on most people's board. I'm not so sure he's the number one rated guard on the Lions board.
You're probably right. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson. Gator, I'm going to apologize to a local company because I liked your product. And unfortunately, when I like products,
oh no,
they disappear. But I have found, I think, my new favorite summer beer.
Oh no. Here we go.
We'll get to that at 12:38 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, spring is here, and there's no better time to make a move than right now. It's Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Now, the weather's warming up, and the days are getting longer, and it's the perfect time to take advantage of some incredible offers that are really hard to beat. Right now, you can lease a 2025 Equinox EV for only $159 a month. That's right, only $159 a month. Plus, if you're looking for something with maybe a little more power, you can drive off in a 2025 Silverado for just $298 a month. And here's the best part. Both offers are with just $999 down, and that includes the taxes and the fees. Yep, you heard that right. There's no hidden surprises. So whether you need a sleek new SUV or a powerful truck, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has the perfect value waiting for you. But you'll need to act fast. These deals are not going to last long, so why wait? Head on over to Sarah Chevrolet Southfield today and take a test drive. You'll see for yourself why they're known for making car buying a stress-free experience. Spring into action today and don't miss out on these fantastic deals. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, together, let's drive.
You know the crazy thing about Rory's day winning the Masters is I think it was one of the most relatable elite performances of all time. And what I mean by that is something that is woven throughout the amateur hack golfer is the amazing inconsistency of what it's like to be a hack. You're mostly bad, but you hit that one shot. And people always say that one shot that brings you back.
Yeah.
We can all relate. I shouldn't say we all can, but many of us amateur golfers can relate to hitting that one shot. Rory hit that one shot about 5 times yesterday. And we're talking about, remember when he had to go over the trees at 7 and he was laughing? He was like, he went over he was behind a tree and he hits this brilliant shot up onto the green where he had to like snap it over the top of this tree. And then they show shots of him afterwards. He's just laughing like, how the hell did I do that? There was the shot on 15 where he shaped it around a tree, like an unbelievable shot around a tree, and then misses the eagle putt. There was the shot on 17, where he's screaming, go, 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 rolls it to 3-4 feet, and I think he made that putt. There was the shot on 18 to get on the green to set himself up with a birdie attempt, but then he misses the birdie attempt. Like there was so much that was a relatable to the hack. It's because I think we all get lucky and you break off one shot in a round where you just want to focus on that one shot. And then most of the rest of your game fails. Rory had a more relatable day with brilliance mixed in with non-brilliance that we can all relate to.
Yeah, Bryson had a lot of those shots too. They were mostly off the tee. Had some great drives, but it's drive for show, putt for dough, and he couldn't putt, or his approach shots would always go way long. And he's left going, why is that long? Why is that long?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're all jacked up on adrenaline right now, But hey, there's always next year.
Well, it's pretty crazy. That round of golf was an unbelievable roller coaster. But it led us to that topic of did you ever just simply root for an athlete to come through to get their just due? 248-539-9797. Phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump. Brian in Northville says, Champ and Chump, the Western Michigan hockey team. Go Broncos. Chump, Steve Yzerman. Okay, got you down. Another Yzerman vote and another Bronco vote. Champ Rory, Chump Costa for pretending like his directional school rivalry means something.
Oh, come on.
It does to those at the school.
I mean, really?
Champ Western Michigan hockey, first NCAA championship in school history. Chump, the Red Wings goaltending. That's from Tom and Novi.
I think that it's been better lately.
Well, there's plenty of blame to go around for what's happened with the Red Wings, unfortunately.
I don't know if that'd be the first place I go to blame, but okay.
Yep.
Talbot's been pretty good.
248-539-9797. Okay. So, Scott, over the weekend, I mentioned we went up north, and we'll talk about the damages that were done up there. It's pretty amazing. If you own a place up north, I hope that your area goes unscathed, but some areas look like literally a war zone, and we'll talk about it probably as the week goes on. But Saturday night, Western's playing. Wife and I watched the first period at our place and then said, all right, let's go get dinner. And we were going to go to a place we could watch the game. We ended up at Pearson's in Harbor Springs. Good place to watch games, 2 spots at the bar. It was kind of perfect. And they had specials. And let me make sure I got this. Yeah. Okay. I got the website right. And one of the specials was a beer from a local company. And I said, I'll try it. And I'm not very adventurous when it comes to beer. And I'm not into, like, I love the concept of the brew pub, but I struggle at them because I'm just a mass produced, I'll have a Miller Lite, thank you, kind of drinker. When I get crazy, I'll have a summer shandy, right?
Yeah, you're not looking for the 8%
no
double hopped IPA or whatever.
No. So I'm very specific. My friends have called me a sorority beer drinker, and I'm like, okay, whatever. I like what I like. You like what you like. And there are differences between long haul beers, as you put it, and then those that like the double hopped or whatever. Old Nation Brewery has, as far as I know, a new beer.
God, Doug, they're doing really well. They're like a
this is the
sponsor of
problem.
the station. I mean, what do you really want to say this?
The problem is there's so many products that I like that have disappeared. And when it comes to beer, I feel like I've single-handedly sunk Busch Light Apple, although that's coming back.
Thank God.
My friend in the industry told me it'll be back next month. I really like the Otravez from Sierra Nevada. That went away.
Can I guess what this is?
Sure.
Is it the blood orange?
It is not.
Okay. All right.
No, is that they've got I'm looking for the Tangerine B43. Is that what you're talking about?
No, maybe I was thinking another. There was a blood. A friend of mine had a beer.
Toski Brewery, I think, has a blood orange.
I had a beer in my house, and I thought it was an Old Nation, but apparently it was not. But it was a blood orange.
I don't know if I'm going to say this right, but Old Nation has a beer. I think it's new.
Oh boy,
it's called Tranquilas. It is a Mexican-style lager. And here is how it's described. Tranquilas is a laid-back sip of sunshine, crisp, golden Mexican-style lager infused with premium, natural lime flavor to give it the right zing of citrus. It's made for slowing down and savoring life's simple pleasures. Whether it's at the beach or the patio, it's a perfect way to relax, unwind, and enjoy the moment. Salud.
Sounds great.
Yep.
It sounds like something I'd really enjoy.
I really enjoyed it.
And unfortunately, Doug really enjoyed it too. You just have a track record. That's all I'm saying.
No, I would. But if you like a lighter summer beer, this is a summer.
Right. We love summer shandy.
Yep.
You know, and that's fortunately that doesn't sound like that's going out of style anytime soon. So this is a lime version of that kind of. Although
Yes.
this isn't a shandy. This is just a hint of lime, or is it hit you like a summer shandy hits
It
you?
was-
That's lemonade.
I was. I noticed the lime, and there's too much and there's not enough. This for me was it was right on. It was spot on. And by the third one, I was really liking it.
I'm really looking forward to trying it.
Yeah.
And I'm also very scared.
Scared
that I'll like it a lot and then
it'll disappear.
Yeah, and then because you put the hex on it.
Yeah, I did put the hex on it. It's got a cool label, cool can.
It's on the yes.
Yeah. With a cactus on it.
Yeah. It's a nice saguaro.
Yeah. So I highly recommend it if you like summer beer. Worked for me. Here's the other thing about what I like, though. Unfortunately, not enough people do like it. So if I endorse it, it's going to be one of those things that you're brave if I endorse something, you go, I'm going to try that.
Well,
but I'm telling you, it's good.
Yeah, I want to try it. Because like you, I like the lighter type beers. I don't like the short haul beers, the high alcohol content beers, and call me whatever you want. But everybody drink what they like to drink. What I like to drink is something that is when I'm hot, I want something ice cold. I drink it and I'm like, oh, that is good. And it makes me want to have another, but maybe not necessarily go for 6, 8, 10, 12 beers. I don't really do that anymore, but I do like to have 1 to 2 to 3.
Well, good luck to Old Nation and Tranquilas. It's my new favorite beer. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get to the Pistons, man. Saturday night, game 1 against the Knicks. We'll talk about this playoff series next. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, during the NBA play-in tournament, FanDuel is giving all new customers a shot at $250 in bonus bets. Join FanDuel today. You'll get started with $250 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. From three-pointers, steals to assists, FanDuel has so many ways for you to bet your favorite player props. But you can also move the line a little bit. You won't get as much of a return if you move it in your favor. But if you're a new customer and you bet the $5, you could get the $250 in bonus bets, which is what you're after, right? So after a game tips off, you can combine your live prop bets into a same-game parlay for a chance to win even bigger. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to get in on all the NBA play-in tournament action. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. We have to wait until Saturday. Before we get to see game one of the Eastern Conference playoff matchup between the Detroit Pistons and the New York Knicks. They got this play-in tournament thing, which used to be the goal. It used to be the goal to be in this playoff tournament, the play-in tournament, where the 7 seed plays the 8 seed. The winner advances to become the 7 seed. The loser plays the winner of the 9-10 game. The loser of the 9-10 is out. The winner of the 9-10 plays the loser of the 7-8. It's not convoluted at all. And you get an 8-team field, the last 2 spots going to the 2 teams that win the playing games. Scott Anderson, it feels like it's going to be a long wait. I'm ready to go, but what we have to remember is that everybody else has been bitching about the length and the time in between NBA playoff games for years. We just haven't cared because it didn't impact us. We're like rookies. We're like young again. This whole postseason thing and a legit postseason team.
Hey, I'm okay with it.
With what?
With waiting. I'm really okay with it because I think at this point in the season, as you're in between here, you just want to be as healthy as possible. And I know that some guys are dealing with some things that are kind of lingering, whether it's a calf here or Charlie horse or a bad ankle or whatever. That all that's you got some time here to let that heal up. That maybe you didn't really afford yourself the chance towards the end of the season, but now once they lost that the first game in Milwaukee, they knew what their fate was going to be, and obviously they gave a lot of guys some rest yesterday in the finale. But also, I mean, it hasn't been completely ruled out with Jaden Ivey.
Yeah,
that he might come back to this team. I'd be amazed if he did, but okay, just wait a little longer. Sure, gives him more time to get acclimated, more time for him to get his conditioning underneath him, and can he play any kind of role whatsoever? Maybe not in the first round, but if they get past the Knicks, maybe he can see the second round. We'll see, but I'm okay with building up the anticipation, and the fact that the season starts on the postseason for them starts on a Saturday, that's kind of cool. The Red Wings will be done. They play tonight at home, the last home game, and then they have a couple of road games to finish off in New Jersey and Toronto, and then their season's over with before the Pistons take the floor. So it's a good time to shine for the Pistons, and I'm excited about the playoff atmosphere at LCA. I'm excited about the playoff atmosphere in downtown Detroit to see how we fully embrace it. Even with, we know we've seen this in the past when they were playing at the Palace, they had the Palace Vision and people would go there. We had Joe Vision where people wanted to go to the Joe and watch the away playoff games. But will they do anything like that for the away games in the first round? Maybe not, but maybe there'll be something going on. I mean, certainly you'd want to be downtown for this atmosphere, though. I think this is a real exciting time.
So have you seen the point spread on game one?
No.
Kang, have you seen the point spread on game one?
I have not.
Okay. What do you think it would be set at?
Well, they're on the road. Pistons won this season series 3-1. I would imagine it's still, New York is the higher seed for a reason. I don't know, Knicks minus 3.5.
Okay. Kang, what about you? What do you think?
I agree. Knicks will be favorites as they should. They're at home, better team on paper at least. I would say Knicks minus 4.5.
Pistons did win both games at MSG.
The Pistons are getting 7.5 points.
What?
7.5.
Oh boy.
Does that not feel like I'm pretty surprised they're getting that many.
Well, I might tell you also the odds makers don't take too much into the season series.
Well,
and
that's
that last game, people were sitting on the Knicks as well.
Yeah. But this goes back to that we're new at this. And they're not really new at this, but it's been so stinking long that it's hard to really quantify the importance of regular season results and how it translates into the postseason. In the regular season, there are some things that make you love this matchup. First of all, the Pistons won the series. I mean, duh. That doesn't take a brilliant sports mind to make that observation. Cade Cunningham. Did you see his stats against the Knicks this year?
I think he scored 36 in each of the last 2 games he played, but I haven't seen the full season stats.
Against the Knicks, he averaged 30.8 points, 8.3 assists. He shot 56% from the floor, 52 from 3.
Is that good?
Cade was dominant against the Knicks. Now, I suspect the OG Anunoby will be the guy that guards him, and he didn't play in the last game. He did play in the other games, though, and he still did well. But, I mean, 7.5 on ESPN.com and 7 on FanDuel. That's a big number for a team that won the season series. I don't know.
Well, we did a little bit of a deep dive last week, and I thought you pointed out something very astute, that once the Pistons started playing pretty good basketball middle of December, that their record and the Knicks record were almost identical.
Yeah, I think the Pistons were 33-19 and the Knicks were 33-20 since that turnaround in the middle of December. I mean, that's a long stretch of games where they were playing the same level of basketball. And there's good wins and bad losses mixed in there, but that's a pretty good chunk of games. I'm fired up for this. I love that if this is really the way it's going to be. I mean, I was expecting this series to maybe be considered to be one of the closer series in the first round. But of the first round point spreads, I'm just on FanDuel right now. There's no higher underdog. Nobody is getting more points than 7. Somebody else is. Memphis is getting 7 against Golden State.
Hey, no respect.
I mean,
chip on the shoulder again. You got to keep leaning into it.
Kind of, if you want. They're the biggest underdog. Now, given those play-in games haven't been sorted out, so we don't know who the 7 and the 8 seeds are, and they'll be bigger underdogs. So it's only 6 series that have gotten this treatment. 3 series in the East, 3 series in the West. But I guess as a 6 seed, we should expect it. Kind of wild, though.
Yeah, beginning of the year, though, the Knicks had aspirations, like real aspirations to try to make the NBA Finals. You know, they went and got Cat, big Mikal Bridges, move. Obviously, Brunson's a real star in this league, perennial all-star type player. It's going to be tough for the Pistons. The Pistons are also, I think, betting-wise, they were the worst team, one of the history's worst teams in the league last year, right? So this is a quick rise. You could ask anyone on the team, the front office, they didn't expect this. And so, but they're a tough out because of the style they play. I think whether they win or lose, or if they lose this series, I don't think they're going to be a pushover. At least I really, really hope not. And Gator, you talk all the time about them playing playoff basketball throughout the season. Hopefully, they let them play. The refs let them play in the playoffs. Because if they start tightening up on the whistle, then the Pistons can't play their brand of basketball, and it's going to be rough for them.
Well, that's the other thing, is it's playing their brand of basketball, not only defensively, but offensively, too. And, look, I know yesterday's game didn't mean anything, right? They weren't playing their starters. I mean, you had Jalen Duren played 8 minutes in the game yesterday, and a lot of those they're players that are starter caliber type players didn't play big minutes. And the game shouldn't be that much of insight into what's going on, but they took 59 3-point shots yesterday. 59.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about late last week that they took an awful lot of 3-point shots in one of their last games of the season as well. That's not Pistons basketball. I don't want them to turn into this team that thinks that they can just knock down a 3 at any time, so why not take more of them? I want this team to go at it with the attitude of what they had all season long. We're playing our own brand of basketball. It's not what you guys do. It's what we do. We feed the ball inside. We can kick it around, but we're not going to only settle for 23-foot shots. Maybe there's an 18-foot shot. We're going to knock that down. It's 2 points. Higher percentage, we'll knock it down. I want them to play that kind of basketball. Fast break style, great defense, in your face, aggressive, prickly, all that.
248-539-9797. Piston fans, how you feeling about being this big an underdog? Is this total disrespect for our basketball team? Are you worked up about it? There's 6 series that are set, 3 in the East, 3 in the West. Nobody is getting more points than the Pistons in game 1. Wow. I did not expect that. Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Pistons, big underdog in game 1, 7 points. Biggest point spread of any of the first-round matchups so far, given that the play-in tournament has to be played out. The 1 and 2 seeds will get their opponents at that time, but I'm overvaluing what's happened in the regular season. I'm surprised.
You know what's going to be awesome with playoff basketball coming back? We all know how the playoffs are. Everything you overanalyze every down, every inning, right? Yep. Every puck possession, every possession in basketball. This is what it's going to be like. And I know the game didn't mean anything yesterday, Gator, but it gave me a big game feel to hear. Like, you're on a national stage, you got the national announcers and things like that. And I just can't wait till Saturday. It is a kind of a long layoff, 5 days, but hopefully they get healthy.
This is like a summer league game. It's kind of fun to see.
Oh, yesterday, yeah.
I mean, Sasser played 43 minutes. You empty the whole.
Dude, Lindy Waters was out there for most of the game.
35 minutes for Lindy Waters. Tolu Smith, 22 minutes. Bobby Clintman, 23 minutes. Ron Harper Jr. Raise your hand if you know who Dennis Jenkins is. They emptied the bucket and emptied the bench. It was it's kind of fun to see that happen. And in a game where they were very competitive, but Milwaukee did the same thing. Pat Connaughton had 43 points. Okay.
Yep.
Fair enough.
248-539-9797. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. Something going on at the Masters. Well, something going on maybe because of the Masters. We'll get to that coming up in a few minutes. But first, Bridge is in Farmington Hills, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Bridge.
Hey, guys.
What's up, Bridge?
Hey, I got a champ and a chump.
Mm-hmm.
My champ is Rory McIlroy for the obvious reason that everybody enumerated, sentimental favorite and career Grand Slam and all that. So that I have three reasons. So that was the number one reason. Number two, he championed the PGA Tour between him and Tiger Woods, the top players who didn't want to leave for the live thing. So, and for that same reason, I didn't want DeChambeau to win it.
Right.
So that's my number two.
Yeah.
Number three reason is I have a strong Irish connection. Growing up in India, I went to a Catholic school. 12 years, same school, kindergarten through high school. And it was run by the Irish Christian Brothers. And for the last 6 years, they were also our teachers, not just the administrators.
Okay.
So we got a lot of Irish in there growing up there, so that's my connection to the Irish.
So, Bridge, you grew up in India going to an Irish Catholic school.
Correct. 12 years, same school, kindergarten through high school.
Fascinating. Did the instructors and these administrators, did they have Irish accents?
Oh, absolutely. They were from Ireland, and they used to go back very often and tell us stories about Ireland, and we sang every Irish song that they taught us.
Do you find that you have a different accent than other people of Indian descent because of that?
Probably, I guess. Because, there was a boarding school, so you were with them 24 hours a day. And so, as I said, the last 6 years, they were also our teachers, so you were with them all day. And evening, the sports and games and So it was
fascinating.
Like I said, I have a very, very soft heart for Ireland.
Yeah.
Because of that. And so that makes Rory McIlroy a good story for me, for everybody, but for me especially. But anyway.
That's awesome.
So my chump is the Red Wings.
Yeah.
And, that the same period, the same time last year, the last games went into the skid. And when they started losing here this year, I braced myself for the fall then.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but the thing is, if you brace yourself for a fall, it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. You just don't break it as many bones. So that, but they are a big disappointment again.
Well, it's hard to imagine. I mean, I said it earlier in the show. If they make, Bridge, thank you for the phone call. If they make the playoffs next year, and it will be 10 years in between playoff appearances, there's something really ironic that Ken Holland sent Detroit off the deep end with his comments about 10 years ago. Hey, guys, rebuilds can take 10 years, and they don't have to. That's the crazy thing. They don't have to. Competent, well-constructed, good draft picks, veteran signings, good trades, right coach. Rebuilds don't have to take 10 years. And he didn't say it had to take 10 years. He said they could take 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
And he started the rebuild in what appears to be a not particularly competent way. Yzerman took over. And while he drafted better than Ken Holland, there have been very little results from a team standpoint. Sure, we can like some of the young players, but there's no obvious superstar in the pipeline. There's some solid pieces.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. It's tough. It's a tough pill to swallow. And when it was finally over with the other night, because Montreal was able to go to overtime against Toronto, and who cared whatever the result was. I mean, that finally put the final bullet into the season. It's done. It's done. They'll play tonight. Have two more games after that. So tonight's the last game at home, which is always kind of a cool thing for the last home game, where they do, give a salute to the fans, but it's just another disappointing end. It's 3 years in a row. There was hope in March, going into March, that is completely dashed because of March. And there's just too many factors that go into it. It hurts. It stinks.
Mm-hmm.
the players that and now there's the Swedish players coming from the Swedish league, Sandin Pellikka and Brandzik Nygaard are supposed to go to Grand Rapids. I guess so maybe not coming to play a game or two with the Red Wings. We'll see. And we'll see if the Red Wings give anybody a call up just for a couple games. But if they don't, it's truly done. It's missed opportunities that they had and get back to the drawing board in the offseason. But I think that there are absolutely ways to make this team playoff caliber in the offseason. And we'll see if they have the guts to do it.
All right, Scott. Yesterday, I mentioned this earlier in the segment, yesterday was the Masters. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did you at any point while watching the Masters over the weekend, did you work on your takeaway? Did you putt in the living room?
You know what? I didn't.
The Justin Rose before his pre-shot routine shows him he's trying to groove the swing in. Did you work on any of that stuff?
I really didn't. I would admit to it if I had.
I know you would have. That's why I asked.
There've been times I have done that, but I did not do that this weekend.
Did you check the forecast? Did you dust off the clubs? Did you think about it?
Yesterday, I thought for a brief moment, is today a driving range day?
Okay.
But no, because today's a day, not today. I want to watch the Masters.
Okay.
But coverage wasn't going to start till, 2 o'clock, and Tigers were coming on.
Did you see anybody out playing golf this weekend?
I did not. I did look. I tried to take a peek going by one of the country clubs, but I didn't see anybody.
So we were up north. The weather isn't ready for it, but certainly the damage. We drove through the Boyne Highlands golf course and saw, some significant damage that it's going to take a while to clean up. And there were utility trucks everywhere. But on the way back, we're coming down 75 to 23, and we passed Fenton Farms Golf Course, which is right off the highway there. And I saw a twosome on the green, which you could see, another kind of on a tee box, another on playing the previous hole. And I'm like, people are out golfing. And here's the thing. Is the Sunday of the Masters the worst day to be playing golf? Like, I feel like people get fired up because of the Masters going on. But don't you want to watch the Masters, even if you're a hardcore golfer?
I suppose it's the best day to play golf if you're going to play in that morning. But it's weather dependent, like you said. So if it's not going to be warm enough to enjoy it until, say, noon.
Yeah.
And you play a 4.5 hour round, by the time you get home, it's 5:30.
You've missed most of the
final
you can
put yourself in a bubble, I suppose. But no, I wouldn't want to play while the Masters is going on.
No, and I feel like golf. I guess
ask yourself the question later in the season. If the U.S. Open, final round of the U.S. Open, do you feel like playing golf at that point? Now, that point might be different because weather's so nice. Yeah, I want to be out golfing. While I missed the U.S. Open final round, okay.
Yeah, I will probably pass on Sunday golf, but I might miss the third round.
Yeah, third
golf.
round. Saturday is fair game for anything.
I just want to know if anybody's a golf fan that golfed yesterday during the Masters, because I think in some ways it was a weekend, one of the first weekends for people to get out there.
Mid high 50s.
Yeah. Could be you get inspired. You're seeing it. You've said it's happened in the past, right? You're watching golf and then you go, yeah. Okay. It just didn't happen yesterday.
No, I did not find myself doing the practice swings or anything like that. I did not go into my bag, get the putter out and get a golf ball and knock it into a cup or anything like that. I was not doing that.
Right. 248-539-9797. Anybody golf yesterday? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if you need a new garage door, only one place to call. Precision Garage Door Service. They are amazing. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit them at precisiondoormi.com. If you need a new garage door, here's what's great about Precision. They can get you one in as little as 24 hours in some cases, because they're the only company with new garage doors in stock at their local warehouse. Nobody does it faster. Nobody does it better. I've had new garage doors put in my house, and Precision was the place to call. They came out. They addressed the issues, told me, hey, let's go through a bunch of options. We went through a bunch of options. We ended up picking out the perfect garage doors for my house. I could not be happier. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit them at precisiondoormi.com. While we've been talking hockey in a little bit here today, and congratulations to the Western Michigan Broncos winning the national championship, getting a lot of champ votes for Champ and Chump. I want to give a little bit of a shout out to Isaac Howard from Michigan State, who won the Hobie Baker Award. He's the nation's top collegiate hockey player. And looks like he's going to come back to Michigan State for his senior season. Provided he doesn't get some deal done with, I think he's with Tampa's rights. But 52 points on the year, 26 goals, 26 assists in 37 games. And obviously Michigan State fell short of their goals. But for him, top hockey player in the country. Nice job.
248-539-9797. Let's go to JT in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, JT.
Yay, good afternoon. How are you all?
What's up?
Great. I and my boys, we teed off at 9:30 yesterday morning, and we were done just a couple minutes before 2, in time to have a few ginger ales at the 19th hole and watch the first few holes of the front 9, home to watch the rest.
Where'd you play?
Day. To borrow one of your phrases, Gator, at a local country club.
Ah, there you go. Nice. Well done.
JT, were you inspired by the Masters?
So I had an opportunity to watch the tournament all weekend, and yeah, I was inspired. I'm not a fan of the winner, so I was hoping to see somebody else win, but it was nice that he added that to his cache of victories.
Why are you not a fan of the winner?
Numerous reasons, and I'll just highlight. Did you see DeChambeau in an interview yesterday? Rory didn't say a word to him all day long, not a word.
Yeah.
Not even an FU. So that'll just summarize why I'm not a fan.
Yeah, he's not. I don't think Rory's a fan of the live guys.
Clearly, he's not.
Yeah. And I'm not either. So
Yeah,
I have no issue with him.
I wouldn't expect him to say a word final round. Not going to say a word to him. Other than maybe, hey, good luck at the beginning of it, and that's it.
Yeah.
I can deal with my stuff. You deal with your stuff.
Bob in Ortonville, you're next on 97.1. Hello, Bob.
Hey guys, how you doing?
What's up?
Same with that guy. I teed off at 9:30 yesterday. The country club that I play at, they did a Masters tournament, and they do it every year. You get randomly paired with a guy who made the cut, and then they take your score and their score, and they add it together, and then we have a winner. So teed off at 9:30, was in the clubhouse by 2:15, was able to see the last few groups tee off, and had some lunch there, and you got to watch everything as people are coming in and telling us their scores, and it was a lot of fun. Like I said, we do it every year. We do it for the Open as well, and we do it for all the major championships.
How'd your team do?
Well, I had Denny McCarthy. He shot 1 under, which is nice, but his playing partner, myself, did not shoot very well. So,
Course in good shape.
Yeah, it's in really good shape. We play out at Metamora Country Club. They do a really good job out there. So
Fun. Yeah, it's weird. Kank sent me a text on Saturday. He goes, I can't imagine going to play pickup basketball during Game 7 of the NBA Finals. And I'm like, yeah, golf is like that. Hardcore golf fans can preempt watching the golf, like a big event to go play.
I was going to say, but the basketball's played at night, but you play pickup ball at night sometimes.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, they're open. Yeah, there's 24-hour gyms, dude.
From Dane and Grand Blanc, the golf courses were loaded Saturday. Stephen McComb said, I played 2 rounds of disc golf yesterday. It was a beautiful day. Unnamed texter played on Saturday, had the Masters on the iPad and the speaker on. From Dan, we did play yesterday, had it on the speaker, Sirius XM. We golfed out at Calderon yesterday. I was home by 4 o'clock to watch the last part of the Masters. It was a great day.
You got to see quite a bit if you got home at 4 o'clock. You've seen the whole second 9.
Unnamed texter, I love to golf. I hate watching golf. I wouldn't think twice about golfing instead of watching it, regardless of what tournament was on.
That's interesting.
Yep. I mean, I find it interesting that he hates watching golf.
Yeah, I mean, I get that you'd rather play than watch. I totally understand that, but that wouldn't watch at all?
Guess not.
I mean, for me, a lot of it is weather dependent.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to tell me that it's going to be 75 and sunny with little wind on the final day of the Masters and I get invited to go play golf,
you're in.
I'm probably going to go play golf.
From Rudy working in his car, huge golf fanatic here, played 18 yesterday, started early in the morning and was home in time to watch the last 3 groups tee off. Turned out to be a beautiful day. 248-539-9797. Chris is in New Boston on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
Great, thank you.
So I teed off at 1:30 yesterday at a local dog track, and here was my reason why. I had Justin Rose at plus 3,300, and where he was at after Saturday, it was like, I'm going to hit the links, and then I'm following along, and it's like, holy crap, he's in this thing. Yeah. And needless to say, I got home to watch Rory poop his pants on 18, and then I got to watch the first playoff hole, and then obviously he made a brilliant shot to win it. And mine was purely money motivated. But I did watch Thursday and Friday because I had the days off. But I enjoyed my golf yesterday as well.
So, did you bail early, or did you finish your round when you saw that Justin Rose was in?
I finished.
Okay.
I finished and then was able to make it back. It was slow play yesterday. There were a lot of people out there, a lot of neophytes like myself. So, but it was nice to get back. And boy, I was really hoping to buy a new set of clubs with the
winnings
money. Yeah, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, well, he made a heck of a run. I mean, he charged out to the lead in the first round. Pack kind of caught up to him, and then he all but faded from the discussion. And then he was 6 shots back early on the day on Sunday. There's 5 shots back, and then 3 shots back, and then
watching him play over all these years, when they got to the playoff and they both put it on the green, and Justin Rose goes to hit first, it was whatever it was, 8-10 feet away. I thought for sure he was going to make it because that's just what he does in like Ryder Cup situations.
Yeah,
he was always that guy, one of those guys. I feel like always the Europeans came up with a big clutch putt when they needed to. Like, this is going to be it, and then I realized, wait a minute, this is European on European crime here. Maybe he won't.
I found, me and my relationship with watching golf, I'm a casual golf fan, relatively speaking. I definitely get fired up for the majors, and I'll take in a tournament here or there. And at some point, I want to go to a Ryder Cup in Europe. I'd like to go to the Waste Management and experience that scene. But with that said, I think that was the most entertaining non-Tiger Woods Masters in recent memory. And I wonder if the ratings will reflect that. I haven't seen any ratings for Sunday yet, but do you think this might be on par with a Tiger Masters, or is it just?
No, I think absolutely, because you get that matchup of DeChambeau and Rory McIlroy going into it. I think absolutely this would be a highly viewed Masters final round. Now, would it be higher than a Tiger one? I'm not sure about that because Tiger's the ultimate attraction. But would this be a second to any other Tiger one? Maybe.
I'm being intrigued.
I thought for sure this would be a very highly viewed Masters final.
Because Rory, I think he's really great, and I love watching him. And that's a storyline that is easy for people to understand. Yeah, he's won all the majors except this one. DeChambeau, I think, is a bit of a polarizing figure. I think in a lot of people's eyes, he salvaged his reputation with his embracing of social media and his YouTube videos, where he comes across as far more likable. But the early versions of DeChambeau, I went from fascinated to I don't like the guy to I can't stand the guy. And what I found fascinating was the whole way he did his clubs, all the clubs the same length. And then he bloated up and, looked like he'd been pumping iron and steroids.
on a creatine diet.
Yeah. But I don't mind when people try to do it their own way. But, the live thing hasn't helped at all. So anyway, I'll be intrigued when the numbers come out if this pushed Tiger Woods as far as the theater that it was, because it was really, really compelling. 248-539-9797. Tigers take 2 of 3 at Minnesota. There's a lot to discuss there with this team. Some things going better than ever could be expected. Others need to pick it up. But open a series with Milwaukee tonight. Still in first place, our Tiger team. Early in the season, lots to go, but damn, they're fun to watch. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. You guys hear me talk about Twin Peaks a lot, usually about how they offer up the best game day atmosphere in the state, how they serve up the coldest draft beer you've ever had, that they have the beautiful Twin Peaks girls, hospitable and all, serving it all up, and, of course, the Scratch Kitchen. Well, Twin Peaks is offering up something new, catering. That food you crave can now be yours at work, at your house party, even your tailgate. They offer up a wide variety of party packs, featuring favorites like their chicken fried chicken, street tacos, char-grilled salmon, steak salads, and so much more. There isn't a sports bar in the world that can compete with their food. Gator and I were just there for March Madness. The food is outstanding. And now, if you can't make it to your favorite lodge for lunch, you can have it at work. Their wing packs are perfect for tailgaters. Call the store and speak to a manager for details or check them out on easycater.com, EasyCater.com. If you've never tried their food, you've got to. Detroit baseball action is heating up. Stop by your closest lodge. Check it out for yourself. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. It's been a while since we got a wrong text.
Oh. Well, that's fun.
Yeah. It starts with, I'm going to choke this dude at work.
Wait a minute. Is it from a P. Hegseth?
No.
I don't know. Sometimes you get on the wrong text threads. You never know.
I think I'll leave out the details of what he wrote after that.
That's pretty phrasing. Well, I don't know if I need to know. Don't say his name. What do you got?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
What? If it starts like that, everybody wants to hear the rest of it.
They get into some specifics that I think I probably should lead out. Let's just say that there's some communication errors.
Can you do some editing?
I can. Anytime blank calls out doors that are empty. I better stop.
I think it's interesting, Doug, because do you even have any idea what he does for a living?
No,
based on this? Me neither.
I have no idea.
So how could, I don't know if we're getting...
Yeah, but he knows what he does for a living, and people he work with knows what he does for a living.
But how many people do this job? Could be a lot.
What job?
I don't know.
Let's just say that one of our listeners is very frustrated with some communication at work.
Oh, okay.
And it makes him want to choke this dude at work.
Choke a dude out.
Yeah. And then accidentally sent it to us.
He was texting his wife or his buddy or something?
I think he must have been, yeah. This happens every once in a while where somebody sends us a text and they were intending it. They obviously text us about something sports and then went to text their wife and put it on the same thread as us.
And
so anyway.
We can't text back either.
We know we can't. But this is what we call the wrong text. Somebody sent us the wrong text. Frustrations in the workplace showing up on a Monday. Let's just say that.
I want to get her to guess what kind of job he did.
Yeah, I think it's probably best.
Have more details.
This is a listener that texts us. Sorry, guys, not meant for you. And so I think it's give it. Nobody's going to know what this guy does for a living if I read the text, but the guy he wants to choke out at work might know if he hears about it. So let's just
do your job, dude.
Let's just
communicate better.
It needs to be better communication. Regarding golfing instead of watching golf, Jeff and Warren says, went past St. Clair Shores Golf Club yesterday, and there were 30-plus carts on the course at about 1:30. Chad and Lake Orion, you guys have phones, right? Why would you not want to watch the Masters while golfing? I drove by 2 courses yesterday afternoon with packed parking lots. So why would I not want to? I think if you have it on your phone while you're golfing, you're basically missing the Masters. You're seeing the score, you're seeing a shot here and there. But, if you just flip it on and see Rory miss a putt on 15, you don't see the amazing shot that got him within range to make an eagle putt. Because you're staying up to date on what the score is. But for me, I'm not really watching.
Yeah, I couldn't. I don't like that either. Watching stuff while you're in a golf cart. I'm there to golf. If you wanted to do something else, do something else.
Yeah. Fellas, the best day to golf is Mother's Day. We celebrate on Friday to avoid the ridiculous crowd and subpar golfers. The first Sunday I tried it, I was alone on the course. The clubhouse guy said, everyone has a mother. That's from Greg and Brighton.
That's a smart call right there.
So you
That's
celebrate.
Savvy.
You celebrate with your mom on Friday.
Or your wife.
Or your wife, mother of your children, and then you go golfing on Sunday because the golf courses are empty.
Do you get the green light on Mother's Day?
Well, you obviously have to prearrange. Do you mind if we celebrate Mother's Day early? I don't think I would start that negotiation.
No?
I don't think I would start that.
I mean, you could take her golfing.
I think the idea, if I said to my wife, hey, on Mother's Day, to celebrate you and what you have done as the mother of our children, would you like to go golfing?
Yeah, it doesn't sound so good.
It doesn't.
Now that I hear it out loud.
I mean, look.
If all the kids are out of the house, and maybe you only had one straggler come and spend hey, we're going to have Mother's Day brunch or something like that. Then could you take her out? If there are no children involved, which is the whole sole purpose of her being a mother in the first place.
It would take the right set of circumstance before this would even be on the radar. Look, I like to do this. I listen to what my kids say and my wife say, and when they say, God, I really need a blank, whatever it is, I always make a mental note of it. I got a note on my phone about the next birthday, the next Christmas,
Smart.
the next. Yeah, and so by the end of the year, I just pay attention to everything, and then when I go out Christmas shopping, I revert to the list. I did that once for Mother's Day. It was a grave mistake.
So you got an appliance, didn't you?
Yeah, my wife made the comment, we really need to get a new frying pan. I'm like, ooh. do not get your wife a frying pan for Mother's Day. Even if she said she wanted a new frying pan.
Wait, she could have said samurai sword. It's the same thing. It's a weapon. What are you doing?
Dude, it was early in the marriage.
Was it at least nonstick?
It was nonstick, yes.
Yeah, so when she bashed Doug in the head with it, it didn't stick to his head.
chrome, yeah.
It was one of the, and I remember her look, and I'm like, didn't you say you wanted one of these? And she looked at me and she goes, yeah.
Oh, now I can see your wife doing that. Yeah, and then walk away.
Yeah, I did say that.
But wait, there's more.
And you say I don't listen.
Honey, there's loving too, right?
Wait, I think there's a coupon in there. One free night.
Can you say BOGO?
Ooh, expiration date never.
Yeah, just note to self: don't get them an appliance, don't get them a frying pan.
No bowling ball.
Andrew writes in, so I live on the Orchards Golf Course in Washington Township. I was grilling and watching the tournament yesterday. Guys were golfing as they drove by. I kept telling them the leaderboard unsolicited. Was that mean? No, it wasn't mean. I have to imagine they liked it. All right, so Tigers. Tigers take 2 of 3 with Minnesota. Probably the best thing that came out of the weekend was Jackson Jobe. Was it Spencer Torkelson, another couple home runs? What was the best thing in your view that came out of the Tiger weekend?
I think Jackson Jobe, that was pretty tough to beat with the six innings, a couple of hits and a walk, 2 strikeouts, shutout baseball. That was great. And of course, it goes hand in hand with a Torkelson home run. That's pretty cool too. But seeing Jackson Jobe kind of settle in, 3rd start of the season, 3rd start of his career, and he looked great. He looked phenomenal. And that's a really good sign.
Yep. It's good to see. Because there's going to be ups and downs with the kid. That but the skill set. I mean, right now, I think I don't mean any disrespect to Reese Olson. None whatsoever. I get super excited about 4 of the 5 starters.
Right. And we've hardly even talked about Flaherty. Flaherty's off to the best start of all of them.
I know. But when you have a starting pitcher taken to the hill, that you think at any given time can just go out and have a dominating performance. And I don't know if I think that about Jobe yet, I guess, to be fair. But Jobe's exciting because he is that young arm with a ton of talent. And I feel like I'm being disrespectful to Reese Olson. But Reese Olson isn't bad either. Like the starting pitching is really, really, it's been good. It's been fun to watch. And tonight's another Scooble start. So, a chance for them to add another win on this road trip and just keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah, that I like the start they're off to 9-6. When we looked at that schedule to start the season and we talked about it, and people were like, don't get too excited. That's a tough road right off the bat. Well, they're 9-6.
Yep.
That's a pretty good start. I like where they're at.
Did you see who they're facing tonight?
I did not look at the matchup.
They are facing former Detroit Tiger, Tyler Alexander.
Okay.
Yep. So, chance to see one of our Tiger from the past take on the Tiger of the now and the future, and Tarek Skubal. Gotta hope the future. Anyway, fun start for the Detroit Tigers. 3-game series with the Milwaukee Brewers before they come back home. And
they got a 10-game homestand. They'll play Kansas City for 4 games. Mentioned San Diego, and then I forget Baltimore, I think, after that.
Yep.
It's not going to be an easy homestand, but it's going to be a long one, which is good. Hopefully the weather cooperates. And
we had that line last week about you beat the Yankees for show, but beat the Twins for dough. Winning in the division is a big part of winning the division.
Yes.
And they are 5-1 in the early going. Now, a lot of people are going to chalk up wins against the White Sox. Do you see what they are in the division?
I have not.
1-8.
Okay.
Yep.
So that one team that lost to them feels pretty bad.
Yep. But Tigers got a series win against another division rival. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you trust CGC for top quality Connecticut water systems. Now trust them with your plumbing too. April showers bring flooded basements. Keep yours dry with a CGC water treatment system and plumbing. Right now, save 10% off a new Zoller sump pump. Need backflow testing? CGC's got you covered. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cdcwater.com. Remember, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Call your authorized independent Connecticut dealer today, 855-339-4242, or visit cdcwater.com. Gator, you sent me a list over the weekend, a rolling list of players that the Detroit Lions have met with.
Yes.
Prior to the draft. What is it? You're given 30, right? You can bring in 30 players for visits. And, you know, it's interesting to see how people use their visits. Because it looks like the Lions use their visits on mid-round guys. They don't use their visits. In fact, I don't think anybody they visited with, according to this list, looks like a first. Now there's one.
There's
one. Maybe two.
There's definitely two.
There's two. Yeah. The two are Gray Zabel from North Dakota State and Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M.
Well, Maxwell Hairston could argue the corner.
I would be stunned if he's the pick, but he's around that area is where he kind of ends up getting mocked.
But I wonder if he's on this list because he was part of the local pro day that they had because he is from West Bloomfield. And Josiah Stewart was there too, if I'm not mistaken.
Josiah Stewart's on this list. The other one, Tyleek Williams, the defensive tackle from Ohio State. Yep. But most of these names are mid-round guys.
Yes. Mid to late or whatever.
Out of all of them, and there's a couple, you mentioned Josiah Stewart from Michigan, but Chaz Chambliss, the linebacker from Georgia, is on the list. Probably the one that really intrigued me is Harold Fannin from Bowling Green, the tight end, because I think he led the country in receptions last year at BG, and he really stood out. When you put him on a MAC field and saw him play, he did look like a man amongst boys. And I do think there's a need for a tight end at some point.
From what I know, the local visits don't count against your top 30.
Okay.
So Josiah Stewart shouldn't count against their 30.
Gotcha.
And I know they did a lot of local guys for that day they had.
Yeah. Well,
but you mentioned Fannin and how interesting he is. He's not like huge. He's 6'4", 230.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want a pass-catching tight end, this guy had 117 receptions last year for 1,500 yards, including 10 touchdowns.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Do you have a game-by-game in front of you by chance?
Sure.
Okay. Who are the big boys that Bowling Green played?
I'd go to the beginning of the season, Penn State.
And how did he do in that game?
He had 11 receptions for 137 yards and a touchdown.
There you go.
Texas A&M. 8 catches, 145 yards and a touchdown, including a 65-yarder.
Okay, so he had dominant games against 2 playoff teams?
Yeah.
There's your small school guy. That's what you look for.
I'm going to throw the Chippewas a little bone here.
Okay.
It feels like they need to.
They need a little love today.
Yeah, he only caught 7 passes for 86 yards and no touchdowns against Central Michigan.
Wow.
While against Western, he had 10 for 137 and 2 scores.
Wow.
Look at that. Fire up.
There you go.
Yeah, those 2 games back-to-back against Texas A&M and Penn State combined 19 receptions, 282 yards receiving and 2 touchdowns.
Interesting. There is a report out there. NBC has a post here that Matthew Golden met with the Lions over the weekend. So add him to the list.
The wide receiver?
Wide receiver from Texas who seems to be, there's a guy that I'm a little curious. What kind of pick would it take to get Matthew Golden? I mean, isn't in some people's eyes after Travis Hunter, he could be the first wide receiver off the board?
He's very highly thought of.
Yeah, I mean, is this he's only if he's a plunge guy, a candidate that falls into their lap?
He is number 2 on Matt Miller's wide receiver list from ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Miller just came out with a top 600 prospects and then ranks.
Be nice if he were thorough.
Right. And then ranks the top 10 by position. He's number 2 ahead of Emeka Ibuka.
Also in the news today is Joe Dumars. Did you see this?
No.
Sham Charania reporting that Hall of Famer Joe Dumars is a serious frontrunner to become the lead basketball executive with the New Orleans Pelicans. Sources tell ESPN the 2003 Executive of the Year and 2004 Championship Executive with the Pistons is a Louisiana native. Dumars is currently heading NBA basketball ops.
Well, I wish him nothing but the best of luck.
I hate the way the Dumars era ended.
Yeah, it did not. I mean, he was getting booed by fans because of not being able to maintain the excellence that he had created, by the way.
Yeah.
When he put that going to work team together. And it's too bad because he should be applauded. A thundering ovation for Joe Dumars anytime he comes back. And I think the fans kind of feel bad about that, those that did treat him that way at the end. Because in the end, this is a guy that helped you win 2 championships as a player and then built the most unconventional championship basketball team in the last 50 years.
When backed into a corner with your best player and feeling like there's no way out, he went out and made a trade that helped
set the foundation.
With getting Chucky Atkins and Ben Wallace in a trade that Ben Wallace turned out to be one of the most valuable assets in the league at that time, in that period of time. And then he went and totally revitalized Chauncey Billups' career. I think Billups had played for 5 teams in 6 years to start his career. Traded for Rip Hamilton.
Yeah, there you go. Another great player. He traded away Stackhouse.
Yep. And was able to then make the over-the-top move that is sort of a benchmark. Like when you make a move that when teams outside of your sport, people want the Lions to make a Rasheed Wallace move.
Yes.
Go get that veteran that puts you over the top. A trade he made is a reference point for all Detroit sports. So, yeah, it didn't end great, and it stinks, and that got uncomfortable, unfortunately. So I hope Joe Dumars has great success if he gets this job in New Orleans.
Yeah, I do too. Interesting, Matt Ishbia fired a coach again. They're going to have their 4th coach in the last 2 years, I think.
Really?
When they hire a new one. Apparently, Budenholzer and Devin Booker did not get along. So because of that, who wins? The star player wins.
Mm-hmm.
And one and done for Budenholzer.
Wow.
The funny thing about that, if you follow Twitter, is every story about this, if there are different pictures of Budenholzer, they all still have the same expression.
I told you guys this, remember? Because he was in the running for the Pistons job at one point. I'm like, this guy's facial expression is always like, huh? Like someone just told him something for the first time ever. In any picture he's in, he looks like, what?
We're allowed to fart in church?
You hired me? You fired me? Same expression.
And every picture of him, it's a different picture. There's like 4 or 5 different pictures out there, but they all have the same expression. It's great.
That's hysterical.
King, you're spot on.
This stunned look. Really? What? Huh?
I'm so glad we don't have to do that with the Pistons anymore. I mean, JB Bickerstaff, hopefully, is going to be here a while.
I really, really hope so. God, they're fun to watch. I can't believe we have to wait till Saturday night. And Gator, your point of savoring it is totally spot on. I should savor it.
It's all right.
It just feels like an awfully long wait. An awfully long wait before we get to see that playoff game against the New York Knicks. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket, and Mike Stone has made his way in studio.
What's up, boys?
How you doing,
How
sir?
are you, Stoney?
I'm doing pretty good.
That's
pretty
good.
Pretty good.
He's filling in for the other Michael.
That's right.
Yep.
A week of me.
Yeah.
Enrico.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Oh, well, we'll talk about the roller coaster at Augusta.
Yeah, that was something, wasn't it?
Yes, we'll talk about the change. I don't know, disgusting. Is this the limit for college football? Have we reached our breaking point over the weekend with the Tennessee kid?
I would say disgusting is a bit strong. I don't know.
Probably, but
I'd say extreme.
Yeah.
This feels like. I wonder if this will be a flashpoint moment to change.
Yeah, well, what's interesting is going to be what finally comes out, if anything, from the congressional hearings and all that. Are they going to set legitimate guidelines or legitimate rules, I should say?
I don't want there to be any sort of NIL salary cap.
You don't?
No.
Why?
Because I think certain schools then will blast right through said salary cap and return to getting their recruiting advantages, which they have lost.
If I may.
Rico is here as well?
No, I think what's going to happen is it's just going to be an elevated version of what it used to be, where the schools will pay the minimum but the NIL and the collectives will still exist. So, Doug, you can pay me $1 million, and then Gators Collective will kick in the other $1 million, and then I'll go.
Well, but if it's not quote unquote legal under the rules, there's ramifications for that.
Well, be interested to see how it shakes out. You guys have a great show.
Thank you very much, Douglas.
And thank you, everybody, for being with us.
Sincere.
It is sincere. I want you to have an
Absolutely.
outstanding show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers begin a series with the Brewers tonight in Milwaukee. Tarek Skubal heads to the mound for Detroit as he faces former Tiger Tyler Alexander. Pregame at 7:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers pitcher Cater Montero was in the mix for a starting rotation spot in spring training. Ultimately, he was sent down to Toledo to start the year. Today he was named International League Player of the Week through 9 2/3 innings this year. He's given up just one walk and struck out 11. Yankee slugger Aaron Judge has been named captain of Team USA for the World Baseball Classic in 2026. Former Piston bad boy and GM Joe Dumars is a front-runner for the Pelicans' lead basketball executive position, according to Shams. They're expected to have a deal signed by the end of the week. Dumars has been at the head of the NBA's basketball ops since 2022. 11 years ago today, he was fired as the Pistons GM. The Phoenix Suns have also parted ways with their head coach Mike Budenholzer. Former Detroit Lion draft pick Julian Okwara has signed a deal with the Browns. After 4 seasons with the Lions, he spent last year with the Cardinals. And the Red Wings are back on the ice tonight against the Stars. Hear the game over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Good at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, and he needed some shelter there. Give me shelter! Mike off with Rico Beard. I am Stoney. Hatchet is here. Kenny Cott is here. We hope you are here. What's going on? How are you, Rico?
Good, my man. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. It was good seeing you on Saturday at the Planet Fitness in Nova. A really good event. Amazing dancers, man. That Jayla woman was incredible.
Every
Well-deserved to
every
10,000.
dancer was good except
Yes.
for one.
Okay.
When you got out in the middle of the floor, it was like, somebody go get Grandpa.
When I would do that little.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about one of the contestants.
No.
Yes.
Somebody go get Stoney.
Oh, yeah. Well, somebody kind of dared me. And
I know.
It was very well done. So, Abby, Lori, and the staff did a great job. Anyway, besides that, how was the rest of your weekend? Good?
It was good, man. It was good.
Watching the Masters yesterday was certainly interesting. And I've watched a lot of Masters in my day, and there have been some classics, Tiger winning his first one, the one with the shot with the Nike ball just stays there and drops. There was 86 when Nicklaus won, and I think 87 when Larry Mize hit the chip to beat, I believe it was Norman in overtime when Norman was choked. Yesterday was incredible. The ups and downs. Look, he led by 2 going in, and after 2 holes, he was down 1 to DeChambeau. After especially going double and then, par, he should have had a birdie, but he didn't do that. And I thought it was over. I thought the wheels, the choke machine was just going to continue. But what was weird was, it was DeChambeau who really choked more. Now, Rory did gag a little bit and kept going up. That's what called the roller coaster. Yeah, because he made that shot on 15 was incredible. And he had a few that were like over the trees. And then he has...
Then he wouldn't follow it up with...
a bad putt. They had the one on 13 where he chunked it into the water. Where all he used to do was put it on the middle of the green, and basically the tournament was over. And he ended up going and, as we know, winning in a sudden death playoff. So it was pretty good. And Rory is one of those guys. There are a lot of people who don't like him. A lot of that stems from Ryder Cup. He doesn't talk to the media sometimes when he loses. He does have that in his past. There's no doubt about it. But I think for me, I was never a huge fan of his. But when he was the symbol of the PGA versus the LIV and all that, and he took it on the chin a little bit. He stuck up for his tour, and then they basically didn't, I wouldn't say backstabbed them, but signed this deal with LIV, and he had no idea. Nobody did. I think I really felt bad for him. So I'm glad he won. So how much of it did you watch? Any of it?
I watched some of it.
Yeah,
I watched some of it.
It was definitely theater. No doubt about it.
Yeah, I caught the last couple, and then I caught the playoff hole. So
yeah. So Rory finally wins the Master. He gets the career Grand Slam. So he's got the monkey off his back. The cliche of all cliches when it comes to sports, or one of them. Who's next? and I'm not just talking about golf, who out there, 248-539-9797, is the one guy that you, A, hope wins it all finally, or if you want to be a complete a-hole like Hatchet and root for the guy who you never want to see win it all?
You know what? Ironically enough, I had one who I wanted to see it all, and he won it all this year. It was Jalen Hurts for the Philadelphia Eagles. Everybody wrote this kid off. He's no good. He's this, he's that. And he went out there and just got the job done. I don't know if I have a – see, I would say I don't want to see LeBron win again, but he's already won.
He's won.
He's already won. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is it that one person that I just don't ever want to see win?
There's two in the NBA. So if I have to pick one, I'm going to pick this guy who I used to really respect, and maybe David Stern might have kept him from winning a title. I'm done with Chris Paul. I hope he never wins.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. Because I think he's kind of a phony, because he comes across as being like the nicest guy in the world. But you know what? As people know, listen to me, there's something about him that just says phony. I don't know why. That's how I perceive him. He's a great player.
Did David prompt you to say this?
No.
Because he hates Chris Paul. I don't know why. I honestly, I don't know why.
Here's why. Because he is fake. Nothing about him is real to me. He comes off as trying to be this nice guy, and yes, he's a great father from everything I can see, sure. But everything about him, he getting all upset because Steph and the Warriors jumped ahead of him and winning a championship. Dude, this isn't a turn thing. You're not in a Cedar Point line and it's my turn. No, I'm sorry. You weren't good enough. He's never... I just can't stand that guy. Can't wait for him to end his career without a championship.
My other one who I was debating was also in the NBA. And at times he's unbelievable, but he's so disruptive at times as well to his own team. And he was great yesterday. And that's Harden. I mean, he also, it's a different topic probably. He's probably the one athlete who is great, who I can't stand watching him play because I don't like his style of play. You know, to me, he's boring. As good as he is.
He's, right. He just gets the ball. He's like in baseball, the one-man rain delay. He just gets the ball, dribbles out the clock, stands there. Okay, I'll make a move with 6 seconds to go in boring basketball. No, I'm with you for that.
The one who I do want to see, I mean, it's still early in his career because he's still a young man. And I think it's because he gets a lot of crap that sometimes is deserved, sometimes isn't deserved. And that's Lamar Jackson. I'd love to see him win a Super Bowl.
That was mine.
Okay.
I want to see Lamar win a Super Bowl. And I know it was
right.
You know what? He only does what the plays that are out there. Like he didn't lose last year. Contrary to what the person who sits in that seat says, he threw the ball right to the tight end. The tight end
correct.
Dropped
now he
it.
made two horrible plays in that game that led to that situation.
But I mean, if you think about the last 2 years, he got them down there, and it was the rookie dropped the pass or fumbled the ball on the one, and then last year the tight end in a simple play he just drops it. So he's done everything it takes. He did perfect game, no, but yes, I would like to see Lamar finally hoist the trophy.
248-539-9797. Kenny, you have any? Who in hockey would it be? Do you want to see McDavid win a Stanley Cup?
So, yeah, I eventually want that to happen, but it just happened recently. It was the Ovi thing. I wanted to see history. History finally happened.
Right.
Not that I particularly like Ovi or dislike Gretzky or any of that, but when you have a chance as an adult to see history, in front of your eyes happen, that was what I was rooting for all of this year. And as far as people who I would root against, I mean, Brad Marchand. I mean, he's already won it.
He won one, though.
He already won one, but man, I hate that rat.
Yeah, but he's one of those guys who, if some reason he was if the Wings were in the same situation that Florida was in,
Oh,
and they
yeah.
made the trade,
I'd be
you'd have a
psyched.
Marchand jersey the next day.
For people who haven't won it, I guess then Brady Kachuk, I can't stand, one of the most punchable faces in the NHL.
Yeah.
That's the least one for me.
I get that. All right, 248-539-9797. We'll also have our Blitz, which will be centered on one Rory McIlroy. That's coming up around 2:30. It's the Valenti Enrico program with me, Stoney, 97.1 The Ticket. Now, I know that many of you are going through the same thing that happened to me a few years back. My vision was deteriorating. I had a hard time seeing things up close, like the small print on my phone. I needed reading glasses, and I hated them. So I saw Michigan's most experienced eye surgeon, Dr. Yaldo. He explained that about, when you get to your mid-40s, our natural lenses start losing flexibility. He recommended a recent and remarkable innovation, bifocal implants. I said, let's do it. And wow, what a lifestyle boost that has turned out to be. Not only will I never need glasses, contacts, or readers again, but the implants gave me the best vision of my life. I see everything with stunning clarity from up close and from the upper deck. For those of you who are younger, Dr. Yaldo's custom LASIK will also free you of glasses and contacts for good. Both procedures are fast, trust me, painless, because I'm a wuss, so it was painless, safe, and can have you back at work the next day. For all the information, go to yaldoeyecenter.com. That's YALDOEYE center.com for a free, no obligation evaluation. 248-539-9797. We're talking about Rory getting the monkey off his back. Who else in sports do you really want to see win a title? Or conversely, who do you want to see you hope never gets one?
I got one who I hope never gets one. Not a player, but it's a coach.
Oh.
And it's actually two. Lane Kiffin and James Franklin. Because they're the same to me. One's in the SEC, one's in the Big Ten. I think both are frauds. And just wouldn't – I don't want to see Penn State ever win a title. Ever. Because I think both would be insufferable.
Well, yeah, they might be. I would – as far as frauds, I believe at least Lane Kiffin is more than a recruiter.
He's not.
I think Franklin's more of a recruiter. At least Lane Kiffin has a backstory of, or at least
falling up. Like,
well, no, but I mean, he has an offensive mind. I think he's creative. I mean,
he is. But tell me if you've heard this story. Ole Miss is good against the bottom teams in the SEC. Play the top teams, lose.
Right.
James Franklin, good against the bad teams in the Big Ten. Play the top teams.
Yeah, when they play Michigan or Ohio State, they lose. Yeah.
Right. They're the same person. So
I get that part of it. No doubt. 248-539-9797. And Lane Kiffin has a more punchable face than James Franklin, I think.
I don't know. Maybe 50-50, neck and neck there.
It's the same coin, man. Just a different side of the same coin.
Yeah. Ticket text, David, we got any?
Yeah, Ticket text says, I don't want any cheating Harbaugh to sniff the Super Bowl ever again. So sorry, Lamar is collateral damage. So he doesn't even want John Harbaugh to win. Oh, my.
I don't think John cheats, does he?
No.
Maybe he just condones his brother and doesn't admire. But let's see, I think they're totally different. And you saw when they played each other, that was personal.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Coming from a Kings fan, I don't want to see McDavid win the cup. Okay. That makes sense.
Wow, Kings fans in Detroit.
Yeah, that is wild. Someone says, I do want Lamar and Josh Allen both. They both need to win a title. So I guess that one this year, one the following year.
Yeah.
Because they can't win it the same year.
Exactly.
So Matt in the car, Mike Trout, generational player. Injury issues are a concern, but he deserves one.
They're playing actually pretty good. Hard to believe I believe they're in first place in the American League West.
See how long that lasts.
Yeah, I know.
Vince from Dexter says Chris Paul and Russell Wilson are the same level of corniness. I'm with Stoney. Wow.
Well, Russell's already won. He should have won too, but he made a bad pass on a bad play call.
Another person's answering your question says CP3 is Jared Jack with a Jordan deal. Dave in the 586.
Wow. No. With all due respect to the Pistons assistant coach, Jared Jack, CP3 is a little better. CP3 is a Hall of Famer. I mean, even if I don't like him or don't want him to win, he's still he's been a great player.
Anybody can make the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame.
Okay, well, come on.
You'll probably in the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame. Anybody can make it.
No, but you have to admit, as much as you don't like Chris Paul, he's a great player.
I'll read the next text here. He
won't even admit it.
He won't.
Come on, David. You got to admit when somebody's great, even if you don't like them.
I never want to see Bill Belichick win at North Carolina. Someone else says, I don't think I'll ever root for somebody more than Caitlin Clark. She needs to win a championship.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think she probably will in time.
Yeah, because I saw the thing like her class, her recruiting class, the top 5, everybody won a national title but her.
It's because she decided to stay home.
Correct. She should have went to UConn or LSU or somewhere else.
Absolutely.
Someone's saying, you guys are saying guy or player. What about a team to never win it? I never want the Detroit Lions to win.
Signed David Hatchett, man.
No, I want the Lions to win for this city. I do.
Kenny, you don't want them to win? Or you're agreeing with me?
No, I don't think he wants him to win. I'm agreeing with you. I think David's very anti. David, I've seen you during the middle of Lions season when fans are getting a little too excited. You're like, screw them. I hope they lose.
But wouldn't it be fair to say that at least the Lions are your B team?
I don't have a B team.
Oh,
I don't. Okay. I'm sorry.
Who's your second favorite team?
The Pittsburgh Steelers. Sorry, can't do it.
God.
Can't do it. Someone says they want Izzo to win another title. just so he can leave. That is signed Mike Valeni. Another player here that they want to see win would be Joe Burrow. They want to see Joe Burrow win.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah.
He's still a young buck, though.
Plenty of time.
Nah, we thought that about Marino, Sony.
That's true.
Very true.
He'll make it back.
Never. No, he won't. Let's go to Randall in Royal Oak here, 97 on the ticket.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Man, I wanted Rory to lose and cry for a different reason.
Why?
But the person who I want to win the most is Russell Westbrook because he doesn't never take the game. I mean, he takes every play seriously. He don't never take a game off. And the person who I just can't stand, who I hope never wins, he got a stupid haircut too, is Trae Young with his flopping. Even when he get his hair aligned, it's a mess. I can't stand that dude. Hope he never wins.
Hey, Randall, I'm curious. Why didn't you want to see Rory win?
Because it's something about him, and the live thing just it irked me. It just irked me the way he comes off. I just can't stand the man. I was hoping he was missing every putt.
Okay, but the live thing is something I think, unless you're a fan of live, is something that you liked about Rory, that he stuck up for the old guys, the old establishment tour. Brian, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Well, mine's going to be pretty unpopular, especially in this market, but I don't care. It's going to be A.J. Hinch for me because, and I don't mean just a garbage pan, pounding, jersey buzzing championship fraud. I mean like legitimate, don't actually win the World Series by cheating or not. What he did was unexcusable, should have been punished more severely than it was. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's Detroit, and people love him because he's our manager, but just to be totally impartial, I think that's the proper way to go about looking at A.J. Hinch.
Brian, are you a Tigers fan?
Yeah, I grew up going to the Tigers. In fact, my father was an Indians fan, but we could only go to the Tigers games growing up if the Indians were in town. So it was hard, but it was also a good experience because my dad played for Sparky down in St. Pete in the 60s. So we got to always get 5 minutes in with Sparky every time we went. I know.
Okay, so if you're a Tiger fan, how do you root, like in the playoffs, did you root against them because you didn't want AJ to win the World Series?
Mike, you'll appreciate this. Last year, I was at the game where the Phillies were in town and the Tigers pulled the triple play, and they wouldn't even the Phillies pulled the triple play, and they wouldn't show the replay on the scoreboard because the opposing team executed the triple play. I thought that was total BS. I was looking at that thing. I saw the whole field scatter after I thought it was just a double play. Turns out it was a triple play. The whole team's leaving the field, and the scoreboard operator wouldn't even replay that thing on the billboard. I was so...
Okay.
I don't know.
Fine. That's lame. But what's that have to do with A.J. Hinch?
Well, A.J. Hinch is a cheater. He's a effing cheater. That's the bottom line.
Okay, but you didn't answer my... You're a Tiger fan, so let's say the Tigers are in the World Series. You're rooting against them or you're rooting for them, even though you don't like A.J. Hinch as their manager?
That's tough because it's like he's the guy going to be orchestrating and leading the whole thing, and you want to root for the team you grew up rooting for as a little kid. But and until they replace the guy and they get a legitimate manager that won't do that type of thing, I'm not going to root for that team or support them. That's all.
Okay.
Whoa, you all call me a hater. He won't even root for his own team to win a series.
I know.
Oh.
My Lord. That's crazy.
That's wild.
That's unbelievable. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Coming up at 3 o'clock. It's college football at a breaking point from what happened this weekend. Also at 4 o'clock, we'll get into the Tigers. Good weekend. They win 2 out of 3. Just one series. They lost yesterday, but that's okay. Open up a series with the Milwaukee Brewers tonight in Milwaukee. Now, you guys have done tons of blitzes over the years of excellence on your program. Most of them have been football.
Yeah. So, yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get a football blitz in.
Okay.
But before we get to that, Stoney, I do want to add something to this, your topic.
Okay.
I do have a guy that I want to see a title for. And maybe I'm selfish because I would like to see him win a title in a specific spot. And that's Devin Booker here in Detroit. I do. Devin Booker, I mean, he's like Mr. Detroit not being in Detroit.
I know.
He's always at games. He's always rocking a Detroit cap. I mean, he was at MSU even though he could have gone there but went to Kentucky. That's beside the point.
Yeah.
I like to see Devin Booker. On the flip side, you know, this was a person who I really started off liking, but he just can't get out of his own way. And now I'm to the point where it's like, I really hope you don't. That's Ja Morant. Ja's has turned into a hot mess.
They play what, Golden State in the play-in? I hope Golden State win. I hope Golden State screwed themselves yesterday by losing that game.
Right.
The Clippers, you know. Clippers are playing some good basketball.
See, I see what you did there with Devin Booker because we want him traded to the Detroit Pistons this offseason. So on that note, you got me thinking here because between me and Stoney, there's another guy on that team.
Yeah.
That's probably going to get traded in this offseason. Stoney is for him to come to Detroit. I'm against him to come to Detroit. And that is Kevin Durant.
No.
Here's why I bring it up, because I don't want to end up like the previous caller. I don't want to root against the Pistons ever to never win. I don't want KD to ever win another title. I don't want him here because I don't want to root against my team.
He doesn't qualify because he's already won.
True.
And he won a gold medal and basically single-handedly,
but
not
he needed
just the previous Olympics.
He needed Steph's help on all of that to win.
Right, because when he went out on his own and said, I don't need the Warriors to do this. I'll get my own big three.
And it didn't work. I understand that. By the way, the Olympics where I'm referring to was not this Olympics. It was the previous Olympics.
Well, he still needed Steph.
A little bit, but Durant was the guy. When the games were on. Anyway.
Steph hit him with the night in the Olympics.
This time around.
Yes. Look, I understand most people don't like Durant, especially like Wojo, but I just think for his love and appreciation, love might be strong, of Cade Cunningham and what he will be asked to do, which is basically not be a leader, just score points. I think he'd be okay for this team. He'd be good for this team.
Stoney, what you're saying makes total sense, but let me stop you right there. When it comes to Kevin Durant, everybody sees that Kevin Durant should take a lesser role except for one person, Kevin Durant. He believes I'm the star of the team, right? So, Cade, you're going to be my backup guy. You're going to be the Robin to me. And this is why every team he goes to, it falls apart because people get enamored like, oh, my God, it's Kevin Durant. And what has he done? He's ruined teams. Wherever he goes, they just spiral and just become obsolete. So, no, with the Pistons, young roster, up and coming, no. If you're going to trade for anybody on that Suns team, do what you can. You bring in Booker. I think Booker and Cade can work together. Durant, you're just tasting the playoffs for the first time. If you get Kevin Durant, Stoney, you're going backwards. It's going to look great. People are going to run down there initially to see him play in that Pistons jersey until one day he walks in and gets bored and just plays like Durant, and the next thing you know,
but
you're trying to trade him.
How many more years does he have on his contract, though? Like 1 or 2, right? So it's not a long-term commitment. That's why I think it works. If he had like a 5-year deal, I would say absolutely no.
See, I don't think he's willing to just take a back seat. And Kevin Durant back in the day, I get it, but now you're not the man. But imagine if he let Cade be Cade.
I think he would.
I don't think his ego would let him stop.
I think the problem with Phoenix was certainly not him. I think it was the whole Bradley Beal and all that.
The problem with Phoenix was Ishbia. Yeah, he came in there and he tore that whole thing up.
Right, they did it today. If you don't know, they fired Budenhauser today, which from
Third coach in 3 years.
Yeah, for what people who I know pretty well with that organization have told me, a lot of people didn't like him. So it was not that much of a surprise.
You gutted the team with trying to get Kevin Durant.
Right, which was a bad move.
I mean, that was a team that, took the Bucks 6 games. They won the first 2. And then, Kevin Durant, I'm with David on this one. With this young team, I don't think he's going to fit right in because he's going to come in saying, well, I know everything. I've won a title. You guys hop on my back, and I'll take you to the promised land. I don't see that happening.
Let me ask you this about Booker, because I love Booker. And we know that money's not an object if it comes to like luxury tax and all that. But do you think a team in today's NBA with aprons and crap that I just don't understand would be able to realistically have 2 supermax players or max players with Cade and Booker?
It's called the Boston Celtics.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see how long that lasts.
Yeah, I was about to say, that may be another year of that. I don't know how long that can go.
Right.
Okay, but but you know what? Boston got a title?
Yeah.
You think they care?
No, not anymore.
No.
They're trying to repeat
it goes
right
like in
now,
football.
but yeah.
Rams, F those picks. Get Matthew Stafford. They won.
I'd be thrilled if they got Devin Booker. Love it if they got somebody younger who wouldn't cost as much, if whoever that would be. But Devin Booker, sign me up.
So, that's the guy. I would like to see Devin Booker win one, specifically one here in Detroit.
248-539-9797. Say good afternoon to John in Detroit. What's up?
Hey, hi, guys. This is the problem I have with Booker. You there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, how you doing? This is the problem I have with Booker. He's never won anything, and he's never really carried anybody in a playoff series. What has he done? And look, before you respond to that, the problem with Durant, I don't think it's so much Durant. It's the bad trades they made for Durant. For example, Phoenix gave up all their bench to get Durant.
Yeah,
Bridges. Nobody else.
They gave out Bridges too, right?
Yeah. Cam Johnson, Bridges, yeah.
They gave up everybody, and pretty much so did
Brooklyn.
The Nets.
Yeah.
The Nets Brooklyn did the same thing. So I'd like to see Durant on this team with this team intact, but that's never going to happen because everybody that trades for Durant has to give up the shop to get it. But Booker, show me something Booker's done where he carried the team over a stretch.
He got his team to the finals, John.
Series.
He got them to the finals, and then they ran into Giannis.
And they were up in that series.
They were up 2-0 in the series, and then they ran into Giannis, and then they had a 4-game sweep in Milwaukee.
Yeah, and since then, what has he done? He can't even get his team to the playoffs. Well, I like Booker, but I just don't think he's going to be a compliment to Cade. I think he'll be a distraction to Cade.
But see, John, I think you kind of answered your own question. They gutted the team, so now it's just Booker, Beal, and KD.
Beal doesn't even play.
Beal doesn't play. So you're basically playing 2-on-5 hoops every night.
Yeah. So is that Durant's fault? That's the organization's fault.
No, I think I agree with you on that.
It's the organization's fault, but John, I don't think that Durant would come here and be willing to be the second guy. That's the problem there.
You might be okay, even though he's getting up there in age and he does have rings and he's got championships, like you say, USA and that. So can you – and like Stoney said, his admiration for Cade, right, let alone – I think would help build a good relationship with this team. But I don't really think that's what is needed for this team. They need a second big scorer that doesn't demand the ball. I love the way we need a younger Tobias Harris, somebody who doesn't command the ball but can make that one-on-one shot more consistently and maybe create his own shot more consistently. That's what I'd like to see for the Pistons.
I think
who that is, I don't know.
But look, as much as I want Durant does demand the ball in his own little way.
And in all fairness, yes, Durant won, but let's look at the team that he won with. If you could have put anybody on that team and that Warriors, they would have won with the Warriors. They had the Splash Brothers. Durant was just like, okay, pick your poison. Do you want these guys to shoot threes or does Durant take the game over? Now, I think he ended up being the series MVP, but it's like they were like, dude, we just want another ring. We don't care who leads the team. You want to lead the team, fine. We're going to have another parade.
They didn't losing 3-1, and they brought a guy in, so they don't have to do that again.
Right. Would he have won another one if he didn't get hurt during that series too, right?
No, he would have won another one if him and Draymond would have just got along. But
Correct.
Draymond basically said, quit being a punk.
Would he have won with the Nets if his feet were just like a quarter of an inch too smaller?
I don't think he would have won that one, but that was tough, man.
They
That was
would
tough.
have gone to the finals, though,
Yeah,
right?
that was tough.
Was that the one they would have
Against
went to?
Philly, right? Wasn't that against Philly?
No, I thought it was against Milwaukee, right?
Yeah, they would have They would have played the Suns.
Yeah.
So
yes,
they would have played the Suns in that series.
Yeah.
You know what? Learn what a 3-point line is. Oh, it sucks to be you. Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Stoney with Rico, Mike off. We have somewhat breaking news that's kind of interesting, and we need to send out the bat signal to one of our good buddies. But Eastern Michigan football has announced that Max Crosby, that's right, Max XX Crosby of the Las Vegas Raiders, has been named assistant general manager of the Eastern Michigan football team, as announced by athletic director Scott Weatherby and football coach Chris Creighton. Crosby, of course, is the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, will assist with evaluating high school and transfer portal prospects and help manage the team's NIL revenue share budget. He will also serve as a special assistant to the athletic director on fundraising, alumni relations, and student-athlete support. So if Max Crosby is the assistant general manager, we need to make TJ Lang the general manager. TJ Lang needs to get on board and outduel Max Crosby. And I know what TJ's response will be. Well, I don't have the money that Max Crosby has. I don't care. You're more connected because you live here. Max doesn't live here anymore. I mean, for crying out loud, bring on Charlie Batch. Have them all. But seriously, TJ, the Eagles of Eastern Michigan need you. Max Crosby needs you. Max Crosby needs a boss that he respects. If he's the assistant general manager, you, TJ Lang, should be the general manager. Okay, there's your public service for the day.
Got it out?
Yes, I got it. I got it out. Now, over the course of this excellent program for over decades, you guys have done all sorts of blitzes, mostly football, but you've had basketball blitzes, an occasional baseball blitz, maybe even, for Kenny's sake, a hockey blitz. But this is the first time I can ever remember or even hear about a golf blitz, let alone, David, a blitz dedicated to one particular person. It's a Rory McIlroy blitz.
Hello, friends. Rory McIlroy has finally done it. He has won the Masters. He has completed the career Grand Slam. And so what I wanted to do is the very last time Rory won a major was 2014. So I wanted to go back in time and give you what was popular in 2014. I'll go over some general things, and it will stick to our sports in this state.
Oh.
Let's go to some general things first.
Okay. Like the Stoney and Bill show.
Guardians of the Galaxy was the biggest film of the year. Guardians of the Galaxy.
Really?
Number 2 and 3, The Hunger Games, Mockingjay Part 1, and Captain America the Winter Soldier was number 3 as the highest grossing films of 2014.
Okay. I mean, I've never been a big Guardians of the Galaxy fan.
That had some humor into it, at least.
It did.
And my daughter was heavily into Hunger Games.
I think people were just probably watching it because it was just another in the MCU series. They kind of wanted to see.
Right.
It's why
now,
Hunger Games.
Now, Captain America is up your alley, right?
Well, Captain America was the better movie because
yes, it was.
It was just
Yeah.
The fight scene between him and Buck. Yes, I
like
that.
It was amazing. I still watch it. I loved watching
the
it.
Dance Off for the Galaxy. I could have lived without the ending of the Guardians of the Galaxy. So
next on the list in 2014, Snapchat was one of the most popular apps. 40% of 18-year-olds in the U.S. were using it multiple times a day.
Snapchat. Now, which one was Snapchat?
Snapchat
is that the one where it was gone in like
30
10
seconds?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But it wasn't the most popular app in 2014. Facebook was the most popular app in 2014.
Back when it was fun.
Back when it was fun, yes.
Non-political.
And speaking of fun.
Or just non-ads.
Yes.
Speaking of fun, the most popular and the biggest song of that year was Happy by Pharrell Williams.
Oh, I like that song. Yeah.
It was everywhere that year.
Yeah, commercial.
And
everywhere.
after
movies.
It was everywhere.
Yeah.
I thought more people would be buying fedoras.
Well, he did, yes. The big hats.
Yeah.
Everyone sees Cam Newton wearing it now, and he was wearing it then, but Pharrell started.
Yes.
He was on tour.
Right.
He was doing everything,
Right.
wearing those giant hats. So, Taylor Swift. How could we not have a year without Taylor Swift? She dropped one of what they say is the best albums of the decade. 1989 was the name of this album. And to this day, I have not listened to one song from that album.
What's a song from that album?
I have no idea.
Kenny?
Biggest selling album of the year. Does anyone know a song from it?
Is Bad Blood on that album?
I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Could have gone without that.
Shake It Off on that album?
Blank Space.
Okay, I heard that song.
Okay.
I don't know if I have or not. Bad Blood was on there, yes.
All
Okay,
right.
I've heard
Hey,
that one. Okay.
Ding, ding. I got one right. I'm
Shake
so
It
proud
Off.
of myself.
Okay, so I have heard one.
So
Shake
you
It Off.
just
Shake
wanna
It
be a
Off.
hater.
I got
No,
two of them.
I don't listen to Taylor, so I don't know what's on her album.
I mean, I've heard the songs.
I don't
You
know
just
what I've
dismissed
heard.
her like,
Right.
No, I'm saying I don't know what I've heard because I don't listen.
I don't know. I don't know
Music
names of
radio.
albums. Those are the only.
Got you.
They're two of their
no,
biggest
it's like
songs.
Happy that Shake It Off everywhere.
Yeah, okay. Shake It Off is everywhere.
Everybody had to do their little dance on social media to that song. So, yes.
Let me give you one more before we get to the localized things that happen. Uber Eats launched in 2014. So we
Okay.
can thank Uber Eats for our lunches almost every day.
And now
Did they start or was it? I thought Grubhub was first. No, Or maybe
It doesn't say. I can't remember who was first.
Kind of like you with Taylor Swift. Have yet to use that.
Oh, okay.
Never used Uber
Does
Eats.
Does Uber Eats know where the station is, as opposed to DoorDash, who always gets lost every time I order something? I always go to the building next door.
Well, I don't know. Let's localize it here. What happened in this state in sports in 2014? Enrico, I think you would know this one. 2014 started off really great for you as a fan. It was the Rose Bowl for Michigan State.
Kyle Ellsworth, right?
Mm-hmm. It was the number 4 Spartans against the number 5 Stanford Cardinals in the 100th Rose Bowl.
Kyler Ellsworth
Yep.
and Darian Harris made the stop.
Yep.
My man Darian never gets any credit
No,
for
he
that.
doesn't.
He always goes to Kyler Ellsworth.
I just said Kyler Ellsworth, right? Yeah.
But he was the other guy that did it, but yeah, he never gets it.
Maybe a Lions training camp with Coach David Shaw. We can, reminisce about that game.
I mean, I've never seen a team. It was like a video game. They were so prepared for that one play the entire game. They were like, okay, they're about to do it. They're about to do it. Because if he faked it, he would have ran 70 yards down the sideline. But nah, way to go, David Shaw.
So for the Michigan side, it was not a great year in football. It led to David Brandon resigning, Brady Holt getting fired.
It was a good year.
And then
Brandon
Jim
resigned.
Harbaugh was hired before the end of that year
Yes, he was.
in December.
Oh, that was the Shane Morris game
Yes.
that everybody fired.
Yes.
Because somehow or another, my man got knocked cold, and they put him back in, and no one knew. No one. Hey, he's not right, people. That's okay. That's back when you can get a Coke can and you can get
That's
in there.
right.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. And in 2014, the Jim Caldwell era began. He was hired January 14th.
The Dungeon of Doom, as he called the media room.
Correct. Also in 2014.
You know what? Here's the thing, though. They actually won under Caldwell.
Yes,
They went to the playoffs that year.
But they just didn't win enough. So
Correct.
he wasn't good enough. We're going to bring in this
Right.
Patriot mindset.
Well, then they won 9-7, and
Yeah, they actually went to the playoffs that year. That was the second time since 1999 they had gone to the playoffs. So, and speaking of playoffs,
was that the Dallas playoff year? Yeah, right.
yes, it was. Yes, it was.
They
Speaking
got
of playoffs, Kenny, I don't know if you can remember these days, but the Red Wings were actually in the playoffs. They had stretched the playoff streak to 23 years that year.
And we were begging them to lose so we could get better draft choices. Like, who cares about the streak?
Correct. And a couple more things here. LCA broke ground in September of 2014.
Oh yeah, and then we saw how the Red Wing logo was
We
going to
were
be on
going
the top
to have
of
an LED roof.
Yeah.
Never got an LED roof. And finally in 2014.
I'm not even going to count. Well, LCA, when they going to break ground on the. No, what? Never mind. Never mind.
Nope. I'll just leave it at this in 2014. The Detroit Tigers did win their 4th straight division title.
They got swept by the
but
Orioles.
They got swept by the Orioles. And that was pretty much the end of that team.
That was sad. Scherzer pitched the first game, and everybody thought Price should have pitched earlier, and he ended up pitching the last game at Comerica and lost. What was it? 1-0? Was that the final score of that last game?
Yes, that's what yes, it was.
Nelson Cruz, I think, hit a home run. Oppo, something like that. Yeah.
It is funny. Yeah, at the time, people were like, "Yeah, Wings should just try to get a draft pick." Now it's Wings just try to make the playoffs.
Just try to make the please.
We were so spoiled. Like, well, if you're not going to win a cup, you might as well go get some players.
It is crazy when you think about that building, when it was built primarily for hockey. You didn't even think that Pistons would ever leave
They've
the Palace.
been the only team to have playoff games in that arena, the Detroit Pistons.
That's right. You know what I wonder, and I'm sure we'll talk about this later in the week, and you guys leading up to whenever the home game is. You know how in Milwaukee they have like the deer, whatever, and outside the arena. You think now we have a legitimate playoff team? It's not one we'd expect to get swept, but like if they come back from New York 1-1, the area around there, people don't even have tickets. It's going to be.
You know what? It would be like, what would you call that? Like a district type of thing, right? All right.
That is your Rory McIlroy Blitz 97.1.
Right, in that little spot between the park.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. Per Tony Paul, Central Michigan is hiring current Ferris State men's basketball coach Andy Bronkema to lead the Chippewas. Bronkema led the Bulldogs to a D2 national title in 17-18. The finalists were reportedly Bronkema and MSU assistant coach John Borovich. Raiders star defensive lineman Max Crosby heading back to his alma mater, Eastern Michigan, to serve as their assistant general manager. According to the school's release, he'll assist with evaluating high school and transfer portal prospects and help manage the team's NIL/revenue share budget. The Tigers continue their road trip in Milwaukee tonight. The ace Tarek Skubal heads to the mound today. Through 6 innings of shutout ball the last time at Comerica Park last Tuesday, his manager was impressed what he saw. Yeah, the temperature in that one barely scraping 40. I'm sure he's happy to be indoors here today. Here is starts against former Tiger Alexander right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:15. The Red Wings play the Stars on Fan Appreciation Night at Little Caesars Arena. Cam Talbot will get the start in between the pipes. Pregame at 6:45 over on WWJ. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you very much, Jeremy Otto. It is the Valenti and Rico show. I'm Stoney in for Mike. You got Hatchet and Kenny Cat. Kenny, do you realize that tonight's Fan Appreciation Night?
Thank God.
Last home game of the season. You going because on SeatGeek, including fees, good lower bowl seats are as low as $89. You can get into the building for as low as $22.
I will be sitting in my apartment watching the Tigers game. The Red Wings might not even crack the second screens.
Yeah. For Fan Appreciation Night, what should they do to appreciate the fans? Not show up?
Go back in time and fire Lalone sooner? All right.
That's a good one.
It is. That is a pretty good one. All right. I know Friday the story broke. I think it was during your show, if I'm not mistaken, where
right before the show.
Tennessee quarterback, and I'm sure I'll screw this up, but what the hell? I'll give it a go. Nico Iamaleava. Is that close enough?
Yeah.
Close
enough.
All right. Whatever. Anyway, he decided, you know what? The NIL money I'm making right now, which is about, $2 million or whatever, not good enough. I want 4. And I won't show up at the last meetings before the spring game, and that'll be it. And over the weekend, Saturday, Josh Heupel, the head football coach at Tennessee, said, you know what? We'll go on without you. Thank you very much. Good for him. I mean, I've never been the biggest fan of Heupel, but you know what? Good. It's about time the people who are supposed to, be the adults in the room actually started acting like adults in the room. Yeah. And good for Tennessee. I'm sure there are some people, Rock, because they have a great fan base, checkerboard end zones, as you know, and Rocky Top and all that. I'm sure there's some who are probably pissed. I wonder if Peyton Manning is pissed.
See, I don't think so. I think, if anything, they were a little upset over what Nico Iamaleava did.
Mm-hmm.
Because according to Heupel, he didn't show up, didn't call, didn't do anything on Friday. Spring game was on Saturday, and I'll give Tennessee credit. Saturday morning, news breaks. We're not in discussions with him. He's gone from the team.
Good
and
for
Stoney,
him.
from
You're
people
right.
who were there, basically anything that dealt with him was removed from the stadium before the spring game even came.
Good.
It was like he never was there. Now, it leaves Tennessee in a conundrum because they don't have a quarterback. They were expecting him to come in here. They were expecting that next step because, let's face it, he wasn't the greatest quarterback.
No.
He was only good against bad teams. Against the good teams, and in the playoffs, he throws lots of picks. They don't win games. But, yeah, he went in there.
But he still had a lot of potential. He still was only a freshman, right?
He had potential, but he wanted the bag.
Right. You don't get the bag.
No. He already had the bag. He wanted the bag to get supersized, and he thought that he was going to negotiate. And for what I understand, wasn't the first time he did this. Sounded as if he also did this before the playoff game, that members of his circle allegedly demanded a little more money. Sweeten the pot a little bit before this playoff game, or else we walk. Finally, Josh Heupel just said, you know what? I'm out. Forget it. Don't care. You can leave. I'll deal with whatever I have next.
If that is in fact true, I hope that becomes public fact, because that is just disgusting. Look, I'm all for kids getting the money, and I know that's okay and all that stuff, but to make a demand before a playoff game, you got to be kidding me. That's absurd.
So he was going to be coming in there. This would have been a junior. I think he redshirted. So this would have been his second year. So you would expect that he would make that jump, because that's normally when. And he would have been one of the better quarterbacks in the SEC. Tennessee coming off the playoffs.
Yeah.
And that story just got weirder. But then all of a sudden, Tennessee just cut him off and said at the knees, nope, you're gone. Don't care where you go. But because this happened in the spring, you can't go to any SEC teams. Got to go somewhere else. Big 10, Big 12, ACC, Group of 5. We don't care. Maybe Notre Dame, but you can't go to any SEC team, because I'm at that point. Ole Miss is probably thinking we'll take him because Lane Kiffin has no scruples, so he would have took him.
Yeah, he's got to sit out a year. What do you think the best fit for him is? He has like Miami written all over him because they just lose Cam Ward.
But I think
Miami has Carson Beck.
Yeah, Miami just took Carson Beck. He was an okay quarterback
I know.
in Georgia.
He went for his girlfriend and the bag.
Right. And then he lost his girlfriend.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
He kept the bag. That was a whole... Anyway. No, because I thought maybe Oregon, because Oregon has unlimited money with Phil. Phil Knight just wrote a blank check and said, hey, go sign whoever you want. But Dan Lanning, they asked him over the weekend, and he was kind of coy, because I guess a lot of people thought how I thought, and he was kind of very, I don't want to talk about any of this stuff. I would look for him to go to a school like Maryland, which is on the East Coast in the Big Ten. They got the Under Armour money.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Mike Locksley has to win, or Mike Locksley's going to get fired. Mike Locksley will just hand him the keys and say, hey, go out there, do your thing. You're only going to have to face really a couple of good teams in Michigan, Ohio State, maybe Penn State.
I don't even know what their schedule is, but they might not even play them all this year.
All right, let me pull that up. So, so that's where you're looking at it.
And Maryland there's a precedent there for that, because they took to his brother, Watalia was his name, right?
So here's the thing. You go to Maryland, guess you don't have to play Ohio State. Your biggest game that you'll play, Michigan. And that's at home.
Yeah.
That's it. We'll get to see him. If he goes to Maryland, we'll get to see him at Ford Field when they play MSU.
Oh, that's right.
So there's a place. I don't know if Notre Dame would be interested in him.
No, I heard that Lloyd's grandkid is a really good spring game, allegedly. I don't know.
But yeah, I mean, kudos to Tennessee. They just said no. Now, the only question I have with this is, what if he actually was coming off like a national championship? Or what if he was actually really good against bad teams? Would Tennessee have paid the money? It's easy to say, I'm not paying you this money when you're marginal. You can't walk in there and say, hey, I want a raise. Son, we stuck by you through thick and thin. And now you want the raise? Probably not.
That's an interesting question, because as much as everybody wants to be sanctimonious, me included, if you're coming off a national championship, I mean, he took him to the playoff without even being a great quarterback. If he was really, really good, who knows? They might have beaten Ohio State in the first round. I don't know. They might have actually done enough to get a home game rather than go on the road. I would think. I'd hope that Tennessee would have the same reaction, but I can't guarantee that.
I mean, 248-539-9797. Look, if it was your team, if it was one of the local teams, Michigan State, would you sit by and support this knowing you're going into the season without a quarterback, knowing you may have given yourself 6 losses and now you're at 6-6, but you stood your ground. You didn't let a player take over the program. The program was bigger than the player. Would you be okay with that? Or is it, you know what, whatever you got to do, get this guy happy, get him in the fold, and let's go win.
And we'll take your phone calls next. 248-539-9797. 248 539 9797. The Valenti and Rico Show. Stoney here in for Michael Valenti. Kenny Hatchett, we're here for you. 248 539 9797. Getting into a little Tiger conundrum coming up at around 4 o'clock. Also, we're talking about what happened over the weekend with the University of Tennessee. The quarterback, their prize freshman, decent season last year, led the team to the playoff. They lost to Ohio State. But when you look at the stats, he wasn't really that great, but still a young player. Lots of potential, like I said. Had an NIL deal, and then over the weekend decided, on Friday, let Tennessee know I ain't going to show up for the spring game. And they said, all right, you're gone. Because he wanted basically to double his NIL, right? He was getting, we believe, 2. He wanted 4.
Yeah, he wanted something. And whatever it was, Tennessee was like, son, you're already getting enough.
Yes.
Let's go out here and win some games. Maybe we'll talk about it at the end of the season, or you can go to the pros. Him and his camp, they wanted more money. They held out. They didn't talk to Josh Heupel, the head coach of Tennessee, and Josh promptly. I mean, he didn't waste any time. Spring game was he's off the team.
Right, because you're a coach, okay, especially an offensive coach. You don't want any collective or a kid's parents or even a kid trying to tell you what to do, whether it's pay money or whether it's playing time. Not at all. And way to go. Kudos to Coach Heupel. 248-539-9797.
Here's my question, though, is will others do the same? Because, great, Tennessee's done this. Josh Heupel decided we're not going to pay you. We're not going to give you what you want. But it only becomes a trend and only becomes a new college football if others do the same.
See, David, what I think is this is going to be one of those turning point moments in college football. When the NIL first happened and people started getting the money, it was like, oh, my God. I think this was the first time where it looks like the school said, hey, no, enough.
Right.
Enough's enough, and we're not going to be held hostage. You're not going to treat us this way. Either you're a member of this team or you're not. And will it happen again? Because Tennessee did this, I have to think now that other schools are going to be like, hey, we're not playing. Tennessee said no. This wasn't Tulane. This wasn't, Eastern Michigan. This was a blue blood school that said, no, you're not going to extort us. So I think now a lot of players are going to sit back and say, okay, maybe I don't want to try to renegotiate during spring practice or during the season because it may not work out well for me.
248-539-9797. Do you think there's any way, we'll never know, that Quinn Ewers tried that at Ohio State and Ohio State said no, and that's why he left and went to Texas?
I don't think so.
No, I just, because he had one snap his freshman year or whatever.
I think Quinn Ewers just kind of took the money and then realized I'd rather be back in Texas.
Yeah, okay.
It's going to be a while before I play at Ohio State, and if not, Ohio State is offering him this money. I'm going to take it, and then I can just leave and go back because I don't think he played, so he kept that year. But, yeah, when you look at with Nico and the people around him, because a lot of times, Stoney, as you know, it's not necessarily the kid.
I know.
It's his group, whether it's his agent, whether it's his former coach, whether it's his family. Somebody becomes that person who says, hey, we could I'll make some phone calls for you, kid. Let me see what else is out there. Now, I'm reading where, North Carolina, Tulane are some of the schools. Will Bill Belichick take him? But does North Carolina have that money? I don't know. I don't think he's going to make the $4 million. I think now he's going to have to take a step back.
Yeah, he should.
But the thing is, if you pay that money, you got to play him.
David, we have any ticket texts?
Sure do. 1,000% would support if the kids want the money. I don't want to pay. So I would support the school not paying.
But that means your quarterback is gone. You may be looking at a 6-6 year or a losing record, but you stood on principle. So that's why I wonder if it's easy for the fans to say that in April, but come November, when you've just suffered your 7th loss and you're not going to a bowl game, I don't know if fans will be so high and mighty.
Was not a fan of Josh Heupel, but now I have respect for him. More coaches need to do this. That is from Jason. Someone else says, any and all Michigan fans has to say, pay him the money, because that's how it went down with Underwood. That is from Joshua.
Well, that's different because of the money before he got there. Now, if Underwood pulls a Nico where he doesn't look great his freshman year but looks okay, and Michigan says, no, we're not paying you, I'm all for that. And look, I don't think.
No, well, it goes into our conversation we had earlier in pre-show.
Yeah, I know.
Because Stoney didn't believe, like, Bryce Underwood's getting paid a lot of money.
No doubt.
Stoney, I think the first game he doesn't start.
Okay.
I think that's the only game he doesn't start because they're paying him too much money.
Okay.
For him to be sitting on the sideline holding a clipboard.
I've a friend of mine who suggested he says he's definitely going to start from day one because they paid him. And I disagree with that because it has nothing to do with Michigan, okay? To me, any coach worth his salt, okay, is not going to start at that position somebody who does not give his team the best chance of winning. Okay, last year, Michigan State, Aiden Childs got some money to come to Michigan, correct? If Tommy Schuster was better in spring ball and fall ball, was the best quarterback, wouldn't Tommy Schuster have started?
Except for Stoney, I believe that because you paid Childs, I think roughly like $1 million, he's going to get the majority of the snaps with the first team. You're never going to find out about Tommy Schuster because we didn't pay that much money to have him sit on the bench. You didn't pay that much money to have Bryce Underwood sit because you know what happens if he sits? He's gone.
I get that, but hypothetically, okay, very hypothetically.
And now Sharon Moore is going to be like, well, we got you this quarterback and you didn't play him. He's going to get like so many dominoes will fall into place. He has to play.
Like, okay, hypothetically, all right? They have their spring game Saturday. Let's say Bryce Underwood does not look good. Jaden Davis, or the guy, I think what's his face, Mikey, whatever his name is, from Fresno State. I think he's hurt.
Keene?
Yeah, he's hurt anyway. But let's say Jaden Davis, for some reason, lights it up. And in fall camp, Jaden Davis is obviously the better of the two quarterbacks right now.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell me that when they start against the powerful Lobos of New Mexico, that Jaden Davis isn't going to be the starting quarterback. And if so, that's bad. The best player should win the job.
Okay, and you
maybe
know what?
I'm just living in a mythical, a ridiculous world of
and there should be peace all over in the world.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
I know.
Because right now
meritocracy, I get it.
That's what you sound. Stoney, if they were making even money, you're right. If this was back in the day where it really was a meritocracy, you're right.
Back in the day of 2 years ago.
Right. But if Jaden Davis comes out there, he lights it up, he's not getting that job. You can't, because the donors and the people and the collective that ponied up the money to get Underwood that job, to bring him to campus, you're not trying to hear red shirt year, because I'm sure he would take it because that means, and then he would leave and he'd go someplace else. And now you're sitting there as a Michigan fan, angry at Sharon Moore, angry at everybody saying, well, why did we bring him here if we're not going to play him?
But wouldn't that quarterback, in this case it's Underwood, but at any school, if indeed in my hypothetical world where it's obvious to even the quarterback that he's not as good as this one right now?
You're going to put him in the game, and he's going to have to stink up the joint. You're going to ride. Hold on. Yeah, David, you're a Michigan fan. I want to hear what you have to say next.
Okay.
97 won the ticket.
97-1. Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, guys, there's only one place to go, Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. Whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, tough truck, or a spacious SUV, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025 Chevrolets, and the selection is best right now. No more waiting months for your dream car. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in the Chevy that fits your lifestyle and your budget, including the April Rico deal. A new 2025 Chevy Blazer LT for $299 a month for 24 months. Walk in with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mile. Go and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. Central Michigan has hired away Ferris State men's basketball coach Andy Bronkema to serve as their next head coach. The school officially announced the news on X. He spent 12 years at Ferris, including winning a national title and 8 other D2 national tournament appearances. According to Tony Paul, MSU assistant John Borovich and Oakland assistant Jeff Smith were finalists. Derek Skubal gets the start for the Tigers today as they begin a short 2-game series with the Brewers. He'll oppose former Detroit arm Tyler Alexander. He's thrown 12 2/3 innings this year, allowing 4 earned runs. Pregame at 7:15, right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The NBA has announced that the Pistons' first playoff game will be Saturday in New York. Game time is 6. Detroit is beginning a 7.5-point underdog in this one. Cam Talbot will start for the Red Wings in goal
But I
tonight.
thought they were going to sweep them.
7.5 is way too high, though. Cam Talbot will start for the Red Wings in goal tonight. That game can be heard over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7. At the Coral House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 4 at 97.1theticket.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Thank you very much, Mr. Otto. By the way, betonline.ag has the odds for Nico's next team. The favorite,
North Carolina?
they're second. Favorite is the University of California at Los Angeles.
UCLA?
Yeah, he always wanted to go to the same school as Xavier Booker.
I don't think UCLA has a quarterback, so...
North Carolina would be second. At UCLA's odds are 2-1. Carolina plus 250. USC 3-1, followed by Texas Tech, Colorado, Arizona State. Isn't that where Sam Levitt is, right?
It is.
Notre Dame, Maryland, as Rico pointed out, would be a great fit. Oregon, Cal, and Syracuse. Those are Syracuse at 20-1.
Yeah, what I'm hearing is I'm not getting $4 million, and maybe I should have told my people to shut the hell up. Life was good at Tennessee, and now I'm on the road homeless, hoping to find a team.
Pretty much. Let's say good afternoon to Alex. What's going on, Alex?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Thanks for calling.
So I wouldn't pay him, and this is coming from an Ohio State fan. When Ryan Day moved on from Kyle McCord, I was a full supporter of it because Kyle McCord had probably the greatest tandem of wide receivers in college football, and he still wasn't getting it done. There was a lot of games that he was carried by the defense to win in 2023. So I'm in full support, and just the state of college football, these negotiations, they can't go that far. Good for Tennessee for nipping it in the butt.
So, Alex, you're okay with that if Ohio State all of a sudden said, hey, we're going to let go our quarterback, knowing at the last second you may not have the guy ready to be that next man up?
It'd be a tough watch, but I've been through him even the last 4 years. I haven't given up on him, even though with the losing to Michigan. I didn't know what Kyle McCord was coming in, or Will Howard was coming in. He kind of seemed similar to Kyle McCord, but it is what it is at that point. I think they have the recruiting,
Alex.
At least get it the next year.
I don't think anybody around here is going to feel sorry for you as an Ohio State fan when it comes to quarterbacks over the past decade.
I get it from my friends.
Their quarterbacks have been pretty good, and Kyle McCord actually, look, he had the bad play against Michigan. He was good.
I thought he got
against
scapegoated.
Michigan, yeah, but I think he struggled a lot of the year, in my opinion.
Well, he was a young quarterback. Now he goes to Syracuse. Now he's in the NFL. Is he in the draft?
He's in the draft. Yeah, he actually went to Syracuse, and Syracuse on social media used to thank Ohio State every week. Hey, thanks for letting this guy go.
Right.
But David, we did ask a question before. So, as a Michigan fan, do you think Bryce Underwood will start from day one because of the money he's making or because of his talent?
I'll say this, Stoney, I understand where your belief is on this. I do.
Right.
I get it.
And it's not just Michigan. It's any team.
Yeah, it is it's an old school way of thinking, though. It's because things have changed. And while I don't like it, I can't stand the way college football is. He is starting whether he's good or not. he got paid and he's going to be the starter. That is one thing I disagree with you on, Rico. I get what you're saying, that he may not start, but he'll be the 11 the rest of the year. I think he's starting day one. I think game one he's starting. I see why he shouldn't probably.
I think he splits in game one.
Maybe. I get that.
He gets half the snaps in game one.
Oh, you mean Michigan playing two quarterbacks at one time?
For one game. And then after that.
But he's the starter the rest of the season.
He's got to go out there and be God awful. He's got to throw the ball like Alex Orgy for you to finally, you know what, this ain't going to work.
Because while Michigan State didn't have a lot behind your quarterback last year, Aiden Giles, he was going to be playing no matter what. He was playing no matter what.
Right.
So interception 6, 7.
And that's what
go back out there, son.
Because people were like, oh, he sucks. Look at all the interceptions. And get used to it. He's playing. They're not going to – Jonathan Smith would have just cut his own – no. I'm going to bench him, and you're fired.
But under my hypothetical, I'm presuming that for this even to be a conversation, that Underwood has to be completely outplayed during practice, spring, fall, leading up to the season. This isn't just like where these two guys are close. No, this has to be, in my mind.
He's starting.
But then that means
he's starting.
And don't get me wrong. What you're saying, I understand.
Oh, same here.
You're right. I'm not saying you're a bad person, but what I am saying, if that happens and Davis gets the job, Underwood's leaving, and now you're going to – and I think out of spite, because people paid him that much money, they'll find a way to split it throughout the year. Even though you know one quarterback is clearly better than the other, it would go back to the days of Brady and Drew Henson, where one quarterback should have been playing, but the other quarterback was the hot shot freshman.
That might happen, but my premise is that there's no way starting the season that a quarterback who is arguably worse.
What are you talking about? He's like this, got this great arm, and he's so mature for his age.
Well, look, that's what every school believes from their players.
Oh, don't you read like all the newspapers about this kid?
Well, I read some of it. I don't read all of it.
See, but I'll go as far as to say that whether this is just me. Not every Michigan fan is like this, but I'm worried a Nico situation could happen at Michigan with Bryce Underwood. I am. I'm just, the way things are going, I'm worried in a year he wants more money.
I mean, David, it's not like he would change teams if you paid him more money. I've never seen that before. I'm sure the kid has great character. He wouldn't do that, would he?
Come on, we've been hearing about this kid being great for the 2 or 3 years.
In all fairness, he's good.
Right.
Now the problem is this: it's that next step.
Right.
Because in college, everybody was the captain of their high school team. Everybody's fast now.
Right.
You're not playing a bunch of stiffs like you did when you were the quarterback in Belleville. Right. Now you're going up against other players who have NFL aspirations, and can you make that leap? And the only problem that I always say, there's only been one true freshman that actually went out there and got it done. True freshman, not redshirt freshman. That was Trevor Lawrence. And he had NFL players around him. Most true freshmen that go into the game get ruined.
I know.
Because the speed of the game is so much faster. You end up throwing too many picks. You end up making so many mistakes. It destroys your confidence.
Yeah, I get that. 248-539-9797. Didn't what's-his-name start as a freshman in Michigan? Chad Henne? Did Chad Henne start as a freshman?
I want to say he was
somebody got hurt.
Was he a redshirt
freshman? Well,
I
know Rick Leach started as a freshman because it was a big, if I remember, because I wasn't here then, but it was a big deal that Bo actually let a freshman start at quarterback. But
yeah, he did.
Henne was a freshman?
Yes.
True freshman?
Yeah, he started 12 games his freshman year.
Yeah.
Right, guess because like somebody got hurt.
Matt Gutierrez got injured, and so did Clayton Richards.
Right, Clay. So he was a third-string quarterback.
Yeah.
So they had to play. Yes, good call, Evan.
Yeah, and he worked out pretty good. He was a good college quarterback.
Yeah, 25 touchdowns.
He also had NFL receivers.
Yeah,
that's very true.
And he also had Mike Hart, I think.
So
in his backfield, didn't
he? Basically, from what I was told, it was like, hey, run the plays, throw the ball to whoever's supposed to get it, hand it off, and we can win.
All right, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. 97.1 the ticket. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. We got a football blitz coming up at the top of the hour. And we also are going to talk about your American League Central leading Detroit Tigers. By the way, before we get to the ticket text, I want to ask Kenny, because he's a fan of a very successful college football program. What would Georgia do in this instance?
I think they'd give him the big middle finger and say, yeah, go have fun somewhere else then, buddy.
Would Georgia, when we were talking about like a Bryce Underwood situation, would Georgia play a quarterback just because they gave him a lot of money, or would it be a meritocracy?
I think everybody would play the quarterback, but I think Georgia would be more quick with a trigger finger of saying, you know what, we're not going to abide this. At least I hope so, because I'm like David in that this is the way college football is, and I hate it so bad.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, if you're paying, especially top dollar, reportedly for Underwood anywhere between $2.5 to $4 million, Stoney. If I'm the donor, if I'm the dude, the Oracle guy and his girlfriend, I'm not happy. Like, what did I give you the money for? Why is he not playing? Because here's the thing. The next time you want somebody, no, don't ask me.
But if you're such a fan that allegedly she and other donors are, and that's a whole other topic, why would you give so much? What do you get out of it anyway as a human being? But if you're that much of a fan and they're winning and the other quarterback's playing good, why would you care?
Because you're like, I mean, it boils down to the next time you may not be as reluctant to shell out that money. It's like, yeah, I gave you $4 million the last time and the guy sat the bench. So no, because if he doesn't play, I don't think that he's like this Michigan man through and through where he's going to be a lifer. I mean, he was an LSU Tiger for the longest until that check rolled in, and then it was go blue. So, yeah.
David, some ticket texts.
They didn't start Manning in Texas. Not every five-star has an ego bigger than the program, he says.
See, that's different, though.
He had Quinn Ewers there.
They had Quinn Ewers there, and Manning.
He knew he wasn't ready.
Manning physically was not ready.
Correct.
He had come from this tiny little high school. He had to gain weight. And no, and let's just be real. Manning had a ton of money.
Yes, he didn't need the money.
If his NIL package is $5, he's still going to be okay and can go out and buy a Mercedes-Benz thanks to Unc.
Yeah.
Unks.
And Grandpa.
And Grandpa.
You're exactly right about that. Tennessee took themselves from a playoff lock to a 500 team at best based on principle. If I'm on that team, I'm pissed. They're seemingly sacrificing the season to send a message.
And that's where we're coming from. 248-539-9797 is, yes, you stood your ground and you did not give in to this quarterback, but you may have sacrificed this season because now you're hoping to find somebody else in the portal who can help and take you to at least maybe 8 wins. Because, yeah, you're looking at 6-6 in the SEC with a brand new quarterback. Good luck with that.
Well, maybe we're talking about the aforementioned. Maybe Jaden Davis lights it up Saturday and says, you know what? I'll go to Tennessee.
I'm going to go to Tennessee. Okay, could be. Because he won't be starting at Michigan. Just saying.
Right.
Tony, I get what you're saying.
He won't be starting if he's not good enough.
And I just want you to know what you say makes absolute sense.
Right.
But we live in a time you're going to pay that much money, kid's going to play.
And I want everybody to know I'd say the exact same thing at every other freaking school. I just don't think it's in football coaches' DNAs to play people who don't give them the best chance to win, no matter the circumstance.
See, that's why I'm laughing. Like a lot of the guys who've got a lot of money in the transfer portal in basketball, when the schools see, this kid's really not that good.
Yeah.
But you paying him $2 million, so
yeah,
I guess we got to put him back out there. He stinks, coach. Yeah, I know, but he's got to play.
Well, to your point, and someone wants to tell Kenny, give him some facts. Kenny, Georgia played Carson Beck, who got the bag and a car. He didn't look good last year, but he still played.
Well, he looked good the year before, though, right? He kind of earned his start. And the guy that they what was it, Staunton, whatever the quarterback was.
Gunnar Stockton, yeah.
Stockton. He was okay, but he wasn't, great either.
We can move past this at any point now. That'd be great.
I know.
You know?
So, Kenny, George, no.
Someone is pointing out Didn't MSU do this? Meaning let the player walk that wanted more money, Keon Coleman and Derek Harmon.
No, they didn't have enough money. Like, basically what happened with Keon Coleman is FSU came in with a bigger bag, and they said we can't match that. And Derek Harmon had left, came out the portal, went back to MSU that spring, and then at the end of the spring, Oregon was like, son, you're not going to turn down this Nike money.
It doesn't rain that much in Oregon.
And he was like, you know what? You're right, sir. I'm not turning down this Nike money. And he goes off. And it was a blow, but State couldn't match the money.
So it wasn't like they were not trying to hold the school hostage and say, oh, I need more, like Nico was.
Right.
Oh, give me this.
Right. The moral of the story is
the only one who probably did that was probably Chuck Brantley, because he went into the portal every year. He did. He went to the portal 3. And I applauded Jonathan Smith. Son, don't come back. Hey, coach, can I? No, you can't. We've changed the locks. I was only gone 30 minutes. Doesn't matter. Key doesn't work here anymore. Enjoy Miami.
Someone's asking, guys, do you now think that Arch Manning transfers to Tennessee? No.
Oh, to play where Uncle Peyton played? No.
That's
He's
a
got
good thought, but not.
Yeah.
Everything has been tailored. That would be the biggest blow in college football. That would be breaking news at that point.
Because that would be I think one of the reasons, because there are some people now, he's going to get drafted in probably 3rd or 4th round. Well, some people think that's why Ewers left, because he knew he wasn't going to be the starter, even at Texas.
Yeah.
That's why he's going to the NFL. I mean, whatever. By the way, the moral of the story, we were talking about Keon Coleman and Derek Harmon, is that a certain Michigan State alum should, give more money rather than pay his 4th NBA coach coming up in 4 years.
See, I don't think he
I know. I don't think
anymore because the
I know.
NBA.
Right, I know.
It's like the NBA
Yeah,
stopped
their
that.
rules is what's stopping it. Yeah.
Is that just for basketball or is it for both?
I don't know.
Because didn't he give a lot of money for the football building?
I mean, yeah, his name is on. He basically,
that had already happened before he became the owner.
He pledged, I think, $31 million for like this Olympic
Right.
campus,
Yeah.
football practice facility. For MSU, they got to realize there's other people besides him that can give them money, and go squeeze those people,
Right. Well,
or just wait until now you can pay your own people.
They should have the two of them in the mortgage industry. Just have a cage match, winner take
Oh,
all.
I ain't even talking about them. I'm talking about it's a couple other people
I know,
that they
I
can
know.
go after.
Yeah, I know.
They should.
Gilbert and Ishbia for a winner take all, some type of contest where the winner has to donate the X amount of money.
I'm just waiting for Ishbia to put his name on the basketball court, since Gilbert has the pavilion, but
Right.
Ishbia's names are on the doors. Like, you could see.
No, he can't put his name on that court. That court's going to be Tom Izzo.
Tom Izzo, his name will be somewhere on that court. If I'm paying that money, only because of Gilbert, he's going to put his name on the court. Because Gilbert
Why not?
Gilbert has the History
pavilion.
Museum, the pavilion.
Right.
That I'm quite
Well,
so Ishbia has the door that's completely on the opposite side of that. He wanted nothing to do with that.
Well, they'll just rename Spartan Stadium Ishbia Stadium.
Or just build a new one.
Yeah, maybe. Well, somebody who usually sits in his chair says they should.
I'm with him. I would build one. It would, you know what? Retractable roof or a dome. I know. He's going to be outdoors. Does it? Signed every Lions fan who haven't sat outside in the cold in a long time.
I know.
Oh, it's got to be outdoors. Does it really?
97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by DR Trailers Sales. According to ESPN, ex-Pistons general manager Joe Dumars is a front-runner to land the top basketball executive role with the New Orleans Pelicans as well. Dumars is a Louisiana native. Eastern Michigan has hired current Raiders defensive lineman and Eagles alumnus Max Crosby as their football assistant general manager. They'll rename their weak side defensive end position on the depth chart from Leo to Max. The team's top edge rusher will also wear his number 92 uniform. MLB Network released their latest power rankings. They had Detroit as number 8. Those Tigers are back in action tonight in Milwaukee. It's a 7:40 start with Tarek Skubal on the bump. In other MLB news, Blue Jays slugger Vladimir Guerrero Jr. officially signed his 14-year, $500 million deal today, becoming the highest paid Toronto player in history and the third highest in the game in total. Former Detroit Lion draft pick Julian Okwara has signed a deal with the Browns. After 4 seasons with the Lions, he spent last year with Arizona. The Red Wings wrap up their home slate of games tonight at Little Caesars Arena. Hear the broadcast over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 7. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Jeremy. 248-539-9797. By the way, I'm sure you will all see this all over social media eventually. But Ohio State went to, I guess, the White House today, and it looks J.D. Vance almost broke the trophy. It's pretty damn funny. Anyway, it's time for our football blitz. We call it Football Today. All right, David, what do we got?
So I hope we can have a little bit of fun with this because ESPN put together a list of all the quarterbacks that were drafted since 2020, and they included the projection of 2 this year, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, and they ranked them all. So if they were all coming out of college this year, and if they were all in this draft, where would they rank amongst each other? So this has nothing to do with Joe Burrow taking his team to the Super Bowl. It has nothing to do with any NFL accomplishments. It's what their draft stock would be if they were all together in the same draft. So what I want you to do, the 3 of you, to guess on who you think is best on this list and 2 that you think would be the worst in the rankings on this list. We'll start with you, Kenny.
This is tough.
Just go with Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett, I put at the very bottom. he's one of the worst for me. I think maybe the problem is the bottom of this list. It feels like you could pick like 8 different guys that would be near the bottom. I'm going to say Cam Ward is my second guess for the bottom. I'm just thinking about the amount of smoke that each guy has coming out of college, right?
Yeah.
So the top for me, I'm going to guess Trevor Lawrence had a ton of smoke coming out of college, a ton of smoke. So he's going to be on my list, and I'm also going to say if Tua wasn't as controversial as he was because people didn't know, people were like, is Tua somebody you want to draft? Is he not? What's his upside? I'm going to say Joe Burrow, actually. I'm going to do Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow. A lot of smoke coming out of college. Feels like the right 2 to be at the top of this list.
And David, let me get this right. It's not what they've done. It's if they came out right now.
The draft stock.
We are totally ignorant of what their careers were going to be.
Correct.
Because I was going to put Trey Lance last, but okay.
Right, me too. But then he clarified it. So we take the top 2 and the bottom 2? Is that what we're doing?
Yep.
Okay.
Go Stoney.
I hate to agree all the time, but I'm going to go Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow as well. Burrow was the number 1 overall pick of the draft.
Okay.
People thought he was going to be really, really good. And Lawrence has to be probably number 1 on ESPN's list because he was like the freaking savior. As far as the worst on this list, that's going to be a toughie. So I will say Shedeur Sanders and Jordan Love.
Stoney, I'm wondering, I'm looking at this list here. Are we making a mistake not putting Caleb at the top of our list? I'm just asking questions.
No.
Okay.
Because he had questions coming out because a lot of them weren't even ability questions. It was like personality questions. My thing is trying to figure out whether I definitely think Shedeur would be on this list. I forgot about Kenny Pickett, but
Rico?
JJ was considered to be on the worst of my list, too. But.
It's funny because Kenny, you and Stoney each picked one of mine. At the top, Trevor Lawrence. At the top, Caleb Williams. People thought he's going to be generational. At the bottom, Kenny Pickett. At the bottom, J.J. McCarthy.
Okay, so let me go through this. 21 guys that would have been drafted from 2020 to here. This is just a projection,
right.
So they didn't put, Jackson Dart on here.
Did any of us get any of them right?
See, I think I was going to ask. I'm thinking about JJ. I think, though, going into the draft, most people had him rated higher than Bo Nix, though, as far as smoke goes and all that stuff.
So,
anyway, we had questions.
Let's start here at 21, and Kenny and Rico were correct. Kenny Pickett is the worst quarterback on this list. On the list to draft this year.
Mm-hmm.
At number 20 is Shedeur Sanders.
I was close.
So you were very close on that one. Next on the list at 19 is Michael Penix Jr.
I see, that's just wrong.
Yeah, I couldn't even think about that because Rico would kick my ass and make me leave.
Yes, you would. Kenny, you guessed Cam Ward. Cam Ward is 18th on the list, so he's still at the bottom, just not the worst. Let's continue here. Bo Nix would be number 17, so ahead of Cam Ward, but he would be right there. Jordan Love, which was Stoney's guess, he is number 16. So he's bottom 6 there, so kind of close there. Mac Jones would be number 15.
Now you got to do it the right way, David.
Mac Jones
there we go.
would be number 15. Number 14 would be Justin Fields.
Really?
Justin Fields was drafted in 2021, as we all know, and failed in Chicago and failed in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh didn't give him a chance.
Number 13 on the list now.
Dangerous.
How is he ahead of Justin Fields? It is Anthony Richardson.
Because Anthony Richardson, that's why I asked you, is it the hype going in, not productivity? Anthony Richardson was one of those quick risers.
He was hype, yes, all hype.
He was at the bottom, and by draft, he went fourth. It was like, man, he is going to be, feast or famine. Some team's going to draft a Hall of Famer, or you're going to be drafting, everybody's getting fired, and you draft a new quarterback in 3 years.
You're exactly right about that. Number 12, Trey Lance, who also had a lot of hype going into that draft of 2021.
He did.
They had so many questions because besides COVID and the fact he played, Division 1A.
He played 3 games, though.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
He was right there with Akili Smith and Jamarcus Russell. He hoodwinked the league and got paid.
But Akili Smith was at least really good in college.
For a year.
Yeah.
And then they were like, oh, wait. You want
Cincinnati fell in love with him.
Right.
Let's get him. No, it's not that
Jamarcus
great.
Russell. Can we pay you in lean?
Number 11 is J.J. McCarthy from the 2024 draft. So let's get into the top 10 here.
Higher than Michael Penix.
Start getting to some of these top selections that you all had. Number 10, C.J. Stroud. 2023 draft. Number 9, Zach Wilson.
Yeah. Because remember, that was all based on that one throw at his pro day where he did the spin and tossed it 65 yards down the field and tricked everybody into thinking he was an NFL quarterback.
It's kind of funny when you look at it now, when you think about what he did in the NFL compared to the hype leading into the draft. 9 ahead of C.J. Stroud.
See, here's the thing, though. Based off the other Jet quarterbacks, I would actually take a chance.
Because of what Sam Darnold did and what
Sam Darnold did with Geno Smith.
Yeah.
Every time the Jets wrote off a quarterback, they only went on and actually had a real career somewhere else.
True.
But I doubt if he will. But
at number 8, Bryce Young from the 2023 draft.
Yeah, because people were concerned about his height.
Yep.
But he had all this talent, Heisman Trophy winner, pedigree, Alabama. He's a winner. Because he took the job from
Sam Darnold.
No.
Oh, wait. Oh, in college. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's why Hurts went to Oklahoma.
Number 7, Justin Herbert.
No, Tua took the job from Hurts, didn't he?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, Tua took the job
Yes.
from Hurts.
Yes, he did. You're
Yes.
right.
Number 6 is Tua. Did anybody guess Tua? No one guessed Tua.
No one guessed
Okay.
Tua.
No.
All right, we're getting to it. Number 5, Drake May. Still waiting. Number 4.
Drake May was 5?
Wow.
Yep. Number 4, Jaden Daniels. So it really sounds like you all did a great job here. Number 3, we have Stoney and Kenny's guess of Joe Burrow. So you're close there. You're close there.
So I got them both.
At number 2 is Trevor Lawrence.
Number 1 is Caleb?
Which is Rico, Stoney, and Kenny. And at number 1, Caleb Williams. Rico's the winner. He gets number 1 and 2. And he got the worst quarterback, Kenny Pickett. I think that was an easy one on Kenny Pickett, right?
All right.
I screwed up the Kenny Pickett one.
I'm mad at myself. I even said maybe we're overlooking Caleb here.
But you know what?
I
I still think Caleb should not have been the number 1. Because he had
Likewise?
because he had questions. Because how can this guy be in the NFL? He sat on the bench and cried. He put his and he didn't talk to me. I mean, there was a lot of negative crap about Caleb Williams.
But when he had to.
And he did, in fact, go very fast. That is your QB draft ranking, 97-1.
Spring is here, and the summer's going to be here pretty soon. And if you're like me, you are very particular about your lawn. You need to call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service the way I did, and they will come out there and they will work with you. You'll get assigned your own specialist, and they will custom tailor solutions specifically for your yard and your home. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now to get started. And for a limited time, when you purchase a full lawn program, you get free grub control, but you have to mention my name. Tell them Rico from 97.1 said to give you a call. That's 888-GET-GREEN, because right now they'll come out and they'll take care of your lawn. That first application is the most important application, especially for crabgrass control, because by the time you see it this summer, man, it's too late. You're going to be fighting it all summer long. Call 888-GET-GREEN right now, or you can go online at naturalwaylawn.com.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Red Wings, last home game of the season tonight. As they take on the Dallas Stars. General Manager Jim Nill, former Red Wing. Great guy, Jim Nill. I always liked him. Did a good job here as an assistant general manager. And we'll leave further comment to ourselves. Tigers on these very airways take on the Milwaukee Brewers tonight. Tariq Skubal will be pitching, looking for his first win, correct? I believe he's 0-2, but he's pitched decently, not like Cy Young decent, but he's been decent. There's one guy who's not been decent right now. That's Riley Green. I do want to mention this. Riley Green is on a pace. He's been awful in 22 games. He's hitting .221 basically. After his good start, he's got 2 home runs, 7 walks, 33 strikeouts. That's in this last bit of a streak he's on. Overall, he's struck out 25 times in 60 plate appearances, 60 at-bats. So that's something that, I don't know. Should we be concerned about this, or is this basically a 2-week deal? And that happens in baseball, no matter how good you are.
See, I'm going to hold off for Riley Green.
Yeah, okay.
I think he's earned enough that.
Yeah, me too.
This is just a cold start, bad start.
Right.
Besides, as you know, baseball's, they don't leave the park when it's cold. You
Right.
can't hit when it's cold.
It's a long season. There are 3 guys, though, who have had very interesting starts to their campaign. One, Spencer Torkelson, who hit another home run yesterday in the loss. He's got 5 homers. He's batting .309 with an OPS of 1.082. Pretty damn impressive. We also have another batter that I do want to mention. Javier, or as you call him, Harvey Baez, who is hitting .286. His OPS is .695, which is not great, but it's better than it was last year. That's for damn sure. He does not have any home runs. Strikeouts, not as much as you would expect. 8 strikeouts in 35 plate appearances. He does have 4 walks. And even when the ones he's striking out, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, he doesn't seem to be chasing.
They're not the embarrassing strikeouts.
No, he's
almost an OPS of 700.
Yeah, he's actually he's fielded very well. He's actually performed pretty good.
You know what? So long as he bats this way,
yeah,
I'm going to not call him Harvey. He's actually earned. Maybe we just call him this.
Yeah, that's the greatest name of all time. It's awesome. And there's one other guy I want to mention, and we're going to ask you guys which of the 3 is most sustainable. So you've heard the stats, and we mentioned Spencer Torkelson. We mentioned Javier Baez. What about Casey Mize? Now, he lost yesterday, gave up a couple home runs. He's 2-1, but his ERA is 2.60 with a whip of 1.04. He has walked just 5 guys, and he has strikeout. Where is his strikeouts here? He's struck out 15 guys, so 3-1 basically. 248-539-91. 248.
Take 2.
539-9797. Yeah. Which one is the most sustainable of the 3, do you think?
For me, and maybe some of this is just hope, but I'm thinking that it's going to be Torque. I think that's going to be sustainable. He's relaxed. He has confidence when he goes up to the plate. He's not trying too hard. He knows he's on the team, and you're seeing the confidence in the swings, the home runs, the hits, getting 11 RBIs. Like, he's getting the timely hits. They're winning the games, and he's been a big part of a lot of the wins that they've had. He's even had a walk-off. I'm thinking Torque. Now, Baez, the bar is so low that he's crossed over that low bar. We shouldn't be that happy, but Stoney, when you have to say, well, his strikeouts aren't that bad, where he's swinging out.
Right.
That's where the bar is. Mize, I like what I'm saying with Mize, but Torque has played his way into this lineup, and he may play himself out onto the field. Everyday lineup, he's hitting the ball. He may have become the thing that we wanted the Tigers to go and get that right-handed bat. He's here.
Yeah.
He's Torque.
Yeah.
And the Tigers, hey, Scott Harris is going to look like a genius because I didn't have to make a trade. I didn't have to do anything. He was sitting here the whole time, and now he's rising up, and he's being that guy that we need the Tigers to have him become. So, yeah, I'm going to say Torque is my guy that I think this is sustainable. This will continue. 248-539-9797. Torque, Mize, Bias. Who do you think is going to be sustainable?
By the way, I want to correct myself. Scooble's 1-2. He beat the White Sox.
Beat the White Sox.
Beat the
so
White Sox.
I guess, yeah.
It still counts.
It does,
The
yes.
White Sox. Okay. If his loss still counts against the Dodgers, his win against the White Sox still counts as well. 248-539-9797. Rico, I hate to agree with you, but I have to. I mean, to me, it's not
I
even.
hate to agree with
I don't
me.
know.
Jeez.
Makes better radio.
It's
if
just
we
part
debate.
of that chair, I guess.
I know, but hey, I am agreeing with you. And here's the other reason why I'm agreeing with you. If you look back on track record, last year was probably just the aberration where he just got into a funk, couldn't get out of it, got sent down, came back, and he was not great, but he was decent when he came back. And the year before, he had 30 bombs.
And Stoney, I do think that when it came to Torque saw the abyss. He was about to get sent back down.
I know.
All the injuries kept him up here.
Yeah.
But I think we were going to be close to, do you just trade him?
Right.
Is his career, is he going to be that bust? I don't think so. I think you now have a key cog to this team.
Right. And look, we're not forgetting other players who are playing well, but they just don't fit in this equation of guys who you weren't even sure were going to be here, because obviously Dylan Dingler is just still knocking the cover off the ball, and even Zach McKinstry's actually playing pretty damn well. So 248-539-9797. Your calls and texts coming up next. 97 on the ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Central Michigan Basketball has hired veteran D2 coach Andy Bronkema. Bronkema spent the last 12 years at Ferris State. Just days after winning the national title for Western Michigan hockey, Tim Washi has signed an entry-level deal with the Anaheim Ducks. Washi is from Clarkston. He was the Broncos' second leading point getter with 38. Tarek Skubal heads to the mound for the Tigers tonight against Milwaukee. Here the 7:40 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Keter Montero did not make the Tigers opening day roster, but he's been strong so far this season for the Mud Hens. Could we see him again soon in Detroit? Today was named the International League Player of the Week. That's Hens broadcaster Matt Melzak. The Red Wings also play the Stars on WWJ tonight, pregame at 6:45. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Thank you, Jeremy. 248-539-9797. 3 Detroit Tigers who had major question marks heading into this season have gotten off to pretty good starts. Probably better than expected. We're talking about Casey Mize, Spencer Torkelson, and Javier Baez. Which one do you think is the most sustainable? Rico and I are both on Team Torque. David, we have some ticket texts.
We do have some ticket texts. Someone says, you're worried about Green? How about Keith? He's worse than anybody on the team.
Yeah, but you know what the difference is, you don't expect your all-star to go through this much, especially all of his strikeouts more than anything else.
Well, see, that's why I'm not worried about Green at all. I mean, he's earned the right.
Right,
You know
yes.
what? Work yourself through this. Keith? We talked about it last week, David. I don't know if you were here or not. Very short leash for me.
Yeah.
I mean, we had a former Tigers coach was like, no, you got to let him work it out. Okay, well, just saying. Better start working.
That was good. Bruce Fields. I was listening.
Yeah.
Bruce Fields called
Bruce
up.
Fields did call up.
Yeah.
And I'll say this. I also hate to agree with you, Rico, but
Jesus, what is
I'm messing with you. But it is also Green. I'm not worried about him. If this was May 14th, and he was still doing this, right now, I'm okay. I think he'll get himself out of it.
It's baseball.
Yes.
I mean, better players than Riley Green have had streaks like this. Right? Let's go to Bill. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I want to agree that I think the most sustainable is Torkelson because I think he's basically, he's working himself into a hitter's count. I think before he was swinging at a lot of stuff out of the strike zone. He was getting behind in the count, and now he's more disciplined at the plate. He had been more disciplined at the plate, I think, the last half of last year, and has gotten even better. But that said, I also think that Casey Mize is pretty sustainable too because he's throwing that split finger with regularity and getting people out with it. As long as he stays healthy, I think he's going to be pitching well all year as well.
Hopefully. I mean, he's right now, if you go by the numbers, he's your 5th starter. It's a pretty good 5th starter to have. Now, if you're looking at the pitchers so far, thanks for the call. Reese Olson is the one who's struggled a little bit more than anybody else, but he still pitched pretty well.
Right.
But
no, like I said, I look at what Torque is doing. It's like the game's kind of slowed down for him.
Yeah. And he's
And last year
changed his
was the
stance a little
aberration.
bit too. Yeah.
He listened. He did some changes, and we'll see what happens.
But
and
it's
hopefully,
weird. Maybe he didn't listen. Remember all the stuff, there was the talk that he wasn't going to do video and just, No,
I think he listened.
I think maybe he just decided, you know what? See ball, hit ball?
No, because I think when AJ came out and said like a couple days later, yeah, he's going to use the facilities. That told me right there, you can say all you want, but you better be here at 7 a.m. and get your bats in.
Ticket text, David.
Yeah, I was worried about that when he said, I'm like, oh, no video. What are you doing?
Right, he was out there like, oh, I'm not going to do that.
Oh.
AJ was like.
This is from Marlon. He says, one of my predictions before the season started is that Spencer Torkelson would hit over 30 home runs this year, and I'm sticking to it. He may hit more than that.
Yeah.
I mean, I do expect he's going to slow down. I don't think he's going to keep at this pace.
Yeah.
But I think that he has solidified a spot on this team every day, a lineup that he should be in there. He's that bat that we all have been hoping that they would get. I think it's him.
Well, here's the thing, and I was talking with Evan before the show, is the thing that's most encouraging is he's hitting fastballs, which is what he always struggled with.
Mm-hmm.
They would just throw him in there and he couldn't catch up. That's what's encouraging, because you're right. It's a long season, ebbs and flows, and yes, he's gonna struggle a little bit, or he's not gonna hit it. He's not gonna be as hot. But the fact that he's hitting those fastballs tells me, oh yeah, he's back. He's doing exactly what he needs to do.
The key is going to be, like we've mentioned, everybody goes through a time where they struggle, is when he hits that struggling time, whether it's 4 or 5 games, whatever, how he responds to that. Whether
he go back to last year's torque.
Right, exactly. That's the key to me. Is how he's going to respond.
You're right. They will change.
Yes.
They will adjust to him.
Yeah.
Will he adjust back?
Right. That's important.
It is very important. Someone said, this is from Rick, Mize is 2 years removed from Tommy John surgery, and that's when they usually start doing well again, but it's torque for me that will continue this. The word is sustainable, someone says. One guy is pitching at a Cy Young level, one guy has an OPS of over 1,000, and one guy has an OPS under 700. The answer is clearly Harvey.
Oh.
Whoa. Could you imagine before the season if someone would have said that?
Well, he's kind of ripping him, though, because he's he's saying somebody's pitching like Cy Young, somebody's hit at a 40 home run pace or whatever the OPS is.
He's at 1,000, yeah.
And Javi's,
700,
695.
That's
or whatever.
easier to stay consistent at 690.
Right. But we'll take that, especially if his strikeouts continue to be respectable.
If torque drops to 850, is anybody going to say no?
No.
So to be real,
no, I don't think so.
Right. He's 850. Oh, he sucks now.
I know. Nobody's going to say that. All right. I want to mention this because I love Kenny Cott so much, and he loves getting good news about the Red Wings. Did you see what Sergei Fedorov had to say? Did you read this?
No, I did not.
Mm-hmm. Sergei Fedorov was interviewed with, oh, God. Here you talk about your great periodicals. Now in a recent interview with Responsible Gambler, Fedorov weighed in on a variety of topics from the state of the Red Wings. I talked about his relationship with the organization, indicated his interest in easing the tensions between the two parties, saying, quote, I don't really have any formal relationship with them right now. My mom visits my brother there sometimes. They live in northern Michigan, but I haven't had time to visit them myself, not because of any hard feelings, just busy. If they invited me, I'd come. Then he was asked about the current state of the Detroit Red Wings. And quite frankly, he sounds like a lot of fans. They seem stuck. They have a good coach, but no strong goalie tandem and not enough key players. It's a young team without veterans, and that makes the rebuild even harder. I don't see 3 or 4 strong, mobile defensemen there. Steve Yzerman is doing solid work through the draft, but it takes more than that. Their last right-shooting forward left for a bigger contract, and that didn't help either. Who's he talking about, Perron, or am I forgetting somebody?
No, I think it is. And by the way, that means Sergei Fedorov doesn't know puck.
Yes, exactly, because they do have a lot of veterans.
No, I'm just saying the fact that he's able to be critical about what Steve Yzerman has done.
See, I'm still laughing at the fact he's like, yeah, I really don't go there if they invited me. Like,
well,
what the heck happened? Like,
I wonder.
They still Stoney, is this like the 72 silver medal team that put in their will never take that medal ever?
Well, it's ridiculous that the jersey. I mean, I think it all stems from the jersey not being retired.
Right, but it's just like, okay, how long is this going to go on before it's just like, all right, you know what? Water under the bridge. Yeah. Come on back, Sergei.
Of course.
He was one of the generational players for this team. He was one of the best Red Wings that I've ever seen play hockey with my own 2 eyes.
Is his number retired?
That's the problem.
Well, because he
has a right to be salty about that.
Plus, he took the offer sheet from the Carmanos group, who, of course, they were big rivals in junior hockey and whatever. It's ridiculous.
That's such an ancient way of looking at things.
You can argue that he's one of the 5 best Red Wings of all time.
You could make that argument. You could.
I mean, Yzerman, in no particular order, Yzerman, Lidstrom, Fedorov, Gordie Howe, Terry Sawchuk.
Yeah.
You know, you throw Red Kelly and Alex Delvecchio in there as well, you know, whatever. But you could argue he's one of the top 5 of all time Red Wings. And I know it's kind of an old bit, but the fact that 91 is not up there is a disgrace.
And everybody argues that sometimes you would take shifts off or sometimes you wouldn't play any defense. And I get that, but
he played defense.
I agree with. I don't know why you're yelling at me, Stoney. I agree with you.
Scotty actually put him as a defenseman at times.
That's what people have argued in the defense of the Wings or the Illiches or whomever it might be that's keeping that jersey from the rafters. I think the fact of the matter is it's a disgrace. It's not.
I mean, look, as good as Datsuk is, the fact that jersey's going to go up probably before Sergei's, that's absurd. Okay. 97 won the ticket. It's Stoney with Rico, Mike off. We've somewhat breaking news. It's kind of interesting, and we need to send out the bat signal to one of our good buddies. But Eastern Michigan football has announced that Max Crosby, that's right, Max XX Crosby of the Las Vegas Raiders, has been named assistant general manager of the Eastern Michigan football team, as announced by athletic director Scott Weatherby and football coach Chris Creighton. Crosby, of course, is the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history, will assist with evaluating high school and transfer portal prospects and help manage the team's NIL revenue share budget. He will also serve as a special assistant to the athletic director on fundraising, alumni relations, and student-athlete support. So if Max Crosby is the assistant general manager, we need to make TJ Lang the general manager. TJ Lang needs to get on board and outduel Max Crosby. And I know what TJ's responsibly. Well, I don't have the money that Max Crosby has. I don't care. You're more connected because you live here. Max doesn't live here anymore. I mean, for crying out loud, bring on Charlie Batch. Have them all. But seriously, TJ, the Eagles of Eastern Michigan need you. Max Crosby needs you. Max Crosby needs a boss that he respects. If he's the assistant general manager, you, TJ Lang, should be the general manager. Okay, there's your public service for the day.
Got it out?
Yes, I got it. Okay. I got it out. Now, over the course of this excellent program for over decades, you guys have done all sorts of blitzes, mostly football, but you've had basketball blitzes, an occasional baseball blitz, maybe even, for Kenny's sake, a hockey blitz. But this is the first time I can ever remember or even hear about a golf blitz, let alone, David, a blitz dedicated to one particular person. It's a Rory McIlroy blitz.
Hello, friends. Rory McIlroy has finally done it. He has won the Masters. He has completed the career Grand Slam. And so what I wanted to do is the very last time Rory won a major was 2014. So I wanted to go back in time and give you what was popular in 2014. I'll go over some general things, and it will stick to our sports in this state.
Oh.
Let's go to some general things first.
Okay. Like the Stoney and Bill show.
Guardians of the Galaxy was the biggest film of the year. Guardians of the Galaxy.
Really?
Number 2 and 3, The Hunger Games, Mockingjay Part 1, and Captain America the Winter Soldier was number 3 as the highest grossing films of 2014.
Okay. I mean, I've never been a big Guardians of the Galaxy fan.
That had some humor into it, at least.
It did.
And my daughter was heavily into Hunger Games.
I think people were just probably watching it because it was just another in the MCU series. They kind of wanted to see.
Right.
It's why
now,
the Hunger Games.
Now, Captain America is up your alley, right?
Well, Captain America was the better movie because
yes, it was.
It was just
Yeah.
The fight scene between him and Buck. Yes, I like that.
It was amazing. I still watch it. I loved watching
the
it. The
dance off for the Galaxy. I could have lived without the ending of the Guardians of the Galaxy. So
next on the list in 2014, Snapchat was one of the most popular apps. 40% of 18-year-olds in the U.S. were using it multiple times a day.
Snapchat. Now, which one was Snapchat?
Snapchat
is that the one where it was gone in like
30
10
seconds?
Yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Yes. But it wasn't the most popular app in 2014. Facebook was the most popular app in 2014.
Back when it was fun.
Back when it was fun, yes.
Non-political.
And speaking of fun.
Or just non-ads.
Yes.
Speaking of fun, the most popular and the biggest song of that year was Happy by Pharrell Williams.
Oh, I like that song. Yeah.
It was everywhere that year.
Yeah, commercial.
And
everywhere.
after,
Movies.
it was everywhere.
Yeah.
I thought more people would be buying fedoras.
Well, he did, yes. The big hats.
Yeah.
Everyone sees Cam Newton wearing it now, and he was wearing it then, but Pharrell started.
Yes.
He was on tour.
Right.
He was doing everything,
Right.
wearing those
Yeah.
giant hats. So, Taylor Swift. How could we not have a year without Taylor Swift? She dropped one of what they say is the best albums of the decade. 1989 was the name of this album. And to this day, I have not listened to one song from that album.
What's a song from that album?
I have no idea.
Kenny?
Biggest selling album of the year. Does anyone know a song from it?
Is Bad Blood on that album?
I
or
couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Could have gone without that.
Shake It Off on that album?
Blank Space.
Okay, I heard that song.
Okay.
I don't know if I have or not. Bad Blood was on there, yes.
All
Okay,
right,
I've heard
hey.
that one. Okay.
Ding, ding. I got one right. I'm
Shake
so
It
proud
Off.
of myself.
Okay, so I have heard one. Shake It Off.
Shake It
be a
Off.
hater.
I got two of them.
I don't listen to Taylor, so I don't know what's on her album.
I've heard the songs.
I don't
You
know
just
what I've
dismissed
heard.
her like-
Right.
No, I'm saying I don't know what I've heard because I don't listen.
I don't know. I don't know
Music
names of
radio.
albums. Those are the only.
Got you.
They're two of their
No,
biggest
it's like
songs.
Happy that Shake It Off. everywhere.
Yeah, okay. Shake It Off was everywhere.
Everybody had to do their little dance on social media to that song. So, yes.
Let me give you one more before we get to the localized things that happen. Uber Eats launched in 2014. So we can thank Uber Eats for our lunches almost every day.
And
did they start, or was it? I thought Grubhub was first. No, or maybe
it doesn't say. I can't remember who was first.
Kind of like you with Taylor Swift. Have yet to use that.
Oh, okay.
Never used Uber Eats.
Does Uber Eats know where the station is, as opposed to DoorDash, who always gets lost every time I order something? I always go to the building next door.
Well, I don't know. Let's localize it here. What happened in this state in sports in 2014? Enrico, I think you would know this one. 2014 started off really great for you as a fan. It was the Rose Bowl for Michigan State.
Kyle Ellsworth, right?
Mm-hmm. It was the number 4 Spartans against the number 5 Stanford Cardinals in the 100th Rose Bowl.
Kyler Ellsworth and Darian Harris made the stop.
Yep.
My man Darian never gets any credit for that. He always goes to Kyler Ellsworth.
I just said Kyler Ellsworth, right? Yeah.
But he was the other guy that did it, but he never gets it.
Maybe a Lions training camp with Coach David Shaw. We can, reminisce about that game.
I mean, I've never seen a team. It was like a video game. They were so prepared for that one play the entire game. They were like, okay, they're about to do it. They're about to do it. Because if he faked it, he would have ran 70 yards down the sideline. But way to go, David Shaw.
So for the Michigan side, it was not a great year in football. It led to David Brandon resigning, Brady Holt getting fired.
It was a good year.
And then Jim Harbaugh was hired before the end of that year.
Yes, he was.
In December.
Oh, that was the Shane Morris game that everybody fired.
Yes.
Because somehow or another, my man got knocked cold, and they put him back in, and no one knew. No one. Hey, he's not right, people. That's okay. That's back when you can get a Coke can and you can get.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. And in 2014, the Jim Caldwell era began. He was hired January 14th.
The Dungeon of Doom, as he called the media room.
Correct. Also in 2014.
You know what? Here's the thing, though. They actually won under Caldwell.
Yes, they went to the playoffs that year.
But they just didn't win enough.
Correct.
So he wasn't good enough. We're going to bring in this Patriot mindset.
Well, then they won 9-7, and
yeah, they actually went to the playoffs that year. That was the second time since 1999 they had gone to the playoffs. So, and speaking of playoffs,
was that the Dallas playoff year? Yeah, right.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Speaking of playoffs, Kenny, I don't know if you can remember these days, but the Red Wings were actually in the playoffs. They had stretched the playoff streak to 23 years that year.
And we were begging them to lose so we could get better draft choices. Like, who cares about the streak?
Correct. And a couple more things here. LCA broke ground in September of 2014.
Oh yeah, and then we saw how the Red Wing logo was going to be on the top.
We were going to have an LED roof.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Never got an LED roof. And finally in 2014.
I'm not even going to count. Well, LCA, we ain't going to break ground on the. No, never mind. Never mind.
Nope. I'll just leave it at this in 2014. The Detroit Tigers did win their 4th straight division title.
They got swept by the Orioles.
They got swept by the Orioles. And that was pretty much the end of that team.
That was sad. Scherzer pitched the first game, and everybody thought Price should have pitched earlier, and he ended up pitching the last game at Comerica and lost. What was it? 1-0? Was that the final score of that last game?
Yes, that's what yes, it was.
Nelson Cruz, I think, hit a home run. Oppo, something like that. Yeah.
It is funny. Yeah, at the time, people were like, "Yeah, Wings should just try to get a draft pick." Now it's Wings just try to make the playoffs.
Just try to make the playoffs. Please.
We were so spoiled. Like, well, if you're not going to win a cup, you might as well go get some players.
It is crazy when you think about that building, when it was built primarily for hockey. You didn't even think that Pistons would ever leave the Palace.
They've been the only team to have playoff games in that arena, the Detroit Pistons.
That's right. You know what I wonder, and I'm sure we'll talk about this later in the week, and you guys leading up to whenever the home game is. You know how in Milwaukee they have like the deer whatever and outside the arena? You think now we have a legitimate playoff team? It's not one we'd expect to get swept, but like if they come back from New York 1-1, the area around there, people don't even have tickets. It's going to be.
You know what? It would be like, what would you call that? Like a district type of thing, right? All right.
That is your Rory McIlroy Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers are in Milwaukee tonight. They'll face the freshly named NL Player of the Week, William Contreras, who's coming off a span of 5 extra base hits, including 3 homers and 10 RBIs. A.J. Hinch has submitted his lineup card. Justin Henry Malloy will lead off as the DH. Gleyber Torres hits second while playing second. Since his return, he's 3 for 8 with a walk so far. Andy Ibanez bats third at third base. Spencer Torkelson is in the cleanup spot at first. Dylan Dingler will catch Tarek Skubal once again tonight while hitting fifth. Gary Carpenter hits sixth in left field. Javi Baez is back in there playing short and beginning the bottom of the order. He's hitting .286. Ryan Kreidler playing center field and hitting eighth, and Zach McKinstry rounding it out in right field. Here was Skubal after his six-inning shutout performance last week. Pregame at 7:15 here on 97.1 The Ticket. 11 years to the date, the Pistons fired GM Joe Dumars. He's been linked as a top candidate for the Pelicans job per ESPN. Shams says that a deal could be in place between the two by the end of the week. The Red Wings send Cam Talbot in between the pipes tonight against the Stars. Dallas has lost 5 in a row. You're the 7 p.m. face-off on WWJ. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797, the Valenti Enrico Show, Stoney in for Mike Kenny Cott, the Hatchet Man, David Hall, on the other side of the glass. Both of those guys getting geared up for the draft tonight. Paige Bucket's going number one. Is that?
Yeah, that's expected. Yeah.
Oh, you are a big WNBA fan.
I will be
by
watching
the way.
tonight.
So who else should? I know there was a young lady from Michigan State who decided to enter the WNBA draft last week. Is she expected to?
It's 3 rounds. Probably in the third round.
Okay.
That's probably expected, but went to Michigan State, so hopefully not drafted. I'm just joking.
Well, you know
I'm
what?
just joking.
I'm glad you brought that up.
So petty, David.
Because the Michigan State deal is a major rivalry with a lot of people. Even though there's one idiot that I know who roots for one in basketball, one for football, but that's me. And by the way, I just found out today that Christmas is going to be a little different at Schembeckler Hall because no red, or should I say scarlet, or green will be allowed in Schembeckler Hall as Michigan football, a team that I love, stooping to the ridiculous levels of Ohio State, who won't have M's during that week. Is this what we've become?
I think you were already there because remember you called them Ohio.
Well, that was Brady Hoke started that.
People still call them Ohio.
Who does?
I've heard it plenty of times with callers. Well, Ohio, like Ohio
really?
State.
I thought that
should
have ended when the Bobcats beat Michigan that following year in the NCAA tournament first round. That's when that stuff should have just.
That's why it should have never happened. Because that's why we lost.
No
that
doubt.
To me. Nobody else got. I was like, y'all don't understand how funny this is, but it's not that they lost; it's who they lost.
Exactly. But you talk about a rivalry, and in our state, obviously the Michigan State rivalry is number one. Okay. There's another rivalry going on right now too, that I don't know. People want to dissuade or say it's not that big of a deal, and that would be the rivalry between Western Michigan and Central Michigan, because our little buddy Jim Costa went to the Frozen Four with his in-laws and the family, his wife and his mother and father-in-law. It was in St. Louis. This was planned a long time ago. And shall I say, Jim, being a big alum of Central Michigan, like he had a say in who they hired as their head basketball coach today, I remember talking to him before the four was even said. He just said, knowing my luck, Western will get there. And lo and behold, they got there and they won the championship. Congratulations to the Broncos. Mm-hmm. However, Jim Costa was witness to his rival winning a national championship. He was rooting. I saw him, on social media, go Terriers and all that stuff for Boston University, to no avail. Now, first of all, is it still a big rivalry if your school doesn't even have a hockey team? That's question number one. And then, Rico, you had another question, too, about the actual rivalry that is alleged between Western and Central.
248-539-9797. Look, I don't understand. Is it a rivalry just because you went to those schools? Because it can't be a rivalry because of sporting events because you guys don't go to the games. Yes, I said it out loud. Stoney, I've gone to Central games. I've gone to Eastern games. I've gone to Western games. Plenty of good seats available. Nobody shows up. So how is it a rivalry? I don't get it. I don't understand. Costa's so angry and like, oh, it's the principle of the thing. And I started to roll with him on there. Like, I get it. Okay, you know what? If like I told David, if there's two Girl Scouts out selling cookies and one has on some Michigan State stuff and the other has Michigan gear on, I'll give the Michigan State one $50 just so she can beat the Michigan one. It's just how much I don't like Michigan. But then I got to thinking, well, you guys don't go to the games. Like, is this just a school thing and not really a sports thing?
I always thought it was just in football that it was, but then...
Oh, is it? Is it just in football? Because I'll tell you this. My wife is a grad from Western Michigan, and I've gone to plenty Western Central games. Or should I say, I've been there when the games are going on because no one cares about the games. They will show up in the first half, and they leave at halftime because they're more concerned about the parties that week and that night than the actual game. They don't care about the game. They want to beat Central, but they just want to have a party. That's all they care about.
And that's where I'm at. Make me understand. 248-539-9797. David, I'm with you. Like, okay, why is everybody leaving?
I
what
wondered
just happened here? Like,
I
is
would
somebody
ask,
calling a bomb threat?
That's what I thought. I'm like, what's happening right now? Oh, this is what we do.
Did this happen before they went 8 o'clock on a Wednesday for this great rivalry when it's 25 degrees?
It was a Saturday.
So like Saturday afternoon, 1 o'clock, 12 o'clock kick, and nobody's there?
It was a Saturday.
It wasn't cold, wasn't snowing, wasn't anything. And
so you're basically saying that Western Central is a faux rivalry.
I don't understand the rivalry. I'm not saying it's a faux rivalry.
It is.
I don't understand where the rivalry comes from because it's not like, oh, it's a heated matchup and, oh, man, and it's going to be fights in the stands. You can do rock, paper, scissors in the stands. That's it.
Why do you think they moved the game to Wednesday? They don't go anyway. So moving it to Wednesday, whatever.
So I have a question, by the way. Who's Eastern's rival then? If Central's is Western, who's Eastern's?
I think they're just the Spider-Man meme. They all point at each other.
Well, now, see, that's what, that's what assistant general manager Max Crosby has to do. Get that rivalry going in football. First of all, you should hire, TJ Lang.
Tony, you know where every Eastern fan is at, right? On Saturdays?
In Ann Arbor?
They're in Ann Arbor. Yeah. They're not at their own school.
Yeah.
Right, but the Central Western hate, I've never understood that. And you're trying to be respectful, but
it's tough because I tell you,
where does this come from?
I've gone back a few times after she's graduated. I had a cousin that also graduated from Western Michigan. He loves sports. That weekend, he did not even go to the game. Wasn't even thinking about it. So, yeah, look.
I mean, congratulations to Western for winning.
Absolutely. I think it's cool as hell.
It's huge,
but
yes.
When Costa just kind of took it to this level and he's sitting there and he's angry and he's brutal. First of all, if I'm Jim Costa, I'm not going to the game. If I hate the school that much, I'm not going to watch another school win a national title.
You're hate watching. No,
no. But if I even feel like they're going to win, I'm not going. I would have left. He's sitting there taking it all in. I would have just told my in-laws, yeah, thanks, but no thanks. I'm flying back home. You guys enjoy this. I don't want to watch this.
See, what I would have done if I had that mindset, I'd go to the game for a while, and then it would become apparent, like in the third period, that Western was going to win. Then I would leave. Go, I'll meet you at the hotel. I don't need to see, the law. What's the loonies that
the celebration and all of that stuff.
Yeah, because they basically took over the arena.
I mean, he's sitting there. I guess his wife got him sitting there. I mean, seriously, the only thing missing was a golf cart and a slice of pizza because he looked like Urban Meyer. He was sad. It was sad, Jimmy Costa.
But to your point, though, Stoney, I don't even know if he had a right to be sad. Central has no hockey team.
Right, that's my point.
So why are you sad? Tell your program to get a hockey team, and then we can talk.
Yeah, exactly. Donate some big money there, Mr. Costa.
But I'm just curious, 248-539-9797, Central, Western, alums, fans, I don't get it. I don't understand. And you know what, David? Neither do they.
Let's go to Ken. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Ken?
Hey, Stoney. Hey, Rico. Hey, David. Nice listening to you guys. Good to talk to you today.
Thank you.
So, to your point, I'm a Central Michigan alum, and I am also a hockey parent. I'm very big into college hockey. My son is a 2016 travel player. What people don't realize is I'm happy that Western won. There are a lot of players on that Western Michigan team that are from the state of Michigan.
Oh, yeah. Michael scored he's from Northville. Yeah.
Correct. So I don't understand where all this hate is coming from. Central may have a club hockey team. Doesn't even count. Western is the only hockey team in the state of Michigan to win a national title in the last, I don't know, however many years. I mean, Michigan was in the Frozen Four twice. They stunk.
Right.
State should have gotten there this year. They didn't get there. So I have no problem with it. It is good for the state of Michigan, and it's good for hockey.
Was the last title the one where Abdelkader scored the winning goal? That was that long ago when he played for Michigan
State? I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was in St. Louis. Yep.
Yeah. So, but when you said all this hate, there's not all this hate. It's Costa. It's no one else.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I laughed this morning. He was cracking me up. Come on, man. We don't even have a hockey team. Nobody goes to our football games. Come on. And it's not a real rivalry against Western. It just isn't.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it's I just don't see the hate. I see it with certain schools, but these two, it's just really? Okay.
Rico, the games they play are on a Tuesday and Wednesday night in the middle of November, man. Nobody wants to go see that.
Yeah.
The kids are all gone by Thanksgiving anyways.
Yes, they are. You're exactly right.
Well, is this akin to, for football, Indiana, Purdue? I know it's huge in basketball, but Indiana, Purdue, before Indiana had their one decent season, those games weren't packed, even though it's supposedly a big rivalry, right?
I mean, I could be. Yeah, I guess. But at least in basketball.
Right. It's big in basketball.
Good luck trying to get a seat.
Yeah.
You could probably get a ticket it would cost you more to park than to pay for the ticket.
Oh, yeah.
That's when you know you don't have a rivalry.
248-539-9797. Western fans.
David, put that in who said it.
Do you hate Central? Central fans, do you hate Western? Were you rooting for Boston University like Jim Costa was on Saturday night? 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Yeah, this big Western Central rivalry, I think it involves only one person, Jim Costa. Any ticket text, David?
I mean, he sold me on it. I thought this was, yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing. Central Michigan alum here. Well, this guy thinks it's something. Western Michigan is straight garbage, and we all hate them. Not our friends, but the school itself. On that note, the Natty is all they have to be proud of. Good for you. You think it's something. I've always listened to Costa, very long time, just since he started working here. Did he become a Central guy? I've always heard him, and he's been a Michigan guy. Did he just start with the Central stuff?
Oh.
Well, I mean, I guess in theory he graduated, but you're right. Like, when did this allegiance come? Like, yeah, I mean, he went to the Michigan State Central game,
right?
Year. So his wife was more interested in Central than I think he was. But fire up, Chips.
Well, it was a blow. You guys blew them out that year, right?
No, it was close.
Oh, it was close?
It was close, and then at halftime, then they blew them out at halftime.
Right.
Agree with Rico. Western Central makes no sense. Just like Michigan State makes no sense. How can Michigan State be anyone's rival when their athletic program is so irrelevant?
Okay, you make no sense.
Okay,
that
so
person makes no sense.
They were trying to be something.
I know.
What was that sign? Fat Brooks?
No.
Still standing on the logo?
I think there was a rumor that he might be there might be some interest there between the two of them, or no? No? Okay. I hope not. That would be really weird.
Very weird.
I'm going to go with no.
Okay.
I don't know. No.
Okay. I trust you.
It would be like if they brought Hunter. Like, Hunter Dickinson actually made sense for that team.
Well, you're right. Yes.
If they would have had him, like, they actually would have gone. He was the missing piece. You would get booed by your own fans. I don't know if that's ever happened. Like, yeah. This wouldn't be a Chris Chelios type of situation.
No. Well, if he gets booed by his own fans, then he'll end up in Philly. But he ain't. Do you think he'll even be drafted?
Who?
Hunter?
No.
Like in 2 rounds?
No.
I don't think so either. It's so funny.
That's why he stayed in school for 8 years.
Right, because I remember even talking to Evan when he was a freshman. Evan thought for sure that Hunter was going to be a lottery pick. And I said, I don't know. It's just he's too. I mean, he's a really good college player.
Sometimes,
he was, at least.
Sometimes you have to go in your freshman year when the iron is hot.
Right.
Because if you stick around, all your flaws come out. You get exposed, and the next thing you know, okay, well, you're a late first round, second round. Now you're just a good college player. Hunter saw that. He went and got the bag from Kansas, and it worked out for him. G League, maybe. He'll go the way of like Luka Garza.
Yeah, well, Luka's actually playing now. I mean, or at least he's on the what Timberwolves? I think he's on.
Did he? Is it because he was? I know he was in the G League for a while.
Yeah,
bounced back and forth. That'll be Hunter. Like, right situation, right injury happens. They bring him up, and maybe he sticks. But look, his last name ain't James, so he ain't gonna have a spot on the team.
Hunter Dickinson should be playing next year in like Greece or someplace like that.
Right.
That's where he belongs. Make a nice living playing in Europe for 15 years.
He made a nice living playing in college.
Yes, he did.
Thanks to NIL, he was one of the few that benefited from all of this.
No doubt, because Michigan didn't have enough money to keep him.
Yeah, so to answer your question, no.
I'm just so sour on that guy anyway,
and
as everybody is.
And somehow I don't see Mr. Brooks.
I know.
In green and white. No.
Yeah.
So, Rico, you mentioned earlier about not going on the trip or leaving or whatever because, your rival's there. Someone says, spring break 1998, he says, booked Boston months earlier to watch the hockey championships, expecting the Spartans to be there. Didn't even get there. Wolverines won the whole thing. Pure hate.
So he obviously stayed and watched.
I would say, why would you put yourself through that? I would just leave. Like, I don't need to see this.
Paid all the money. It's there.
Well, yeah, but he didn't have to go to the game. He could have sold a ticket to a Wolverine fan or whoever they were playing.
But you probably hate him so much you don't want to sell the ticket to a Wolverine fan, right?
Okay, so
no, at
there's
that point I would.
Okay, but there's another team there.
I'll just burn the ticket.
And
nobody's going.
Especially since it's in Boston. I think there's a few places you can hang out in Boston for a few hours.
Put it this way.
Sure.
Put it this way. If next year I plan on going to the Final Four in Indy and you get the tickets and Michigan's sitting there in the final game, nope. I'm not going. I'll call. Hey, David, I got some seats. They're yours. You can have them. You'll enjoy this. I won't.
So let's say Michigan's playing in the nightcap of the Saturdays. Would you stay for that? Or would you just go to the first game?
I would go to the first game.
Right, and then would you stay for the Michigan versus LSU?
Like, if they're playing a team that I know is going to destroy them, I'll stick around. Okay. Oh, you got Duke? Good luck with that.
Okay.
All right. I'll be a Cameron crazy.
Someone says you talked about them not caring. Someone is texting in saying it's hard to care when they move the game to Tuesdays or Wednesdays. Says back in the day, 2016, both teams were ranked. Cooper Rush, PJ Fleck teams. Stadium was empty before the first half even ended.
And see, that's what I want people. I'm not coming after the schools. I don't understand the rivalry of why you hate them. Is it just because of the schools? Because I don't see it in the sports because stadium's empty.
Right.
And both teams are ranked.
If Western Michigan was called Kalamazoo Tech, would there be even a rivalry at all? But because it's Western Michigan, Central Michigan.
Tony, they can't sit there you literally can give away $100 to anybody still sitting in the seat in the fourth quarter, and you probably only going to come out about $1,000. Nobody there.
I know.
Parents don't count.
And then I have to end with this text here just for my wife. We eat chips for breakfast. CMU, our chumps, Western Michigan alum, class of 2012.
Well, I do know.
And then poor Eastern just gets no run.
Right.
Well, someone did text and says to answer your question, it says they are MSU to Ohio State and Michigan. That's what they say.
So they're third on the totem pole. Gotcha.
So they don't like them, but the other teams are just like, oh, okay.
They're cute.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, 97 won the ticket.
April is here and baseball's in full swing, and you guessed it. I need high-speed internet to watch all the games on the streaming apps. That's Xfinity, and with Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. Along with that great price, Xfinity offers the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. I can enjoy all my favorite apps all in one place with the Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. And when I'm taking a break from all the baseball action, Xfinity allows me to stream all of my favorite shows. Xfinity lets you choose from a variety of speeds depending on your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. So don't miss out on your favorite shows or all the scores and stats. Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed, based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
right, David. What do we got?
So I hope we can have a little bit of fun with this because ESPN put together a list of all the quarterbacks that were drafted since 2020, and they included the projection of 2 this year, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, and they ranked them all. So if they were all coming out of college this year, and if they were
Brought to you
all
by
in
Precision
this
Garage
draft,
Store Services of
where would
Southeast
they
Michigan. The
rank
Tigers
amongst
lineup
each
is in
other?
as they begin their
So
series
this
with the
has
Brewers
nothing to
tonight
do
in
with
Milwaukee.
Joe
First
Burrow
pitch at
taking his team to
7:40.
the Super Bowl.
You can
It has
hear it
nothing
right
to do
here on
with any
97.1.
NFL
The tickets.
accomplishments.
It's a day
It's
off
what
for
their
Riley.
draft stock would be if they were all together in the same draft. So what I want you to do, the 3 of you, to guess on who you think is best on this list and 2 that you think would be the worst in the rankings on this list. We'll start with you, Kenny.
This is tough.
Just go with Kenny Pickett.
Kenny Pickett, I put at the very bottom. he's one of the worst for me. I think maybe the problem is the bottom of this list. It feels like you could pick like 8 different guys that would be near the bottom. I'm going to say Cam Ward is my second guess for the bottom. I'm just thinking about the amount of smoke that each guy has coming out of college, right?
Yeah.
So the top for me, I'm going to guess Trevor Lawrence had a ton of smoke coming out of college, a ton of smoke. So he's going to be on my list. And I'm also going to say if Tua wasn't as controversial as he was because people didn't know, people were like, is Tua somebody you want to draft? Is he not? What's his upside? I'm going to say Joe Burrow, actually. I'm going to do Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow. A lot of smoke coming out of college. Feels like the right 2 to be at the top of this list.
And David, let me get this right. It's not what they've done. It's if they came out right now.
The draft stock.
We are totally ignorant of what their careers were going to be.
Correct.
Because I was going to put Trey Lance last, but okay.
Right, me too. But then he clarified it. So we take the top 2 and the bottom 2. Is that what we're doing?
Yep.
Okay.
Go Stoney.
I hate to agree all the time, but I'm going to go Trevor Lawrence and Joe Burrow as well. Burrow was the number 1 overall pick of the draft.
Okay.
People thought he was going to be really, really good. And Lawrence has to be probably number 1 on ESPN's list because he was like the freaking savior. As far as the worst on this list, that's going to be a toughie. So I will say Shedeur Sanders and Jordan Love.
Stoney, I'm wondering, I'm looking at this list here. Are we making a mistake not putting Caleb at the top of our list? I'm just asking questions.
No.
Okay.
Because he had questions coming out because a lot of them weren't even ability questions. It was like personality questions. My thing is trying to figure out whether I definitely think Shedeur would be on this list. I forgot about Kenny Pickett, but
Rico?
JJ was considered to be on the worst of my list, too. But.
It's funny because, Kenny, you and Stoney each picked one of mine. At the top, Trevor Lawrence. At the top, Caleb Williams. People thought he's going to be generational. At the bottom, Kenny Pickett. At the bottom, J.J. McCarthy.
Okay, so let me go through this. 21 guys that would have been drafted from 2020 to here. This is just a projection,
right.
So they didn't put, Jackson Dart on here.
Did any of us get any of them right?
See, I think I was going to ask, the thing about JJ, I think, though, going into the draft, most people had him rated higher than Bo Nix, though, as far as smoke goes and all that stuff.
So,
anyway, we had questions.
Let's start here at 21, and Kenny and Rico were correct. Kenny Pickett is the worst quarterback on this list. If he was on the list to draft this year.
Mm-hmm.
At number 20 is Shedeur Sanders.
I was close.
So you were very close on that one. Next on the list at 19 is Michael Penix Jr.
I see, that's just wrong.
Yeah, I couldn't even think about that because Rico would like kick my ass and make me leave.
Yes, you would. Kenny, you guessed Cam Ward. Cam Ward is 18th on the list, so he's still at the bottom, just not the worst. Let's continue here. Bo Nix would be number 17, so ahead of Cam Ward, but he would be right there. Jordan Love, which was Stoney's guess, he is number 16. So he's like bottom 6 there, so kind of close there. Mac Jones would be number 15.
Now you got to do it the right way, David.
Mac Jones
There we go.
would be number 15. Number 14 would be Justin Fields.
Really?
Justin Fields was drafted in 2021, as we all know, and failed in Chicago and failed in Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh didn't give him a chance.
Number 13 on the list now.
Dangerous.
How is he ahead of Justin Fields? It is Anthony Richardson.
Because Anthony Richardson, that's why I asked you, is it the hype going in, not productivity? Anthony Richardson was one of those quick risers.
He was hype, yes, all hype.
He was at the bottom, and by draft, he went fourth. It was like, man, he is going to be, feast or famine. Some teams got to draft a Hall of Famer, or you're going to be drafting, everybody's getting fired, and you draft a new quarterback in 3 years.
You're exactly right about that. Number 12, Trey Lance, who also had a lot of hype going into that draft of 2021.
He did.
They had so many questions because besides COVID and the fact he played, Division 1A.
He played 3 games, though.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
He was right there with Akili Smith and Jamarcus Russell. Like, he hoodwinked the league and got paid.
But Akili Smith was at least really good in college.
For a year.
Yeah.
And then they were like, oh, wait. You want me to
Cincinnati fell in love with him.
Right.
Let's get him. No, it's not that
Jamarcus
great.
Russell, can we pay you in lean?
Number
Purple
11
drink?
is J.J. McCarthy from the 2024 draft. So let's get into the top 10 here.
Higher than Michael Penix.
Start getting to some of these top selections that you all had. Number 10, C.J. Stroud, 2023 draft.
Mm-hmm.
Number 9, Zach Wilson.
Yeah. Because remember, that was all based on that one throw at his pro day where he did the spin and tossed it like 65 yards down the field and tricked everybody into thinking he was an NFL quarterback.
It's kind of funny when you look at it now, when you think about what he did in the NFL compared to the hype leading into the draft. 9 ahead of C.J. Stroud.
See, here's the thing, though. Based off the other Jet quarterbacks, I would actually take a chance.
Because of what Sam Darnold did and what
Sam Darnold did with Geno Smith.
Yeah.
Like, every time the Jets wrote off a quarterback, they only went on and actually had a real career somewhere else.
True.
But I doubt if he will. But
at number 8, Bryce Young from the 2023 draft.
Yeah, because people were concerned about his height.
Yep.
But he had all this talent, Heisman Trophy winner, pedigree, Alabama. He's a winner. Because he took the job from
Sam
Hurts.
Darnold.
No.
In college.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
That's why Hurts went to Oklahoma.
Number 7, Justin Herbert.
Tua took the job from Hurts, didn't he?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, wait, no.
Yeah, Tua took the job from Hurts.
Yes, he did. You're right.
Number 6 is Tua. Did anybody guess Tua? No one guessed Tua.
No one guessed
Tua.
No.
All right, we're getting to it. Number 5, Drake May. Still waiting. Number 4.
Drake May was 5?
Wow.
Yep. Number 4, Jaden Daniels. So it really sounds like you all did a great job here. Number 3, we have Stoney and Kenny's guess of Joe Burrow. So you're close there. You're close there.
So I got them both.
At number 2 is Trevor Lawrence.
Number 1 is Caleb.
Which is Rico, Stoney, and Kenny. And at number 1, Caleb Williams. Rico's the winner. He gets number 1 and 2. And he got the worst quarterback, Kenny Pickett. I think that was an easy one on Kenny Pickett, right?
All right.
I screwed up the Kenny Pickett one.
I'm mad at myself. I even said maybe we're overlooking Caleb here.
But you know what?
I
still think Caleb should not have been the number 1. Because he had questions because how can this guy be in the NFL? He sat on the bench and cried. He put his and he didn't talk to the media. I mean, there was a lot of negative crap about Caleb Williams.
But when he had to,
and he did, in fact, go very fast. That is your QB draft ranking, 97-1.
Rieger and Wojo will be at LCA because it's such a big game. Your last chance to see the Red Wings in person at the Little Caesars Arena. Yes, indeed. Big game. There will be another big game or two at the Little Caesars Arena. Hopefully there'll be more when the Pistons playoffs begin. They'll begin on the road in New York Saturday at 6 o'clock at Madison Square Garden. I don't know if you saw this, Rico, but according to a report from Sportico, the Pistons, which tickets went on sale yesterday, I believe, for the home games, they are geofencing ticket sales. What that means is if you are not from Michigan, parts of Ohio, Indiana, and Ontario, you are not allowed to even try to obtain tickets for the game.
Wow.
To try to keep tickets from being resold and also to keep the voluminous number of New Yorkers outside of Little Caesars Arena.
You know
Where do you stand on that?
I'm not a big fan of
Me
that.
neither.
You know what? If you can't sell your tickets, then you just can't. That's a you problem.
Right, but I think they can sell their tickets.
Right, so I don't even know why you need to do this.
But to keep
because here's the thing. We saw if fans want to sell their tickets, they'll sell them to New Yorkers for
Right.
whatever price.
Correct.
Well, I thought we put up this geofence. You did. And people from Detroit bought them and
Right.
resold the tickets.
Correct. Yes.
Hardcore Pistons fans, they're going to be there. I've never been a big fan.
No,
I'm going to say this. I get what they're doing.
Yeah.
I kind of would like it more if it was an Indiana Pacers series. I don't care that they're doing this with Knicks fans. Like, we don't need to do this.
I'll bet you.
Are Knicks fans going to come here?
No.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but first of all, there are a lot of displaced New Yorkers who go to school in Ann Arbor.
That's
per
true.
se.
You're right
And
about
some
that.
of
You're
Michigan
right.
State as well.
Okay, because I'm just saying, like,
Yes.
Indiana, you can drive. Like,
Right.
I would expect teams to go back and forth, just the fans driving 4 hours.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're right.
get that.
I didn't think about that part
Look
of
how
it.
many Yankee fans always show up at Tiger games at Comerica.
Well, that's because there's Yankee fans everywhere.
Right.
That's like Laker fans.
But do you think you're going to get a lot of displaced New Yorkers?
There were a lot of I went the other night when they were here. There were
So
quite
they
a
only
few.
like pro basketball, not college?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, except for St. John's every 25 years.
I'm just saying, they don't sell out in...
Oh, I know.
So I'm just saying, that's why I'm like, really? They like basketball? Okay.
Yeah, they just don't they're not big on college basketball unless St. John's is doing something, and then they get some pretty good crowds.
Yeah, because they showed up for the tournament to
Yes.
watch St. John's. They were
Yeah.
loud
Well, that's what
in
pissed
Louisville.
me off
Spike
a
Lee
little
was
bit.
there.
Yeah. Where were you the last 25 years when St. John's wasn't any good? Now you show up. I understand his Knick fandom. That's obviously well documented. That's cool as hell.
Yeah, I thought it was funny. Him and the dude that plays the radio, that Ansur Khan or whatever, that plays the radio, both sitting there taking photos together, and you two can both leave. Both teams are gone.
Ansur Khan, he's a writer for M Live. Who are we talking about?
No, the guy that plays the radio for McNeese State.
Oh,
the student manager.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were sitting there taking photos, and you two can both leave. You're both out.
Yeah.
I mean,
because I remember when the Wings were playing the Penguins in the finals that 1 or 2 years, and Pittsburgh put a geofence over Wing fans.
that's just weak.
I know. I think it's weak too.
I mean, if opposing teams sell out your place, that's on you. That's on your fans.
Well, right, but it's.
I don't think they.
It's different though because it's not that okay. We want to make sure that our fans are there, which is okay. Where we're not going to be able to sell them because we don't have that many. No, they're just trying to make sure that in a sellout crowd that our fans have access to get in more.
No, but think about this. When Minnesota brought all those seats for Ford Field, gave them to their fans, and their fans at a reduced price. They
didn't even want to go.
Oh, no.
And they turned around and sold them to Lions fans.
Yes.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
No. What are you two babbling about? My God. They're
Oh.
doing the right thing.
I said
they're
that. I said they are.
That's
No,
weird.
they're not doing it to keep. They're doing it because the brokers probably are pretty big in New York, will gobble up all sorts of tickets, and yeah, Detroit fans could still get some, but they're gonna. It's a business for them. They'll buy a ton of them and then resell them, maybe at a higher price to Pistons
Well,
fans.
Wojo, you're half right. The article that I'm reading says the Pistons reportedly said the decision to limit ticket sales to certain areas of the Midwest was to prevent resellers from buying large numbers of tickets in an attempt to make big profits on the resale
That's what I just said.
I know, but
just
other parts of the Midwest, it's not just New Yorkers.
Just limit it. You know what? You can only buy X amount of tickets. It's easy.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what it should be for most premium events.
But if you're from this area, you can't have seats. That's weak.
Hey, Rieger, did I see video of you making an incredible golf shot on Twitter?
You did.
We're not talking about golf.
Wojo doesn't like to talk
Good
about golf,
God.
even though we're going to leave the show
You
with
two
golf.
are losers.
Yes, I did.
And I mean that 100%.
I actually want to bet, but I do have a question for both you guys.
Yeah.
So you're talking about ticket sales for the Pistons playoff game,
Mhm.
which is, of course, in 2 weeks from now.
Big game.
I just walked into Little Caesars Arena, and
Yeah.
I saw that big cement area with
Mhm.
the big screen. So if you can't get in here, are they going to be showing the Pistons game out there?
I
Is that
hope so,
free of
like they do in
charge?
Toronto and they
Like
did
Toronto,
Milwaukee.
yeah.
Okay, but what?
Well, I think they will.
But what do you call it? Could you call it Cadeland? Like Candyland, Cadeland? That area right there?
Or Clubland.
Automotion.
I like
What land?
There used to be a bar called Clubland. Remember where the Fillmore is now? I think.
Yeah. Okay.
State Theater.
I think
That
first,
certainly fits.
I like Cadeland. I like that.
guys, we're
Well,
putting
we
the cart before
listen,
the horse.
Cadeland's not bad, but we need to put this to the test. We need better than Cade.
How about
Rieger.
Hooperland in honor of
Guys.
Hooper?
Guys, we're putting the cart before the horse.
What?
What? There's going to be playoff games
Yeah,
here.
they're
What are
playing.
you talking about?
No, there are going to be playoff games there. But I'm talking about the outside area.
Yeah. I got to believe there's going to be people. The game's
Yeah, the
gonna be
outside
on, I would
area,
assume.
right inside Little Caesars Arena's area. It's
Yeah,
outside.
and it's going to be nice weather by then, right?
Yeah.
It won't be
It's
remotely
gorgeous
chance
out right
cold.
now, and you don't need tickets to get in that area.
Correct.
You can
Right.
walk right in that area.
So what, they're going to put an iPad up out there?
No, they have a
No,
huge
there's a big,
screen.
huge screen.
They have
There's like
huge
a-
screen.
It's like a 30-foot screen out
Yeah,
there
we
that
can-
barely ever gets used.
And we
Yes.
used to sit there and bitch. God, I wish we had playoff games so people could actually do
Right.
what they do in other cities. Yeah, exactly.
What up, Doe?
I mean, nothing makes me happier
What
than
up,
watching
though?
a Maple Leafs playoff game, and then they pan to Toronto's
Yeah.
area, and they're all like totally heartbroken.
And
'cause
when
Leafs
the
get knocked
Pistons
out.
are playing in New York, the crowd could be in
Oh,
Cadeland.
oh, I like that.
Outside Little Caesars.
Is
Right.
it Cadeland? Come on, it's got to be something Vision. How about what rhymes with Vision?
Cadeland.
Cadeland. I really like Cadeland. Although,
I don't know if we like Cadeland.
or what about
we need
this?
Something better.
How about a big sign saying, "We wish this was the home of Jim Nillland."
Oh, I like that.
Yeah?
Instead of
Yeah.
Steve Eiserman.
Yeah.
That's clever.
Yeah, today is the funeral, Stoney. I'm surprised
I
you're not
know.
going to be down here.
Well,
We're
I'm not.
talking about the Pistons, not the Wings. I think,
I
right?
know.
Stoney changed it.
Yeah.
I know.
Oddly enough.
Yes.
What rhymes with Gorse?
Oh, just shut up already, would you? We got a show to do. We got
Porous.
people to talk about.
Gorse? Wait, what?
Porous. It's not Gorse.
Motorland.
It's Gorse. Yes.
Motorland. Motorland.
Wojo, you hit on Cadeland.
Cadeland. All right, I'm going with Cadeland
Just like,
then.
because everybody says he needs a Robin. That's why I call him, and I'm the only person in the world that calls him the Cade Crusader.
Yeah. Hopefully it stays that way, Stoney. You're the only one that says that. Yes, hopefully.
All
but
right.
while it's empty, it's going to be Tarasenko land, okay, while it's empty.
What about Cop Vision? Oh,
Cop Vision.
Oh,
So what do you guys have coming up?
Yeah.
oh yeah, we got a radio show. We're just trying to figure out the name for the outdoor viewing area. Not to mention, Wojo has a great
I have a great question about rooting interest, and it's not about the Masters. It's about the person that won it and other people like that people root for. It's very, very, very in-depth. It'll be great.
We did or root against that you hope never wins.
Okay.
No, so we're more positive. Rieger always wants to go
Hey,
positive.
guys.
Okay.
Enjoy,
great show.
guys, enjoy your
what
show.
rhymes with tube? How about
You know what rhymes with two? 97.1. Looking for the best deals on hottest Chevy models? There's only one place to go. It's Hamilton Chevrolet.